Chapter 401 Offensive and Defensive Warfare of Fort Nice 1. Did you see the hill across from it? General Jumonville pointed forward. From our perspective, the hill is almost flush with the hill where the enemy fortress is located, and the line between the two hills within 300 yards. It is true. What are you going to do? If we set up a siege position on that hill, is it possible to directly suppress the defensive position directly opposite with the trebuchet and bow and arrow? The trebuchet has sufficient range and the height is appropriate, but the trebuchet is bulky and too heavy. It takes a lot of manpower and time to be transported to the hill, and there is almost no obstruction on the bare hill. We have action here. The enemy sentry will surely find out for the first time, and then we can only carry the trebuchet against the arrows projected from the opposite side, and it is inevitable to pay huge casualties. Antony only glanced deeply at the fortress of Nice. As for the archer, even if he climbs the hill, it has no effect. The range of 300 yards has exceeded the arm strength limit of most soldiers of our army. Most of the arrows shot in the past will be blocked by the city walls, and occasionally there are so few arrows. Crossing the city wall will not cause too much threat to the defenders. General Jumonville nodded and looked at Alpha. What do you think? I think it's worth trying. The brown eyes of the Jackal Queen shone with excitement. We, the Jackals, are taller than humans, have longer wingspans, and more strength. With the same longbow, your human archer can only shoot 250 yards, but our Jackal warriors can easily shoot 300 yards away. With the burst arrow and burning arrow filled with alchemy drugs, enough to suppress the enemy defenders squatting behind the city wall and dared not look up. The Lord General can take this opportunity to send someone to push the trebuchet onto the hill, used to throw boulders or filled with a large amount of alchemical gunpowder demolition barrel, destroy the enemy's wall, and pierce a long drive through the passage for our army. General Jumonville smiled with satisfaction, taking off his gloves and gently wiping the brass casing of the telescope. Miss Alpha, did you prepare for the three-ring divine plant growth today? Alpha was stunned for a moment, somewhat at a loss. She is a 9th level ranger. She has the ability to perform 3 loops of natural magic. But the plant growth magic is relatively unpopular, and it is rarely used on the battlefield. She does not understand why General Jumonville suddenly mentioned it. This magic I didn't prepare in advance, but you can rest assured that I have a scroll. That's good. General Jumonville smiled slightly and pointed to the hill with scarce vegetation in front. If the low and sparse shrubs on the hill can grow rapidly and flourish, it will effectively block the launch of the defender in the fortress opposite. The arrows coming here provide a favorable shelter for our siege troops and greatly reduce the casualties. Miss Alpha, what do you think? Thank you, Lord General, for your guidance. I know what to do next. Alpha's eyes shone. At 9:30 AM on October 1st, the Jackal Corps received an order from Alpha to gather towards the hill near the fortress of Nicean units of the war group. At the same time, the Hawk's incarnation of Joan are conducting aerial reconnaissance. Of course, the enemy's mobilization of this fanfare, but of course he can't hide his eyes, hastened to use wind communication to report to the Lieutenant Colonel Vaser on the abnormal movements of the enemy. He had just begun to cast spells here, and suddenly found that the ground was a bit off, and looked down carefully, almost suspecting that his eyes were hallucinating. The hill where the jackals gathered was a mess of rock, and there were low shrubs growing in the gaps between the bare rocks. However, the vegetation on the hill was changing rapidly at a rate visible to the human eye. The shrubs grow like crazy with hormones and spread wildly. Within 2 minutes, the bare hills were covered with dense trees. The green shade that covered the sky was impenetrable, and more than 500 jackals gathered on the hills were covered by dense foliage and disappeared. In the depths of boundless greenery, the miracle of barren hills turning into woods was so quietly staged in front of Joan, making him deeply perplexed when he was shocked, and could not understand what was going on. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Joan confirmed that what had just happened was not an illusion, and forced himself to calm down and think about the source behind this strange thing. Turning a desolate hill into green in just a few minutes is obviously a magical power, And among all types of spells, the best at changing vegetation is natural magic. Joan remembered that Candy once said that the Ring of Harvest druids and rangers often use a special magic to increase the yield of crops and ensure a good harvest of cereals and fruit forests. In addition to applications in the agricultural field, this three-loop natural magical technique called plant growth can also be used to improve the environment, allowing sparse vegetation to quickly grow lush vegetation. The scene in front of him convinced Joan that there was at least one natural magic spellcaster in the enemy's camp. The purpose of this person's spellcasting to thicken the hill vegetation was also obvious. Under the cover of dense foliage, the jackals standing on the hill can ignore the arrows, bullets and even stones projected from the opposite icy fortress, and they can easily counterattack with a long bow and shoot a dense locust-like arrow. To the defenders stationed on the walls, Joan hurriedly completed the wind surgery, informed Lieutenant Colonel Vaso of what he saw, and then photographed himself a defense enchantment, flying back to the fortress at the risk of being hit by a Luia. At this time, both sides of the attack and defense occupied a hill, and launched a fierce mutual shot 300 yards away. Judging from the heights of the two hills, the defender of the fortress of Nicaea occupies a slightly higher terrain. Unfortunately, this advantage has been offset by the dense trees growing out of the sky on the opposite hill, and the defender cannot see 300 yards. Arrows and bullets fired by enemies hiding in the woods will lose sight. In contrast, the vegetation near the Nicaea fortress has long been cleared, and the masonry walls are so conspicuous. The city guards stand on the head of the city. Everyone is a living target, and the jackal longbowman across the forest can calmly take it easy. Aim to sniper. The two sides shot each other for several rounds, and the defending side suffered a great loss, and no less than 20 people were injured in the arrow. The officers and soldiers who took the wounded to the top of the city also had to hide behind the tower shield, and they were hit by a wave of arrows rain on the opposite side. I have to look up. The arrow rain fired by the jackals was also mixed with a few special arrows. The hollow arrow tube was filled with alchemy gunpowder and exploded violently on the landing. The flame glue emitted from the hollow wall would continue to burn even if it was attached to the stone wall. If it touches people, it is even more terrible, and even the water can't be poured. It can only be buried by pouring sand on the body, isolating the air and extinguishing the flame. Chapter 402 Offensive and Defensive Battle of Fort Nicaea 2. Seeing the tragic scene of the comrades in arms around being burned by the rocket, angry as our hunters also put on alchemy arrows to fight back. However, the defenders were at the downwind, and the wind and sand from the Brass Mountain Pass in the fall was so violent. The arrows they shot were blocked by the airflow, and the range was greatly shortened. It was almost impossible to fly 300 yards against the wind, let alone hit jackals hiding in the forest. On the contrary, the arrows shot by the jackals with wind force easily floated over 300 yards, fell across the city walls like raindrops, and ignited several barracks, forcing Lieutenant Colonel Vaser to lead the guards to put out the fire. Compared with the long-range shooting between the offensive and defensive sides, what makes Joan worry about the follow-up actions of the enemy? General Jumonville, riding a black horse, was commanding the troops to lay wooden tracks along the hillside, as if to push several heavy catapults onto the hill. If these dangerous siege equipments are really installed on the top of the mountain, they can throw stones to destroy the defending city walls, and even throw wooden barrels filled with alchemy powder directly into the city walls. 100 pounds of gunpowder exploded violently, causing much more destructive power than fireball. At that moment, the fall of the fortress of Nicaea entered the countdown. You must try to destroy the enemy's siege plan. The sense of crisis forced Joan to use his brain desperately to try to find a way to break the enemy. At first he wanted to fly past the catapult that destroyed the blue man, but from afar he saw a red figure hovering over the catapult position, so he had to dispel this idea with his own strength. He challenged the red-haired warlock Diego Antonioni to commit suicide. Joan did not dare to approach the airspace guarded by the red-haired warlock and had to retreat second, staring at the hill where the jackals were stationed to make an idea. After a little thought, he turned and flew back to the city, landing on a trebuchet. A soldier was standing next to the trebuchet, and since this section of the wall was not in the area attacked by the enemy, he stayed here to do nothing. He was hesitating whether to drop the trebuchet to help the wall opposite the jackal being shot, and suddenly saw a figure of a half-man and half-eagle descending, frightened back 2 steps, and then recognized himself as a master of the army, and quickly saluted. Joan waved his hand, beckoning him not to be too polite, and opened the door to ask, "Can we turn the trebuchet to the opposite and bombard the enemy hiding in the forest?" "Mr. Master, this is probably very difficult to do." The soldier's face was embarrassed. "The trebuchet is too bulky, it is very troublesome to carry it, and in order to prevent the trebuchet from shaking during the process of throwing ammunition and affecting the accurate head, it has been fixed to the position with wooden piles and iron chains. If you have to move the trebuchet, you must first. It will take at least half a day to untie the chain to complete the deployment again. If the enemy forces attack during this period, this section of the city wall will become very empty and may become a breakthrough point for the enemy forces." Joan nodded heavily, not surprised by his hardship. "I need a barrel of gunpowder. Do you have any here?" Yes. But this trebuchet is only equipped with 8 barrels of alchemy gunpowder." "How much do you need?" "All to me." Yes, please wait." The soldier hurried to the nearest ammunition depot. Joan looked to the opposite wall. The jackals on the hillside opposite were bowing and arrowing, and a thick wave of arrow rain was about to strike. At this time, your barracks were still burning, the flames were raging, and the smoke was spreading. If this wave of arrow rain falls, the officers and soldiers who are fighting the fire will have to fall. A few people. Joan resolutely flew into the air, hovering over the wall, and quickly made a series of casting gestures. Sure. A strong wind was summoned by Mage Joan in time, and the roaring airflow blew toward the arrows flying opposite, causing it to deviate from the original flight trajectory. Before falling close to the city head, they all fell down, splashing circles and ripples on the moat. The defenders on the city's head saw the scene and cheered in unison, and countless gratitudes and even adoring eyes turned towards the tall figure standing against the wind. Joan's face was still heavy. The strong wind generated by the wind-making technique lasts at most 1 minute. After that, the wind direction returns to normal, which is still unfavorable to oneself. The jackal can wait until the strong wind created by magic subsides before launching the offensive, but he cannot release wind making endlessly, and must find a countermeasure that can be done once and for all. The call from below interrupted Joan's thoughts, gathered his wings and landed, and saw the young soldier in charge of the catapult waving his hands, sweating with sweat. "Mr. Master, everything you want is ready. All here." Joan walked over and looked at it. There were 8 wooden barrels of wooden containers beside the trebuchet. A group of young soldiers were wiping sweat. It seemed that it took them a lot of effort to move these wooden barrels. Joan tried to lift a wooden barrel, which weighed hundreds of pounds. At his current strength level, he could barely lift 2 wooden barrels at the same time. However, under such a high load state, walking was very difficult. "Can't fly." "Mr. Master, beware. This thing is very dangerous. It will explode after a violent impact. The power is terrible." A soldier reminded. Joan nodded, gently lowered the cask, and began preparing for the spell. He first stimulated a Sidmani to transform a bundle of strong enough rope into an activated rope and dropped it on the ground. One end of the activation rope hangs up and creeps on the ground like a python, quickly tying all 8 gunpowder kegs together, each tied with a slip knot, which looks like a thick string of sausages. Joan then inspires 3 mythical powers, successively playing the mythical shield, mythical mage armor and mythical transformation of the giant that have been developed shortly before. The optimization results of these spells have perfectly fulfilled his expectations. The defense of mythical shield is 50% higher than that of ordinary shield, which has exceeded the level of tower shield and reached the level of shield wall. The defense power of mythical mage armor has doubled from the scale armor level to the full body plate armor level. With these two spell protections, and the natural defenses brought by the eagle feathers, Joan's comprehensive defense power has exceeded everyone on both sides of the battlefield, including those with tower shields and heavy armor. The function of mythology is to increase Joan's size by 4 times, and at the same time to increase the strength of 4 points. The Jordanheim Hawks had been more than 7 feet tall. At the moment, under the blessing of mythology, it expanded like an inflatable ball, and became a behemoth with a height of nearly 30 feet and a weight of more than 2,000 pounds. Almost flush with the outpost of the Nicene fortress, immediately attracted the entourage of the surrounding soldiers with amazed look. Chapter 403 Offensive and Defensive Warfare of Fort Nicene 3. Joan didn't want to be watched by others, spreading the 6-pointed star array under his feet, and quickly extracted 2 seed mana to bless himself with stealth. The fortress-like giant eagles disappeared, leaving only the shocking impression of the onlookers. After all the preparations were completed, Joan snapped his fingers and responded immediately with the activate rope, crawled over him, wrapped tightly around his waist, and tied himself with a knot. Joan spread her huge wings and dragged 800 pounds of alchemy powder slowly into the sky. The strong sense of weight makes him feel that his feet are light, and he tries his best to flap his wings to barely maintain the upward momentum. Fortunately, his weight limit has quadrupled with body size changes, plus the 4-point strength attribute given by mythology. It is not a problem to carry 8 gunpowder barrels. Joan knew he had only one chance, and if he was noticed by the enemy during the operation, it would be all over. In order to ensure success, he did his best to raise the flying height until he escaped into a dark cloud. Joan gasped for a moment, and looked around at the height of the sky, and found that the black-pressed cumulonimbus could not see the side at a glance, realizing that a thunderstorm might come at any time, and he was running out of time. He took a deep breath and leaned over to look at the ground. With a pair of sharp eagle eyes, find the hills lurking in the jackal core and gather the wings to dive down. Dipping at full speed under the drag of an 800-pound object, it puts a lot of pressure on Joan's body, and his eyes are almost full of blood, and the wind pressure is like a wall of invisible walls, which makes him feel tingling in his bones. It seems to be crushed. On the ground battlefield, Alpha, the Wolf Queen, is commanding the battle under the shade of the greenery she created. Suddenly, he noticed that the branches above his head were violently shaking, and a strange airflow was coming from high altitude. He looked up and his face suddenly appeared shocked. "Aha! Why are you this little bird again? Aren't you really afraid of death, and even voluntarily came to the old lady's trouble?" Mouth ridiculed. Alpha's hand was not slow, raised a javelin and blessed with 3 rings of natural magic lightning bombardment, intending to shoot down the eagle who swooped down from the sky. However, as the opponent approached, Alpha gradually realized that something was wrong. The eagle's figure suddenly became a lot bigger, and there were many wooden barrels hanging on his body. A terrible thought flashed quickly in his mind, and the grin on Alpha's face turned into horror. She didn't care about casting spells to attack the hawks, and turned back, shouting angrily at the rush, "Run!" Before the words fell, the Jackal Queen personally set an example. She pulled her legs down the hillside and flew lifelessly, daring not to return her head. Other jackals did not see through the invisibility, and did not understand why Her Majesty was so panicky. While looking at each other in a daze, Joan had swooped to a height of 100 yards above their heads, and suddenly inspired the magic stored in the activated rope. All the knots untied themselves, and 8 wooden barrels filled with a mixture of flaming glue and thunderstone fall out of invisibility, roll down and fall. The jackals on the hills still looked up, staring blankly at the barrel, and the next moment they were struck by a thunderous explosion. They were followed by violent shock waves and raging flames. Their thinking is always frozen at this moment. Joan unloaded the blasting barrel, and felt his body light, and quickly spread his wings to take off. The explosive roar coming from underneath my feet echoed especially in my ears. The hot airflow had already risen into the sky, mixing a lot of sand, gravel and broken branches into a mushroom cloud. The movement caused him to be pushed up into the air by the hot airflow without any effort. At a safe height, Joan took time to overlook his bombing achievements. The 800-pound alchemy powder that was just thrown is more destructive than he expected. It almost flattened the hills. The forest on the mountain has turned into a sea of fire. Countless vague figures struggled and wailed in the sea of fire. They were too late to escape the bombing site. Jackal Joan stared at High with a cold smile, and had no sympathy for the gangsters who were burned alive. George Vassar also noticed the changes on the opposite high ground, and after a moment of thinking, he realized that this must be a surprise from Joan. He immediately found Magni and ordered him to lead the Assay hunter to rush out of the fortress and take the opportunity to raid. The group of jackal robbers who had been driven down the hillside by the fire and had fallen into chaos. Magni also thought that this was a great opportunity to launch a counterattack, immediately summoned 200 Assay hunters, and under the cover of the billowing smoke from the opposite hill, quietly opened the city gate, and quickly whipped to the trees at the corner of the mountain to hide. Get up and wait patiently. Magni's troops didn't wait long, and there were loud noises, curses, coughs, rustling of weapons scraping branches, and footsteps from far and near. As our hunters hide in the leeward, they cover their mouth and nose with a gauze soaked in water, which enhances the concealment and effectively avoids the inhalation of choking smoke. Jackals who had escaped from the mountain were scared of the meticulous thoughts and were scared by the bomb that had just dropped in the air. They finally escaped from the sea of fire, with traces of burns left on them, light or heavy, stumbled along the top of the smoke-filled mountain, and they were coughed up with grey faces and smoked. Waiting for them to come to the door. Magni waited patiently for a large group of jackals to enter the ambush, before ordering the attack. The Assay hunter, who had already been ready to launch, almost released the full bowstring at the same time, and countless arrows screamed through the smoke barrier and penetrated the jackal. The screams were one after another, and little ripples fainted from the black smoke screen. Originally conducive to the wind direction of the jackals, turning their faces ruthlessly at this moment, turned them into nightmares. The strong wind scorched the scorching smoke from the face, blocking the sight of the jackal, and it was impossible to see where this wave of arrow rain came from, and it was impossible to make a targeted counterattack. Witnessing the companions next to them, one after another, these jackals who had just escaped from the fortunate life again felt that the footsteps of death were recalling in their ears, and they were immediately scared to explode the battalion. Alpha jumped onto a big tree and pulled his voice up to try to calm the panicked clan. However, the wolfman has never been a law-abiding creature, and the military discipline is a mess. At this moment, the chaotic nature is completely released under the stimulation of fear. Even if Alpha shouts to break his throat, it will not be able to reunite this scattered sand. What made Alpha so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood was the dense bush created by his spell, but now it became a bunker that the enemy ambush relied on to hide. Chapter 404 Offensive and Defensive Battle of Fort Nissi. 4 cold arrows continuously shot from the depths of the jungle, harvesting the life of the jackals. And the jackals who tried to escape from the battlefield were stumbled by the dense bushes and vines, and could not quickly withdraw from the ambush's range. As a result, they could only leave the enemy with a stumbling back that could be calmly aimed at, and fled one after another on the road. In fact, even Alpha himself had no time to take care of the lives of others. The footsteps of the forest quickly moved from far to near, making her suddenly realize that she had been stared at, and quickly shrank to hide in the canopy. Almost at the same time, several arrows passed by, startling her cold sweat. Doghead bitch, get me down. Magni lifted his battle axe to start the furious, roared and rushed up, splitting the tree where Alpha was living. The trunk groaned and fell to the side, and Alpha quickly leapt over and jumped off the crown. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she noticed that the Assay warrior threw up his tomahawk again. Damn madman, don't be an old lady to bully. Alpha gritted his teeth, Anger flared in his eyes. His wrist flicked out of the Chaos Hammer, and 3 hammers dragged the rattling chain to Magni. However, the opponent's left hand lifted, leather gloves flashed slightly, a large and thick steel shield appeared magically in his palm, all 3 chain hammers were blocked, and the right hand swiped the battle axe in the same direction, and the head was split. The attack distance of the chain hammer is farther than that of ordinary melee weapons. And there is also a short board that is unmatched by whip. Alpha has no time to catch the ball when it is shot down. He has to roll sideways with an agile skill and escape in a rather embarrassing way. Tomahawk hacking. The falling tomahawk hit the ground heavily, and suddenly a thunderous roar erupted, causing Alpha to buzz his ears and blacken in front of his eyes, almost fainting on the spot. And the subsequent shockwave knocked her to the ground and gnawed. Mouthful of mud. Cough. Yuck. Damn it. The Jackal Queen struggled and jumped up, looking at Magnus' eyes with amazement. Are you a madman, a barbarian or a paladin? If the opponent is a paladin, there is no way to explain why he can actively enter the furious state, and by making himself crazy, he can achieve the purpose of greatly improving the combat power. If it is said that the opponent is a barbarian warrior, why can he perform the unique magical technique of Paladin Thunder Slash in a violent state? This powerful and weird opponent made Alpha feel a little scared. Magni, trapped in a furious, just like a humanoid combat machine, ignored the question of the Jackal Queen, only to attack with a wild axe. Alpha became more and more frightened. This kind of fighting with brute force is too rough. She is particularly unfriendly to women of her slim figure. I am afraid I will suffer a lot if I continue to fight. Thinking so, Alpha flicked the chain hammer to block the battle axe, folded a series of dazzling flips backward, distanced from Magni, freed his hand to touch the magic collar, quickly disappeared and grabbed the mag before catching up. Turned and burrowed into the trees, quickly escaping from the battlefield. Rage is actually a kind of self-hypnotic meditation secret. People who fall into a violent state, without fear of pain, irritability and combativeness, their corresponding thinking ability will also decline. The Cord warrior like Magni is an exception, protected by God's grace, not only able to cast spells in a violent state, but also retaining most of his reason. Seeing the figure of Alpha disappearing out of thin air, she immediately guessed that she had performed invisibility, so she rushed up without Ashley, listening to the movements around her ears, to prevent the Jackal Queen from sneaking into herself under the cover of invisibility. After quietly observing for a moment, Magni confirmed that Alpha had quietly left, secretly relieved himself, and released the furious state, his face hard to hide his exhaustion. At this time, the jackals who had retreated from the highlands had braved the arrow rain of Azar Hunter to escape from the ambush zone, and there were only dozens of corpses in the scene. Magni wanted to lead his subordinates to the end, and suddenly Joan's voice came from his ear. Brother Magni, the regular Sea Blue Army is moving towards your area, so as not to fall into siege. Please lead the team to the fortress as soon as possible. Magni knew that this was Joan's discovery of the enemy's movements in the air, promptly issued a messaging technique to send a warning, and quickly blew the horn to summon the Asa hunting and riding, and raced back to his position. Joan was uneasy after sending a letter to Magni, and then cast a spell to report to Lieutenant Colonel Vaser on the battlefield. The Jackal Corps was ambushed by Azar Hunter, and suffered heavy casualties and escaped from the highlands. At the same time, General Zumengville led the regular Blue Army to meet the retreating jackals, and also tried to cut off Azar Hunter's retreat. General Jumanville's heirs consisted of 500 Navy cavalrymen. If they were overtaken by this mobile and impact force, it would be difficult for Magni's forces to get out of the beleaguered doom. George Vassar immediately responded to Joan's summons, and personally led the knights out of the city to meet Azar hunting. The 3 troops on the battlefield are racing against the Horster race. People on the ground are limited by their perspective and cannot know the exact dynamics of their opponents. The only thing they can do is to fight a little faster than their opponents. Kiawan spread his wings and soared into the sky, looking down on the vast land where the war was raging, like an outsider examining the chessboard and seeing the progress of the troops of all parties. If there are no other variables, Magni's troops will be overtaken by the Jumonville Corps before meeting with the Vaser Knights. Lieutenant Colonel Vaser can't survive but can only lead the troops into battle. A melee started outside the walls of the West Fortress. General Jumonville is willing to accept such an encounter in the wild, but for the Vaser Corps, which is at an absolute disadvantage and has lost the protection of the walls and fortresses, this is obviously not a good opportunity for a decisive battle. Even if Lieutenant Colonel Vaser was able to rescue Magni and his party eventually, he would have to pay a heavy casualty price. In the worst case, he might even be attacked by the enemy forces into the fort and be defeated. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly, and the advantage a few minutes ago suddenly turned into a disadvantage, which poses a great test to the experience and determination of the commanders of both sides. Despite his unwillingness, Joan had to admit that Louis Jumonville was well known as a famous Sibley general, and his commanding experience and decision-making were at least one level higher than all his own officers, including George Vassar. If the situation on the battlefield is allowed to evolve in accordance with its inherent laws, the fall of the fortress of Nice will be inevitable. At this moment of 100,000 anxiety, Joan knew he had to do something to try to reverse the unfavorable situation on the battlefield. There is no other way but to try it, Joan said to himself in his heart. Chapter 405 Offensive and Defensive Battle of Fort Nice 5. Joan quickly looked at the various blessing spells on his body. The spell effects can still be maintained for a period of time. He feels relieved, converges huge wings, and goes straight to the Sibley man's troops to dive down into the sky. The sudden airflow in the air caused General Jumonville to be alert. He drew the reins, and the black horse slowly slowed down, running towards the roadside highlands. General Jumonville waved his troops to move on, looking up at the rapidly expanding black figure in the air, frowning slightly. After a short observation, he made a series of skillful gestures, chanting the spell in a low voice, and the raging and magical power quickly gathered towards him. When the huge black shadow in the air was approaching within 500 feet of the ground, General Jumonville just sang the last start spell and waved a big fireball into the sky like a scorching sun. Joan saw the fireball coming head and quickly volleyed over. The tumbling fireball flew almost against the tip of the wing, exploding violently not far behind him. The radiant light and flame swallowed him, and the high-temperature air burned every inch of the skin. Fortunately, he evaded in time and was not directly hit by fireball. In addition, fire resistance enchantment absorbed most of the damage. Although the final burn was very painful, it was not fatal. Joan wiped his cold sweat and looked at the fireball in surprise. With sharp eagle eyes, he saw that it was General Jumonville who fired the fireball. How could a general wearing heavy armor release arcane? Joan was puzzled. Arcane spellcasters are not incapable of wearing steel armor, but heavy armor inevitably hinders spellcasting gestures, and even slightest errors in gestures may cause spellcasting failure. In addition, most of the arcane spellcasters have mediocre physical quality and have no time to participate in high-intensity military training. It is difficult to wear armor and even walk, not to mention horseback charging, so most arcane spellcasters prefer light cloth or close-fitting soft armor. General Jumonville in shiny armor refreshed Joan's cognition. After a short period of confusion, he speculated that the opponent might be an Arc Knight. The extraordinary career of Arc Knight is not mainstream in the Alfheim region, and its ability to cast spells is not as good as that of professional arcane spellcasters such as Mage and Warlock. Very comprehensive. While thinking, Joan had dropped to a height of 100 feet above the ground, causing the ground blue cavalry to be alert, looking up at the sky, and some people pulled out crossbows from the saddlebag, intending to shoot at him. Joan had already blessed the anti-sword enchantment ahead of time. For the time being, he didn't have to worry about shooting from the ground. More importantly, General Jumonville began to cast a spell again. This time, a flash of flashing electric current gathered in his palm. Seeing this scene, Joan immediately guessed that he would release the lightning beam. This 3-ring spell has the same lethality as Fireball, but it has stronger penetrating power, and it only has fire resistance enchantment on its body, but it has not been prepared in advance to protect against electric shock. If you are hit by a lightning bolt, even if you are not killed on the spot, you can't escape and fall seriously. Below is the large enemy force. Once it falls, if you are lucky, you will have a chance to be a prisoner. If you are unlucky, wait for it to be chopped into meat sauce. You can't let him release the lightning beam. Joan summoned the Mage Assault palm at the fastest speed, remotely controlled the magically condensed translucent giant palm, and volleyed at General Jumanville. The normal size of Mage strikes the palm is similar to the human body, with a height of 6 feet and a width of about 3 feet. Joan's body size at this time was 4 times larger under the influence of mythology, and the master's attack on the palm also expanded 4 times. The length of the palm reached 24 feet, and the width reached 12 feet. Sunlight shines through the translucent giant palm with glass texture, reflecting the magnificent and terrifying colorful light. Seeing the magic hand that was falling down, General Jumanville couldn't help but change his complexion, hurriedly interrupted the spell casting, and urged the horse to rush down the slope. Boom! The magic giant reshot the hillside where General Jumanville had just placed. The earthquake shook and the dust was flying. The black horse's hissing long Naruto stood up, almost overturned by the shockwave transmitted by the ground. The destructive power exerted by Joan's remote control is closely related to Joan's own power attributes and body shape. Under the action of sport spelt and mythology, Joan's strength at this time was increased to 16, including the additional 4 points of strength provided by Mage Assault palm. The final strength attribute is 20. The strength of 20 points is almost the level of a gorilla. Compared with ordinary humans, it is indeed tough, but it will not cause such a terrible momentum at the moment. The reason why the rock cracked and dusted in the palm of your hand was because the destructive power of Mage's Assault on the palm was also proportional to Joan's size. If the gorilla evolved into a 4-fold increase in body size and a 64-fold weight, even if the power attribute remained unchanged, it would become a terrifying King Kong beast. In the same way, Joan's Mage strikes the palm quadrupled, so the grip strength per square foot soared to 5,400 pounds, which is far beyond the level of the gorilla, which is equivalent to the bite force of a giant shark. After volleying the magical giant palm, and after the leveling of the mound, Joan realized that General Jumanville had urged the horse to flee, and then pulled back the giant palm, and turned to the group of sea blue cavalry who was staring at the hillside looking at the huge palm mark. Boom! The magic giant palm fell again, and the 4 sea blue cavalrymen who had no time to dodge were shot into meat patties by Joan's slap, and blood and sorrow burst through the fingers. Joan pulled up his giant palms expressionlessly and swept the situation, knocking the stunned sea blue people around a large area, and fell to the horse's back, and was injured to varying degrees. The blow from the air caused the Sea Blue Corps to fall into chaos, forced to stop marching, and scattered to avoid the deadly giant palms that occasionally fell from the sky. Joan waved 10 palms in a row, killing and injuring no fewer than 30 Navy soldiers in total, successfully helped as a hunter to gain valuable retreat time, and rushed to reunite the Vasa Corps before the enemy caught up and withdrew to Nigeria. The fortress of Sissi. After completing the mission of covering the retreat of friendly forces, Joan withdrew the magic palm and fluttered his wings to fly into the sky. At this time, the Navy cavalry had calmed down from the chaos caused by the initial attack, and raised their crossbows to shoot at the sky. If Joan did not retreat, the Ancient enchantment would be exploded by arrows hit by raindrops. However, it was not easy for Joan to leave, and suddenly a hot air blew behind him, causing him a strong sense of crisis. After a quick glance, Joan vaguely saw a fiery figure flying through the sky at an amazing speed, clearly chasing himself. Chapter 406 Offensive and Defensive Warfare of Fort Nissi. Joan recognized the person who was chasing himself. It was the red-haired warlock Diego Antonioni, but his image at the moment looked different from the past and seemed very strange. While flying at high speed, Antonioni also sprayed a blazing flame at his feet, and his body also expanded rapidly. In a blink of an eye, he was transformed from a young man of medium size into a giant. Even his skin color changed completely, from bronze to brick red. Every pore in the body was violently emitting hot black smoke. His eyes were like embers of carbon fire, and a pair of demonic black horns grew on both sides of his forehead. What monster is that? Looking stunned at the red giant opposite him, Joan couldn't help but numb for a while. At first he thought it was the product of a transforming spell, but the cloud of smoke rising under the opponent's feet quickly reminded him of an illustration in the Book of Vale's Monsters Elemental Biology. That's right, Antonioni has now turned into a fire giant native to the plane of fire elements. The dueling family occasionally wander into the main material world, and for some reason, they often live in oil lamps or copper bottles and fall asleep until they are awakened by people who pass by accidentally. Just as the kind-winded giant spirit is also known as the land god, it always helps his human friends generously within the scope of his ability, and the fiery and evil fire giant spirit is also known as Fine Monster. If someone accidentally releases them from the sealed copper bottle, the reward will be cruel torture and cruelty. Joanne now finally understands that Diego Antonioni's warlock bloodline originated from the fire giants. The form he exhibited at the moment is not a magic shape, but the power of the fire giant bloodline from the body, and the temporary return to the ancestor has become a genuine fire giant. Joanne didn't want to fight against this fire-breathing monster. He hurriedly remotely controlled the Mage Assault Palm to the fire giant who was chasing after him, trying to drive him back. Unfortunately, Antonioni's combat experience and spellcasting ability are better than him. The giant palm of the sky has not fallen, and a circle of shining teleportation has risen at the foot of the fire giant. The tall body disappears in the any gate, easy dodge the Mage Assault Palm slap. In the next moment, the fire giant sent directly to Joan, and greeted him with a fist in a laugh. Children, don't cry your nose when you get beaten. Joan was too late to cast a spell at this time. Fortunately, the boxing technique he worked hard under Thomas' guidance in the past 6 months came to a useful moment. When he saw Antonioni's boxing posture, he concluded that this was just a trick. The real blow came from after the right fist. Joan turned his head slightly, opened Antonioni's jab with a calm face, then crossed his arms and pressed down, promptly holding the opponent's right uppercut. The strong impact made him feel numb in his arms, and his body was lifted up with fists. Joan grabbed Antonioni's right arm tightly, kicked his stomach with his leg, and the two giants wrestled fiercely in the air. In this melee, Joan's blessing of mythology is more dominant than the fire giant, but the power is obviously inferior to the other party. What's more terrible is that the fire giant's high-temperature steam from the pores of the body is constantly burning Joan's fire resistance enchantment. In this way, Joan's fire resistance enchantment will run out of magic power and will collapse on its own within 2 minutes. After that, the high temperature radiated by Antonioni's body will directly burn Joan's body, igniting fluffy and flammable feathers. Can't get entangled like this anymore. Joan gritted his teeth and took a hard punch to take Antonioni's fist, holding back the pain of Venus. His face was close to the other person's head, and a pale gloss with negative energy quickly appeared in his left eye. He was about to release the weak rays to reduce the strength of the other party, so as to gain an advantage in the fight. A sudden thunder thundered overhead, and the dark clouds that had accumulated all day long finally turned into pouring rain. The thunderstorm came too suddenly, and Joan's eagle man was wet with feathers and was uncomfortable. Antonioni's charcoal scorching skin was drenched in rain, snorted, steam rose, and his complexion quickly turned from deep red to greenish gray, like a burning tongue that was thrown into the pool and soaked. The sudden rainstorm had a negative impact on both sides of the fierce battle. Joan's wet wings are not conducive to flight, and Antonioni is more hindered. Fire giant spirit is naturally afraid of the cold and very disgusted with the wet environment. Fighting in the rain, his strength will be greatly reduced. Lucky your kid. Antonioni slammed Joan and wiped his wet hair, glaring at him unwillingly. Thanks to the blessing of the ghost weather, you retrieve a life. It will not be easy to let you off next time. Joan didn't make a sound, and watched Antonioni's smoky figure go away quickly until it disappeared in the depths of the rain curtain, slowly spit out a turbid breath, tried his best to flap his heavy wings, and dragged his tired body back to the fortress of Nicaea. The torrential rain forced the offensive and defensive parties on the battlefield to temporarily truce, and each withdrew to the camp. Diego Antonioni relieved his blood power, changed from a fire giant to his normal form, landed next to General Jumonville, took a dry towel from Alpha, and wiped his long hair wet with rain. Diego, that little mage has been entangled with you for so long, and it didn't fall. It really surprised me, Alpha said with emotion. Antonioni nodded gently, his face serious. The enemy's entourage mage, on the surface, is just a small 3rd level mage, but he has an incredible number of spell slots, and he has mastered many weird spells that I have never seen before. Its strength is far beyond the level of the mage. It is simply a monster. I have to admit that we underestimated the strength of the enemy. Today's battle has really suffered a lot. Alpha scratched his head and smiled. My people were first bombed, then ambushed by the enemy, and finally less than 2/3 of the troops were safely withdrawn. Louis, how many casualties did we have? Antonioni asked General Jumonville, who was staring at the rain outside his account. The total number of casualties is nearly 100, of which 33 were killed. General Jumonville responded blankly. It is indeed a terrible loss, but unfortunately it has not caused the same heavy blow to the enemy. Antonioni sighed. Even according to the most optimistic estimates, the total number of casualties paid by the enemy in today's battle will not exceed 100, and they have a home advantage. The injured officers and soldiers can get timely treatment and thoughtful care in the fortress. Compared to below, the situation on our side is much worse. The wounded soldiers have to lie in a rainy tent to endure torture of moisture and cold. Chapter 407 Battleship from Black Castle. The situation is indeed not very optimistic. Diego, Alpha, guess when this rain will clear? General Jumonville digressed abruptly. I'm afraid it will still rain tonight. Maybe it will be clear tomorrow, but what about that? Will you continue to attack the city? Alpha asked. Of course. If this is still the case today, I don't want to take the lead. The thought of the lost troops, the Jackal Queen couldn't help but feel sad. It all depends on the weather. General Jumonville said thoughtfully, I hadn't expected to be able to easily capture the enemy fortress. The current setbacks are not enough, and the real factors affecting the outcome of the war are still did not arrive, but it was very close. Louis, what are you suggesting? Antonioni was confused. Nothing. Louis Jumonville smiled weirdly. Let's pray for the weather to clear up. Diego, Alpha, as long as the sun rises tomorrow, the enemy will usher in the end. Antonioni and Alpha glanced at each other, not knowing what medicine was sold in General Jumonville's gourd. Perhaps the prayer of General Jumonville really touched a certain god. The sky cleared early the next morning and the bright sun shone on the ground. The blood on the battlefield had been washed away by rain, but the air was still filled with the breath of killing and death. General Jumonville ascended the hill near the command post early in the morning and looked out to the south. Antonioni couldn't resist curiosity and came over and asked, Louis, what are you waiting for? Waiting for our reinforcements. General Jumonville pointed in the direction of the Brass Pass. If nothing happens, we will be there this morning. Reinforcement? Antonioni was taken aback. You have transferred the troops left behind at Dukenberg. Of course it was not that unit. Dukenberg's defense could not be relaxed, and even if the 200 cavalry were transferred, the battle could not be changed. General Jumonville shook his head with a smile. Since you don't transfer troops from Fort Duquesne, where else can you call for reinforcements in a hurry? Antonioni frowned. Hurry? General Jumonville glanced at his friend lightly. When did I do things hurriedly? Okay. The wise general, even if you expected to have today's predicament before going out, and prepared a reinforcement in advance. Who are they and where are they fighting? It was the mercenary group I invited. They came from the shore of Lushaw Lake to join the battle. Don't make a fuss. Do you think I'm an idiot? Lushaw Lake is 500 miles away from here. Unless you inform the opponent 1 month in advance, you will be too late to rush to the battlefield even if you urge the horse to speed day and night. They don't ride horses, but go by boat. General Jumonville's lips twitched and his eyes flashed an imperceptible joy. Look, their warship is about to call the port. Just kidding is enough. Antonioni was intolerable and was about to get angry, and a whistle suddenly came from his ear. Looking back in amazement, I saw that the mouth of the Broken Tooth Valley was flying, and a giant brass ship made of brass was flying against the surface. A towering mast lifts a dark sail, and a translucent golden magic air cushion is filled between the ship's side and the ground, as if the golden waves tumbling and surging around the huge hull make this magical magic warship in sailing freely on land is like driving smoothly on the blue sea. My God, isn't this true? Louis, you even invited the Blackfort Mercenary Corps. Antonioni couldn't help but exclaim. Don't you know how greedy the group of fire giants are? Unless you can take out 100 pounds of gold, don't you want to call the Lord of Black Castle Belester? I did invite Bester. Unexpectedly, at this moment he was sitting on the magic ship Sibrani. Louis Jumonville looked at the brass battleship approaching the barracks with interest. I have long heard that Lord Belester has a warship capable of navigating on land, used to carry the Fire Giant mercenary regiment under his command to fight for the South. If we also have such a ship, how good a warship should be. It will be very convenient for troops to march. Don't daydream as soon as possible. Antonioni interrupted his fantasy coldly. Magic battleship Sibrani is the legacy of the ancient giant civilization. The magical technique of manufacturing this land-based battleship has long been lost. Bester is only the heir of this ancient heritage, but he has no ability to create the first two same magic warships. In the old continent, the military institutions of major powers also considered rediscovering this lost shipbuilding technology. However, after a thorough demonstration, experts in the field of military industry in various countries reached a consensus it is time-consuming and laborious to restore the technology of land-based ships. It is better to design and manufacture a more advanced large magic airship. That's also true. General Jumonville turned and walked down the hill. Diego, notify Alpha and accompany me to greet the guests. Wait. Louis, you haven't answered my question just now. Antonioni quickly caught up. What's the problem? General Jumonville asked without looking back. What are you going to use to hire Bester's mercenary team? You know, our military spending is very tight. I'm afraid we can't get enough gold to fill the greedy appetite of this mercenary leader. You don't have to worry about it. I accidentally got a sheepskin scroll. This thing is of little value to me and my army, but it is enough to make Bester tempted. Otherwise he would not be bothered to drive the boat far away. A trip. General Jumonville turned his horse and urged the horse to trot towards the magical warship steadily sailing over the sand and the waves. On the way, he was caught by Antonioni and Alpha on horseback. The three of them rode side by side, and soon came to the huge brass-clad warship. The magic warship Sibrani sounded the loud whistle again, slowly decelerated, and finally parked outside the camp of the Jumonville Corps. This large ship sailing on the sand attracted almost all the officers and soldiers of the Sea Blue, and each pair of eyes was full of surprise and curiosity. At the same time, Joan's eagle was also attracted by the whistle. Peeping down from high altitude, his eyes followed the straight marks left by the jet of high-pressure airflow along the way of Squiblini, and traced this magical ship all the way. Surprise and uneasiness were intertwined in his heart. After a short period of consternation, Joan recovered in time and quickly performed Windstorm to inform Lieutenant Colonel Vauser of the wonders he saw, reminding him to prepare for the arrival of the enemy's reinforcements. Chapter 408 Fire Giant Mercenary on the ground. including General Jumonville. Everyone's attention was attracted by this big ship sailing from the remote Quicksand Lake in the south. I didn't pay attention to the sky, and a pair of sharp eyes stared at myself. In fact, this is irrelevant. Now that the warships from Black Castle have arrived on the battlefield, it is only a matter of time before the fall of the fortress of Nicey. No matter how thorough the intelligence work on the side of Alfheim can't change this destiny. After the magic warships stopped, a handrail was dropped on the starboard side. A group of fire giant samurai dressed in black armor and sloping giant swords disembarked in sequence along the escalator. These aborigines from the southern volcanic area of Muspelheim were the giant fire mercenaries specially invited by General Jumonville. The color and eyes of the fire giant are dark red like carbon fire, and the hair is mostly bright orange, with an average height of 16 feet and a weight of more than 7,000 pounds. In contrast, even if the human soldiers on the opposite side are riding on horseback, they are barely flush with the waist of the fire giant, and their weight is 30 to 40 times different. The difference between the comparison is like a strong man for young children. It is no wonder that the giant mercenaries showed a hint of contempt in the eyes of the group of dwarfs. Fire giants naturally love hot environments, and most of them live in volcanic areas where lava flows. Their special physique ensures that they will not be scalded even if they take off their clothes and bathe in lava. Out of love for flame and steel, the fire giants generally have two traditions. One is advocating forging craftsmanship, especially good at building armor and weapons. The second is advocating martial spirit, and, based on such a national tradition, the widely respected class in the Huo society is the craftsman who creates weapons and a warrior who uses weapons. If they do not work as blacksmiths, they will serve as mercenaries. The aristocrats who are at the top of the ranks in the Hulk society mostly have superior talents in the two fields of artisan and warrior. They can forge exquisite armor and sharp swords with a pair of clever hands, and they can also, when necessary, equip your forged armor and weapons to fight the enemy. Otherwise it will be difficult to convince the crowd. The fire giants have passed on from generation to generation not only the superb craftsmanship, but also the prestigious martial arts. Unlike other low-order giants who advocate primitive wildness such as Frosty Giant and Hill Giant, fire giants advocate order and are extremely self-disciplined. With natural strength, even without professional training, is enough to bully other weak races. However, the fire giant regards this concept of unpredictable and old-fashioned as depravity and shame. All fire giants, men and women, must regularly participate in militarization training from the beginning of their memories. They have been practicing their martial arts for many years. At the same time, they have been instilled in the barracks the thought of unconditionally obeying military discipline and unconditionally executing superior orders. Most of the fire giant warriors who came out of the scout training camp like this have become a tool of war for 1,000 people. Siege and destroy the high-efficiency machines that kill and plunder. There are more than 300 such war tools under the command of the Lord of the Black Castle, Bylester, and a third of them followed him on a magic warship to the Brass Pass to accept the employment of General Jumonville. 100 fire giant mercenaries got off the battleship, and separated into two teams guarding on both sides of the ramp, squinting expressionlessly, like a group of cast iron statues. At this time, heavy footsteps came from the deck, and a tall and burly figure appeared on the escalator. This person is taller than other fire giants, also wearing black steel breastplates, but not wearing a helmet, with a hair color of gold and red, as if the rising sun is shining. I don't know whether it is intentionally burned or born. Every hair, they are all curled like springs, draped over their shoulders, fluttering in the wind, quite chic. This fire giant mercenary leader who claims to be the Lord of the Black Castle has been in Muspelheim for half a century. The lifespan of the fire giant is much longer than that of humans, and it can live to about 350 years on average, so it is difficult to speculate its age through appearance. If it is measured by human standards, Bester looks no more than 30 or 40 years old. His angular face is filled with a fiery red bushy beard, giving the impression of being savage and wild and energetic. "I didn't expect you to come in person, Your Excellency Billister." "It was a great honor." General Jumonville greeted the gangway and bowed his greetings. Bile proudly nodded his head, and the following words showed anxiety in his heart. "Lord General, did you bring that good thing we said?" "Of course, Your Excellency." "Please." General Jumonville took a sheepskin scroll from the storage bag and passed it. The Lord of the Fire Giant stretched out his hand and seemed to be worried that his scorching body temperature would damage the scroll. Then he withdrew his hand again, took out a pair of black gloves woven from some unknown material and put it on to isolate the body temperature. Afterwards, he took the scroll and unfolded it carefully. The sheepskin scroll is about a foot wide, and it is particularly small in the giant palm of the fire giant. Billister took a closer look at the map depicted on the scroll, his eyebrows clenched, and his eyes were angry. "General Jumonville, why is this map only half? The other half is here with me. When you help me destroy the fortress, you will get all the maps of the Fafnir cave. Then you can go to the depths of the Nittite desert and look for the ancient magic dragon guard treasure." General Jumonville replied quietly. The mercenary leader snorted with a sneer and pressed down with displeasure, turned to look at the fortress on the hill pointed out by General Jumonville. His eyes changed from curiosity to contempt. "Your Excellency, you invited us far away, just to demolish this poor ... I don't bother to call it a fortress, at best it is just a shack. That fortress may be vulnerable in your eyes, but yesterday it caused a lot of trouble for my troops." General Jumonville smiled bitterly. "My Excellency Bester, I heard that the fire giant mercenaries are the best at siege. In your experience, how long will it take to take down the fortress where the enemy troops are stationed?" Antony only couldn't help but interject. Bester smiled sneerly and didn't answer his question, as if he thought it was too naive to be taken seriously. Calling a mercenary, he whispered a few words, and then turned back to General Jumonville. "The next thing will be handed over to my men. If you are willing to help, collect some stones suitable for throwing. The weight is preferably about 100 pounds. If you are too lazy to intervene, go back to sleep." Chapter 409 Siege. Your Excellency Bester. General Jumonville wanted to speak, but was interrupted impatiently by the Lord of the Black Castle. "If there is anything else, Lord General, just talk to my Lieutenant Nolfer. The ghost weather in this place is cold and humid, and it often rains, which is really unbearable." Billister lazily. A yawn. "Sorry, I have to take a nap on the boat. I'm out of company first." General Zmenggville watched the tall back of the mercenary leader ascend the gangway and shook his head helplessly. Billister's arrogant attitude made him unhappy. Fortunately, the 100 mercenaries under Bester were kind to him and very dedicated. After receiving the siege order, he immediately took action. With the assistance of the Sea Blue officers and soldiers, collect stones on the spot as siege ammunition. Large stones weighing more than 100 pounds are hard for ordinary people to hold with both hands. The tall fire giant can easily pick up with just 2 fingers, throwing and playing as if picking up an apple. This magical power not only makes the people in the camp deeply admired it, and they also terrified the defenders across the fortress of Nicey, and gave an ominous hunch to the fire giant's next move. People's hunches soon evolved into real disasters. The fire giant mercenary packed the collected stones into a large pocket that he carried with him. He dragged a 1,000-pound pocket in his right hand, and on his left, he held a giant tower shield commensurate with his body. The main entrance is advancing. Lieutenant Colonel Vaser has learned from the windstorming sent by Joan that the fire giant mercenary regiment joined the enemy camp, personally rushed to command the officers and soldiers to defend the city, and observed the huge red-skinned figures through the telescope. The army attacked with ballistas, bows and arrows, and slingshots to stop the group of fire giants from approaching the city walls. At this time, the fire giant mercenaries are still more than 300 yards away from the city wall. At this distance, the arrows launched by ordinary bows and crossbows are difficult to threaten them. Occasionally 1 or 2 arrows are shot on the body and are also ejected by the heavy armor. As for the catapults and blisters, the range and power are enough to kill the fire giants. However, these large devices are usually used to deal with the same bulky and large siege equipment. By comparison, the fire giants are not large enough as targets. Moreover, the fire giant is far more flexible than equipment such as siege vehicles. In the face of the giant crossbow or rock shot from the head of the city, either flash to avoid, or use a shield to block, like a mobile fortress. Under the rain of arrows the falling stone moved on, and soon approached 200 yards from the city wall. Beale's Lieutenant Nava blew his horn, and the 100 giant fire mercenaries stopped. He dropped his large pocket full of stones, and with his hands he grabbed the steel giant shield and struck the ground. The giant tower shield dedicated to the fire giant has a cone shape at the lower end and is deeply buried in the sand. The shield is equipped with a bracket on the inside, which can be folded and hidden normally. At this moment, the bracket has been expertly opened by the fire giant mercenaries to provide a stability for the shield's support point. When all the 100 giant shields were fixed, a sloping shield wall was formed on the battlefield, providing an impenetrable bunker for the fire giant mercenaries, blocking the arrows and stones thrown by the opposing defenders. The fire giant mercenary hid behind the shield wall, and the detective took out a 100-pound rock from his pocket. Without hurrying to throw it, he held it in his palm and waited for a few seconds until the burning magic in his body was inspired and injected into the palm through his fingertips. The stones, which burned the originally cold rocks red like coals, were thrown out. Throwing stones is the housekeeping skill of all fire giant mercenaries who have been practicing hard since childhood. The stones thrown by their hands are not only heavy, but also as accurate as their eyes. They are all firmly locked on the blisters and trebuchets erected on the opposite wall. The burning stones, like meteorites, whizzed around with suffocating heat waves. The stone projectile hit the burlister and the catapult, and at the same time destroying the equipment. It also broke apart on its own, turning into countless burning debris, splashing, igniting the surrounding defenders, and screaming and falling down. The defending soldiers who were splashed, struggled to roll over and tried to extinguish the flames on their bodies. Inside and outside the city walls were bombarded by artillery, and the chaotic scene was terrible. After a round of stone-throwing attacks by the fire giant mercenary corps, a complete ballista or catapult was no longer visible on the wall opposite the wall. All the artillery shells thrown by the fire giant were accurately blasted. The garrison has not yet restored order, and the fire giant mercenaries have again lifted stones infused with scorching magic and launched the second round of throwing. This time, they directly destroyed the city walls. After a round of earth-shaking roars, a series of cobweb-like cracks appeared on the concealed wall of the defending army, only one step away from the collapse. The fire giant mercenary is like 100 humanoid turrets without emotion. The crumbling wall in front of me, as well as the panic and despair of the small and weak human soldiers behind the wall, could not arouse the slightest pity in their hearts. Still grabbing the stones step by step, injecting magic power to bake until they were red, and then throwing it leisurely and unhurriedly go out. The boulder dashed across the sky like a fiery meteor, and finally smashed into the city wall 200 yards. It burst into a scorching shrapnel that burst into the sky, knocking down the defender on the wall and igniting it. Most of them were killed on the spot. Faced with such a fierce offensive, George Vaza felt powerless and had to order the defenders to evacuate the city walls, trying to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. In such a situation, the city wall is destined to be untenable. After the fourth round of bombing by the fire giant mercenaries, the city gate and the surrounding walls collapsed unexpectedly. At the moment, the fortress of Nicaea, like a girl with her skirt removed, was exposed naked to the enemy. The troops that were originally standing in front of the city wall withdrew like a low tide into the fort. Although all the defending officers and soldiers, including Lieutenant Colonel Vaser, have fallen into deep despair at this time, what can they do besides sticking to this final position? General Nalva, deputy head of the Black Fort Mercenary Corps, once again sounded the marching horn. The fire giant mercenary at the forefront, after hearing the news, put away the tower shield and marched forward. Blocked in front of them is a trench with irrigation. This kind of fortification to stop human beings is nothing but a shallow stream for tall fire giants. They wandered over easily and continued to advance towards the collapsed city gate. The horn of Nava sounded for the third time, and the fire giant mercenaries stopped collectively. They set up a shield wall right in front of the broken wall, took materials from the place, grabbed the fragments of the wall and used it as a cannonball, injected the talent magic power into a semi-melted lava, and threw it hard, hitting this less than 100 yards away. West Fortress. Numerous hot stones hit the sky, smashing the wooden whistle tower at the top of the fortress, and then fragile doors and windows. The fortress itself was also hit hard one after another, and the thick stone wall shivered under the fierce attack of the fire giant, and cracks appeared. The violently shaking ceiling seemed to collapse at any time. Chapter 410 Final Decision 1. After being bombarded by fire giants, the dust inside the fortress of Nice flew, and the roar almost deafened people's ears. The officers and soldiers hiding in the fortress, filled with fear and despair, can drive people alive crazy. Some young officers and soldiers, unable to bear such great mental pressure, suddenly picked up their weapons and screamed out of the door. Rather rush out to fight with the fire giant, rather than be buried alive in this fortress that will collapse and collapse. It's a pity that their strength can't be matched with courage. Just after rushing out of the gate of the fortress, they were knocked down by the oncoming boulders, adding a cruel color to this catastrophe. In just 5 minutes, the fire giant's mercenary regiment has launched 3 rounds of bombing on the fortress of Nice. This fortress, which took more than half a month to build, is indeed strong. Unfortunately, it is still too fragile in the face of countless meteorites. If it continues to withstand the fire giant's bombardment, it will collapse completely for a maximum of 10 minutes. Officers and soldiers hiding in the fortress will also escape the doom of burial. Joan is also in the fort at the moment. As a member of the defending army, he is also desperate. He deeply feels how small human beings are in the face of powerful creatures such as fire giants, as vulnerable as ants. Of course, compared to those who have no way around, his situation is not so helpless. If the fortress can't escape after all, at least he can use spells to escape. Joan is not too worried about his survival. What makes him feel at a loss is a difficult multiple-choice question. When the fortress falls, if you still have the power to rescue your comrades from the trap, who should rescue first? Joan had to face the cruel reality. With his spellcasting ability, he can rescue up to 4 or 5 people from being trapped at the same time. Compared with all the comrades trapped in the fortress, this is only an 100% chance of life, and to whom these precious places are allocated is entirely up to him decide. Joan suddenly felt angry and funny. It's funny because at the juncture of a catastrophe, you actually have the opportunity to play the savior, which is really ridiculous. He felt angry because his savior was not capable of saving all sentient beings. He could only save a few lives while saving his own life. No matter who he chooses to rescue, the majority is always abandoned. The fact that he was forced to abandon those comrades in arms and pains was destined to leave unhealable wounds in his heart, which made him deeply feel that all human suffering is essentially anger at his incompetence. Just when Joan was entangled in the mood, there was a roar outside the window, and the sky darkened. At first, he thought it was the sound of the fire giant throwing stones at the fortress, but the tide from the window made him quickly realize that this was not the case. The autumn sun was covered by overcast clouds, with lightning flashes and thunder as a guide, and the rainstorm followed. This sudden thunderstorm delayed the fall of the fortress of Nice. The fire giant mercenaries do not like to fight in the rain. In a humid environment, their body temperature will drop sharply, their bodies will become dull due to cold and humidity, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. General Nalva noticed a sudden change in the weather, immediately blew his horn, summoned the frontline mercenaries to withdraw before the heavy rain fell, and hid in the cabin of the magic ship Sibrani to avoid the rain. Continue to fight. General Zemengville was not satisfied with the practice of choosing the pick after half the battle of the fire giant mercenaries. However, the other party insisted on waiting until King to fight again, and he could do nothing. He had to order his troops to move forward, surrounding the Nissi fortress, which had lost its walls and guards, and left a lone city, in case the enemy troops would break through the rain. General Jumonville's arrangements were indeed prescient. Shortly after the withdrawal of the Fire Giant Mercenary Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Vaser found Major Green, Magni and Joan, and proposed the idea of breaking through the rain. Everyone thinks this is the only chance to get out of trouble. Once the rain stops, it will be too late to break through. Unfortunately, General Jumonville acted faster than them. Lieutenant Colonel Vaser and Magni led the Knights and Azar Hunter separately to break through. However, as soon as the troops left the fortress, they hit the Shanghai Blue Cavalry and the Jackals. The side of the breakout is at a disadvantage in terms of strength and morale, coupled with the heavy rain that hinders the vision. The muddy battlefield makes the breakout difficult. After a short and fierce encounter, the two forces led by Vaser and Magni failed to break through and were forced to withdraw to the Nissi fortress. Joan did not participate in the breakout. If he wants to go, he can go at any time. Before leaving, he also wanted to repair the fortress destroyed by the fire giant as much as possible. Unfortunately, the fortress was too heavily damaged, and exhausting the energy of the stone wand only repaired the cracks on the ceiling. Joan knew his work didn't make much sense. The results of the hard repairs are no match for the giant fire who threw a few stones, but at least the ceiling is now leak-free, and wounded soldiers lying on the fortress floor can be less punished. The sound of horseshoes came from outside the window, and the failed troops were forced to withdraw. Joan clearly felt that the morale had fallen to the bottom of the trough after the troops suffered repeated blows, and the air in the fortress was almost frozen. Many young officers and soldiers have lost the courage to continue fighting. The trembling palms are unable to hold the sword. They can only grab the hip flask and use alcohol to ease the fear of failure and death. In this desperate atmosphere awaiting execution, Joan heard familiar footsteps behind him. Looking back, Dick came over. The right arm of the bandage was bleeding, and the pale face was very haggard. Joan, Lieutenant Colonel invites you to a command post. Okay, I'll go by now. Joan patted Dick's shoulder and wanted to say something encouraging, but he didn't even say a word. Joan hurried up to the second floor of the fortress and walked all the way, with a cool whizzing overhead. The ceiling on the second floor was already incomplete, and wind and rain poured in through the cracked gap, and Joan had to pull up his cloak and hood to cover the wind and rain. The office door was half open, and Joan walked in, seeing George Vaser standing in front of the broken window with his back to the door, looking at the rain curtain outside the window. His lonely back made him feel sad. He walked behind the lieutenant colonel and asked softly, "Mr. Vaser, what are you doing with me?" Lieutenant Colonel Vaser turned around. The pipe in his hand had been destroyed by the rain, but he didn't realize it, and nodded tiredly to Joan, beckoning him to sit down. "Now the situation of the troops. I don't need to say that you are all in your eyes. The fall of Fort Nissi is irreparable. How long we can support depends only on how long it will rain." Lieutenant Colonel Vaser sighed and sat in his armchair, exhausted, speechless for a long time. Chapter 411 The Final Decision 2 I received the information you sent back this morning. I should have taken the opportunity to abandon the Fort Nissi and lead the troops to retreat. Unfortunately, I failed to make a correct decision in time, which caused the troops to be in desperation. Now I can't go if I want to go. In the sigh of Lieutenant Colonel Vaser, there was a trace of regret. "Mr. Vaser, this can't blame you all." Joan tried to comfort. "We all don't know enough about the fire giants. Who would have thought that the destructive power of the stones they threw before the battle started?" As far as the situation at the time was concerned, sticking to the fortress was undoubtedly the surest decision. If you retreat without a fight and easily abandon the fortress we built at a huge cost, it will only be questioned and opposed by all the officers and men. It doesn't make sense to say this now. George Vaza couldn't hide his frustration. Facts have proved that my previous self-confidence was very ridiculous. Now the fortress can't be kept, and the breakout has also failed. After 2 days of battle, we have killed more than 200 people, and the remaining troops are less than half of the enemy. Continue to fight. It must be the end of the whole army. He could only speak to Joan with these frustrated words, and he still had to calm down in front of his subordinates. If we can insist on the arrival of Lieutenant Colonel Anderson, the situation may usher in a turning point, Joan whispered. Lieutenant Colonel Vaza shook his head with a wry smile. Anderson's troops are at least 3 days away from Fort Nicey, and even if the reinforcements arrive in time, it is impossible to lead the Blue Cavalry, the Jackal, and the Fire Giant mercenaries. The opponent of Louis Jumonville came to death in vain. Joan had to admit that Lieutenant Colonel Vaza's pessimism was more realistic. But what should I do next? Joan, the reality is cruel, but we have to face it. In the current situation, it is no longer meaningful to continue fighting. Lieutenant Colonel Vaza said hardly. Joan heard what he meant, and lowered his voice tentatively and asked, "Do you mean ... surrender?" George Vaza nodded painfully. "I have already discussed this with Nathaniel and Magni just now, and everyone agrees. As a soldier, fighting until the last moment, until dying for the country, is certainly powerful, but in the desperate situation of the enemy, the choice to surrender in order to preserve the lives of the officers and soldiers under their command is not detrimental to the knighthood. The question is whether the enemy is the same. Having a chivalrous manner allows us to surrender in a decent way." Joan was speechless. When Lieutenant Colonel Vaza made the decision to surrender, he and all the officers and men could no longer control their own destiny, and could only pin their hopes on the kindness of General Jumonville. However, Joan did not forget that the main reason for General Jumonville to provoke the war was to avenge his brother. Lieutenant Colonel Vaza and his officers and soldiers, either directly or indirectly, can be counted as the murderers of Sir Joseph Jumonville. Once they fall into the hands of the revengeful General Jumonville, can they still count on others to treat the prisoners of war? Mr. Vassar, I don't like your decision, but I have to admit that there is no better choice than that. Joan truthfully expressed his thoughts. George Vaza nodded bitterly with a grin and said, "Do you still have the messaging scroll there? Use this scroll now to send a letter to your Excellency Governor telling him that Fort Nicey is about to fall. There is no choice but to ensure that all the teams have to surrender to the Hay Island Border Defense Forces. As for what will happen in the future, it is up to the great goddess of destiny to decide." From his emotions, Joan heard the sorrow of the manpower's invincibility, forced his heart to unfold the spell scroll, and reported the frontline battle situation to His Excellency as far away as the port of Leiden. Lieutenant Colonel Vaza reignited the pipe and took 2 deep breaths, pacing back and forth in the wet room. It wasn't until Joan finished casting the spell that he sent the last battle report. He stopped and turned around, and smiled softly at the young mage. "Thank you these days, Joanne, and finally I have one more thing to ask you, Mr. Vaza." Joan suddenly had a bad hunch. "Let us know what happened here." "Lieutenant Colonel Anderson is still unaware of it. If he brings troops to support according to the planned plan, he will surely hit the powerful enemy army head, with unimaginable consequences. In order to avoid such a tragedy, Joan, I need you to leave Fort Nicey immediately. Be sure to send my personal letter to Lieutenant Colonel Anderson as soon as possible to warn him not to rescue the Fort Garnier. Be safe and avoid unnecessary sacrifices." Faced with the solemn request of Lieutenant Colonel Vaza, Joan couldn't help crying. "Now only you can leave the fortress without disturbing the enemy. The mission of sending letters can only come to you. Come on." Lieutenant Colonel Vaza handed the letter to Joan, impatiently urging him to leave, but his eyes turned slightly red. Joan is not a fool, and of course he can hear that delivery is just a sounding excuse. The real purpose of Lieutenant Colonel Vaza is to send him away from the fortress that is about to fall, and to avoid becoming a prisoner of the ranks of the Sea Blue. "Mr. Vaza, I can actually take you out of here. I know you can do it, but I can't leave." George Vassar turned around and didn't seem to want the young master to see the tears in his eyes. "Indeed, it is not difficult to take me to escape with your spells, but what about Nathaniel and Magni, and what about your friend Dingle brothers? Even if you can take these relatives and friends away, what about the hundreds of other officers and men? Of course, you are not familiar with them, there is no deep friendship, there is no obligation to save each of them. But I'm different, Joan, every soldier here is my relative and friend, all the same robe that accompanies me from birth to death, and instead you are me. Can you bear the heart to abandon them and escape alone? If I walk with you today, how should I face the remaining comrades and their families for the rest of my life?" "I see, Mr. Vassar." Joan barely restrained the urge to cry, facing the back of George Vassar, choking to send the last blessing. "There will be a period of time. May the gods bless you with peace." After that, he turned on morphing and turned it into a Jotunheim hawk through the window, fluttering his wings with difficulty in the rain curtain, and flew towards the south. The feathers were wet with rain, and the wings became extra heavy. Joan flew higher and higher in the thunderstorm, looking back at the broken and bleak fortress in the rain. 2 lines of tears finally couldn't help but poured out of his eyes, and was instantly washed away by the cold rain. Chapter 412 Life and Death 1. Joan flew in the rain for more than half an hour and finally got rid of the thunderstorm area. Then it took another half an hour to finally find the cavalry battalion stationed in the Dring Valley before nightfall, and handed George Vassar's letter to Lieutenant Colonel Anderson. Lieutenant Colonel Anderson was very shocked by the changes on the front line, leaving Joan to inquire about the situation of these 2 days in detail. Joan had to start from the beginning and wait until Lieutenant Colonel Anderson thoroughly figured out the causes and consequences. The time is near midnight. That night, Joan stayed in the military camp. After the whole day, Joan was running in the rain, and it took a lot of energy to rush to the road. His physical strength was severely overdrawn, and he fell asleep in bed. In the middle of the night, he suddenly awakened. It took a while to find his sense of reality, and he gradually remembered where he was. He touched his forehead, which was hot and hot, but he was chilling all over, and he couldn't stop trembling, and his head was so dull and painful that he realized wind chill. Joan sat up with his support, summoned the tears of God soaked in a water bag, consumed a mythical energy to prepare a potion, and poured it into his dry throat. As far as the treatment of colds and fevers is concerned, the potion prepared by Tears of God is actually not symptomatic, but this potion has the miraculous effect of alleviating fatigue and pain. It can make Joan feel more comfortable and sleep peacefully. Waking up early the next morning, Joan felt much better. Touching the forehead is still a bit hot, but the headache is not as severe as it was last night. He was strenuous and enters a state of meditation. When he was ready for today's spell, he got up and washed. After drinking a bowl of hot soup and eating 2 biscuits in the officer's canteen, Joanne felt warmed again and went to Lieutenant Colonel Anderson. "Mr. Vader, if you are not in a hurry, I hope you will stay in the barracks and help me deal with the current complex situation." In the face of Lieutenant Colonel Anderson's earnest retention, Joan was grateful, but he still had more important things to deal with, but he could only be politely declined. Walking out of the barracks, he turned into an eagle again, rose into the air, and flew straight to the direction of Dillon Town. In the past 2 months, he has done a lot for the military, and has fulfilled his obligations as a citizen of Alfheim. Now, Joan must fulfill his obligations as a grandson, return to his hometown to visit his grandfather as soon as possible, accompany his last relative in this world, and complete the last journey of his life. After 9 o'clock in the morning on October 3rd, the familiar scenery of his hometown and town once again came into Joan's eyes. He restrained the excitement, and the convergence wings landed directly in front of his door. Jamie and Gray saw a half-human and half-eagle monster descend from the sky. They were startled and roared to make an attacking gesture. When Joan lifted his body and returned to his original appearance, they ran over in surprise. "Welcome, Joan, come back home." Joan touched Jamie's head and hugged Gray again and asked where Candy was. The grey beast immediately turned and pointed to the back mountain hut. Kiawan nodded in comprehension, told them to stay with the housekeeper, and quickly ran towards the back mountain. As soon as he reached Grandpa's hut, the door opened, and Candy flew out and hugged him tightly. His eyes flushed, and he choked back when he wanted to say something. When Joan saw her like this, she couldn't help but squeeze, holding her hand tightly, her voice trembling slightly. "Grandpa, how is he doing?" "Mr. Thl is in a very bad health. These days he is getting more and more sick. He spends most of his day sleeping, and occasionally waking up to say your name repeatedly. Today I finally hope you will come back. Come into the house and accompany his old man." Candy's words relieved Joan a little, and he hurried along the way, lest he would have time to see his grandfather's last side. Pushing the door open, Joan felt his feet as heavy as lead, and moved almost an inch to his grandfather's bed. In the dim hut, the old man's thin face looked particularly pale, and even his lips lost blood, like two dry leaves. Joan sat down in front of the hospital bed and took his grandfather's cold hand. Tears blurred his eyes. The old man in a coma seemed to be in touch with his heart, and a sudden flutter across his face seemed to break away from the hands of death who choked his throat, and slowly opened his eyes. Joan back. Seeing the grandson's moment. The old man tried to sit up excitedly, but his weak body didn't allow him to complete this simple movement. He fell back to the bed slightly, and coughed violently. Joan poured a glass of warm water to feed Grandpa and took 2 sips. He helped him sit at the window and patted the old man's thin back. "Grandpa, do you feel better?" Old man Thiel nodded with a cough. His face flushed with sickness, and he looked radiant. Joan saw his grandfather's spirit greatly improved, and his tight heartstrings also eased. "Grandpa, you take good care of your illness and will recover soon." Old man Thiel smiled eccentrically, shaking his head without saying a word. Joan put down the glass and said to himself, "I have thought about it on the road, and I can't let you live in this moldy hut in the future." Old man Thiel looked at his grandson in surprise, and his eyes showed the meaning of inquiry. "Grandpa, the environment in the city is much better than that in the country, and it is also more convenient to seek medical consultation. I plan to take you to Leidenport and rent you a house near the school, so that I can take care of you nearby. What do you think? Kind?" The old man smiled dumbly, patted the grandson's hand, and said weakly, "Boy, you have enough of this kind of heart." "But, I've lived enough. I don't want to toss again, and I don't want to disturb your life." "But, don't say it. Boy, you know my temper. If I want to enter the city, I wouldn't choose to settle in the country at the beginning. I don't have much time." "Good boy, you respect my strange old man decision. Let me lie down in the tomb of my choice." Joan was speechless. As my grandfather said, both the grandparents and the grandchildren deeply understand each other's tempers, and once they decide what to do, they will never listen. "Joan, I have been thinking about something for a long time, and I still hesitate to tell you the truth." The old man looked sad. "Grandpa, what else can you rest assured?" Kiawan asked in surprise. "About your life experience, your peculiar pedigree." The old man kept talking. "I know you are curious about this, it's normal, but I'm worried that telling you the opposite will hurt you." "It's not like that. I might as well bring this secret into the grave to make you spend your life in peace." Kiawan listened to the old man's concerns and remained silent for a long time before saying, "Grandpa, we actually have many similarities, such as being lonely, stubborn, and not listening to others. No matter whether you tell me the origin of the strange bloodline, I will bear it. Stay and trace the truth." "That's the same thing." The old man smiled sadly. "Your child has been capricious since childhood, and the less you let you do anything, you have to fight against me, hit the wall and don't want to look back. Forget your life should be. It's up to you to decide, and I won't hide it." Joan couldn't help holding his breath, and was attentively listening to Grandpa to reveal the mystery of his life experience. Chapter 413 Life and Death. To Joan, you are in Port Leiden. Have you ever heard of a prestigious family, surnamed Castis?" The old man Tyre asked weakly. "Not only have I heard, I am also very familiar with the daughters of the Casts family." Joan faintly felt that Grandpa would say something next. "Is Lord Dantrus Castis alive?" Old man Tell asked his grandson. "I don't know." Lord Castis left Port Leyden more than 10 years ago. "I heard that he went to Midgard, and then there was no news," Joan answered truthfully. "It's a bit troublesome." The old man's eyes flashed faintly. "Sir Castis, my old friend, this person also has a peculiar pedigree, but he is not the same as you. His pedigree is not from heredity, obtained from evil god, and his blood power is much stronger than you." "I heard these things from Sir Cast's daughter, but what does this have to do with me?" Joanne asked wonderingly. "You should remember that my parents and I were employed 14 years ago to investigate the true face of the Virgin, and later witnessed the evil sacrifices held by the believers of the evil somewhere in Midgard. Your mother was pregnant at that time, and the fetus in your belly was contaminated by the power of the evil god, so that you have a strange blood lineage from the evil from birth, and you have one more eye than a normal child." Joan listened to my grandfather's story and couldn't help but touch the back of the neck. The eyeball seemed to be slightly hot, making him shudder. "Joan, there is something I kept hiding from you." "The person who hired our family to investigate the evil virgin was Sir Casts. If you can find him, you may be able to learn more truth from him. If Sir Castis is no longer alive, let this past pass away with the wind. Live your life. Don't think about it so much." Joan nodded heavily. "Perhaps it is because there is some kind of mysterious induction across the space between the strange bloodlines from the same source. Although there is no definite basis, Joan has thought that Sir Castis is still alive, and foresees that he will have the opportunity he meets." What really made him deeply anxious was not how to find the whereabouts of Sir Castis, but whether he had the courage to inquire about the mystery of his bloodline after finding the other party. If that step is taken, Joanne will know all the truth about his strange bloodline, but the price is likely to be the loss of his current peaceful and happy life. In many cases, too much curiosity will push a person to the path of self-destruction. Ignorance is instead the source of happiness. Knowing that the closer it is to the truth, the more dangerous it is. Why continue to pursue it? Is it really worth it to give up the happy life to satisfy curiosity? Joanne is still unable to draw conclusions. "It's all over now, boy. Now I can finally go to another world without concern." Old man Tell spread out his dry palms, and looked at his grandson's eyes to become extremely hot, full of begging. "Calendar is a good doctor, but he is also a jerk. He prescribed so many medicines to me, but in fact only one dose can completely eliminate my pain. But he refused to give me that wonderful medicine directly, but leave it to you for safekeeping. As if I really need a little hairy kid to treat myself like a guardian." "Okay, my good boy. Give me that medicine, even if I—" The last request, Joan wanted to refuse, but the old man's begging look prevented him from shaking his head. He knew that his grandfather's condition was irreparable. Every breath and heartbeat would bring great pain to the poor old man. Every minute of life, he would have to endure another minute of torture. Refusing to give this man with strong self-esteem the right to end his life is tantamount to depriving him of the last trace of dignity. Kiao Ankiang endured the pain in his heart, and took out the little pill bottle with tears. His trembling fingers unscrewed the stopper and put the pill bottle gently in the palm of the old man, fulfilling his last wish. Old man Thiel held the pill bottle and handed it to his lips with difficulty. This is the first and last time he has taken medicine since Joanne left home to study. I don't know if it's an illusion. Joan found that his grandfather looked better after taking the medicine. His face became rosy, and his eyes were shining, as if the remaining vitality in the body had been stimulated by the medicine, and he was rejuvenated for the last time. "Child, I am very happy to have you at the last moment of my life. Now I can meet your father and mother with satisfaction. One day in the future you will be old too, so old that you are about to leave this world. I hope you will be like me in this way, until the last moment of life. there are still loved ones around. Old Man Thiel threw away the empty pill bottle, held his grandson's hand firmly, and gave him his final advice at the last moment of his life. Remember, my good boy, no matter how hard or painful it is for you, don't give up human emotions. Don't indulge yourself into a monster. Tears poured out of his eyes, and Joan took the old man's hand and choked with a promise. Grandpa, I will keep your instructions in mind. Even in the endless night, I will never give up my yearning for the light, and I will never forget who I am and where I come from. The old man of Tyre gave a relaxed smile, closed his eyes, and took his grandson's hand, so he calmly stopped breathing and heartbeat. Old Man Tell prepared the tomb and coffin for himself before he died. In the early morning of the second day of his death, all town councillors, including Mayor Dingle and the elder dwarf Flint, attended the funeral and laid a wreath on the old hero of Dring Township to express his deep condolences. After the funeral, Joan sent away the guests and stood alone in front of Grandpa's tombstone, meditating for a long time. Canty worried about his excessive sadness, so he came over and tried to chat with him to help him relieve his worries. Joan, what are you thinking? Thinking about something very boring. Can you tell me something? Maybe I find it interesting. Candy grinned reluctantly. Joan looked back at her, and the girl's innocent and sweet smile made him suddenly have the urge to talk. Candy, during this time I have been in the army and participated in many battles. I have witnessed the demise of countless lives, including enemies, people, elderly officers, and young soldiers. These experiences have made me confusion rises, not understanding why people live and die. It sounds philosophical. Have you found the answer to your question? Candy asked with interest. Joan shook his head gently. This question is too grand and too complicated. I haven't sorted out my thoughts yet, but the death of my grandfather made me suddenly realize a fact about life. Candy, do you know? Life and death are not two opposites with clear boundaries, but a whole without distinction. Everyone is born with two factors of life and death at the same time. When people are young, the life factor is far more than the death factor, and as the age increases, the death factor in the body also increases day by day. The life factor is gradually decreasing. When the number of death factors in a person exceeds the life factors, we say that he is old. From this perspective, in fact, we don't die until the moment we stop our heartbeat, but we die every minute and every second. Chapter 414. Back to the front. Canty is silent, listening to Joan telling his feelings about life and death. Although she didn't understand well, she was inexplicably sad and decided to change to a lighter topic. Joan, Leiden College is already open. When are you going to return to school? For the time being I don't want to go back to school. Joan turned to look south, thoughtfully. Then what do you plan to do next? Candy asked. Joan hesitated and said to her in a soft voice, the grandfather's affairs have been dealt with properly, and now I still have a concern in my heart, that is, the comrades of Fort Nicey. Next, I want to return to the front line and inquire about their situation. If possible, I would also like to try to rescue my comrades from the prisoners of the Sea Blues. Candy heard him talk about the fiasco of the garrison forces at the Fort Nicey yesterday, and her brother Magni was trapped in the fort, making her deeply anxious. Now she hears Joan's plan to return to the front line, quickly shouted, I will go with you. The front line is too dangerous. You can't. You can take risks. Why can't I? Candy interrupted his words, making his eyes flush red. Magni is also on the front line, and there are more than 200 Issa hunters with him. They are in a dangerous situation at this moment. Is it impossible for me to do my part to rescue my brother and his clan? Joanne was speechless by her question. Think about it carefully. Candy does have enough reasons to go to the front. Whether you agree or not, I will go, Candy said firmly. Joan saw that her mind was decided. Even if she didn't take her with her, Candy would secretly follow him. Instead, she would add a lot of concerns. It would be better to take her to the front line, at least take care of each other. What's more, Candy is a 5th level druid, and his spellcasting ability exceeds his own. Bring her a powerful helper and be more sure when saving people. Thinking so, Joan said to her, "If you must go, you have to promise me two things." Candy saw that his attitude had eased, and quickly nodded. "It's okay. There are any conditions you can put forward, I promise to do it. Before you leave, write a letter to your parents to make clear the front line and our next plan, so that your parents will not worry. This is the first thing. You don't worry, I will write to my parents immediately. If the two of us can't rescue Magni, please ask my parents," Candy said excitedly. Joan nodded and said, "What is the risk of this trip?" "I don't need you to say that you know what's in your mind. Frankly, their hope of successfully rescuing Brother Magni is very slim, but it is very likely that our own small take your life in. You better prepare for it." "I am ready. There is nothing to be afraid of." Joan looked at her with a fearless look, both funny and touched, and solemnly said, "My second request to you is to obey my arrangement unconditionally. I will let you do whatever you want without bargaining. If you can't do this, don't go with me to avoid arguing." Candy's eyes widened innocently. "I have always obeyed you, even in front of my parents. I have never been so obediently obedient. At the end of the day, I was a bit wrong. If you are as obedient as you said, we will do an experiment now. For example, we are being pursued by the enemy. I decided to stay and try to delay the enemy, let you escape first, and you will not obey my arrangement." Joan stared at her and asked. Candy's sighs dodged and complained angrily, "This kind of command that sounds very unreasonable. Should I be obeyed?" "Don't be irrational, you just need to tell me the answer." "Then, well, although I was reluctant, I would still obey the arrangement you made," Candy said helplessly. Joan looked deeply into the girl's dark and clear eyes, seeing no sign of insincere expression, and nodded. "I hope you can do it. It's not early, let's go on the road." "Okay, but what about Jamie and Gray? Are you going to take them to the front line?" Joan thought about it and shook his head. "Time is running out. Jamie and Gray are not capable of flying. Let them stay at home." Canty had no opinion about this, and took his hand back to his home. After preparing dry food and travel supplies, he said goodbye to Jamie and Gray, and told them to wait for him and Joan to come home at home, and not to run around. Joan also hugged goodbye to Jamie and Gray one by one, turned into a hawkman and flew into the air under the reluctance of the half-winter wolf and the grey beast. Candy was promoted to a level 5 druid as early as 3 months ago, and learned the iconic ability of this extraordinary profession, wild transformation, able to arbitrarily become various medium and small animals. The daily transformation time it can maintain up to 5 hours. In order to keep up with the flight speed of the eagles in Jordanheim, Candy cast a wild transformation into a falcon, spread his wings and took off, followed by soaring next to Joan. The two flew all the way south, and after a short time they moved away from the town of Dillon and came over the Dillon Valley. Continue south along the winding valley. If the weather stays clear, you can fly to the Brass Pass before sunset. Candy was very excited at the beginning of the journey, flying around Joan and performing various difficult flying stunts. But she soon consumed too much physical energy for these flashy performances, flapping her wings weakly and trailing Joe behind them. After flying for a while, she felt so bored that she simply turned into a little sparrow, jumped on Joan's back, got into his cloak hood, and comfortably became an air passenger. Joanne was arrogant and funny about her blatant and lazy behavior, but did not blame her. Although Candy is the same age as him, he is half a year older than his birthday. However, in his heart, Candy is more like a childish young sister. Sometimes she is naughty and pure. In the past 2 months after joining the army, Joanne has been flying in the air for almost a long time every day, either on a reconnaissance mission or on the way to and from the letter. The hard military training has made him accustomed to long-distance flight, and has mastered many flying skills that use updraft to save energy. He flew from Dillon Town to the Brass Pass, spanning more than 300 miles, and he did not feel very tired. At dusk, the sunset glowed red and yellow sand, and he returned to the familiar battlefield. Joan's mood was very heavy. Chapter 415 Infiltrating the enemy camp 1. In order to avoid exposing the trail, Joan landed in the forest near the Brass Pass and blessed himself with invisibility before taking off again. Kent's transformed sparrow emerged from the cloak hood and made a crisp chirping sound beside Joan's ear. Wild transformation changed her physiological structure. The sparrow's throat could not speak human language. No matter what it said, it sounded like a bird. Fortunately, the mental attributes including intelligence did not change, otherwise it would really become a silly bird. Joanne didn't understand what Candy was talking about, but it's not difficult to guess her intentions, turning around and whispering to her, "Next I'm going to fly over the fortress of Nicey to investigate, so as not to be attacked by the enemy." The sentinel was aware of it and blessed stealth in advance. "If you hide in my cloak and hood, you will also be sheltered by stealth, so you don't have to worry about exposing it." The sparrow's cunning eyes showed a reassuring look and retracted into the cloak with satisfaction. Joan lowered the flight altitude, overlooking the fortress of Nicey. He was gratified that the fortress was still alive and not completely destroyed by the fire giant mercenaries. However, after careful observation, his mood turned low. A fortress was rebuilt on the fortress, and a flag of the Azure Kingdom was flying on the outpost. It can be seen that Lieutenant Colonel Vaser really surrendered to General Jumonville according to the original plan. This fort was also taken over by General Jumonville's forces and became the outpost of the Navy Border Guard. The barracks and walls around the fort clearly showed signs of renovation, and the camp was filled with officers and men dressed in Navy uniforms. Joan circled twice above the camp and found that the warehouse area behind the fortress was circled, and there were many additional sentries and guards, which seemed to be heavily guarded. Joan guessed that the warehouse area was transformed into a prisoner of war camp by General Jumonville, and that captives including Lieutenant Colonel Vaser are likely to be locked in the warehouse at the moment. He took a deep look at the warehouse, keeping in mind the surrounding terrain, and then turned around and flew to the outside of the camp. Near the collapsed city wall, many of its messy tents were erected, in stark contrast to the orderly Navy barracks. Stationed here are the troops of Alpha, the Wolf Queen. Joan skimmed through the Jackal camp and searched for the figure of the fire giant, but found nothing. The magical warship that the Fire Giant Mercenary Corps was able to sail on land was also missing. It must have been withdrawn to the south soon after it fell at the fort of Nicey. This discovery relieved Joan secretly. Among all the enemy troops, he was most afraid of the group of fierce Fire Giant mercenaries. Now this group of fierce gods has left the front line, and the hope of successful rescue of prisoners of war has increased. 1 point. After some aerial reconnaissance, Joan had a preliminary understanding of the enemy's camp. If he wanted to implement a rescue plan, he had to try to get into the enemy's camp. With full of thoughts, Joan flew over Fort Nicey and landed in the nearby woods. Candy jumped off his shoulder, changed back to his original form, and asked cheerfully, "Are we going to try to get into the enemy camp next?" Joan nodded. "I have a great idea. You can become a jackal, but me, a hyena, taking advantage of the darkness to enter the camp. No one will notice it." "This is not as simple as you think," Joan explained to her with a wry smile. "The Jackal Corps looks chaotic on the surface and the military discipline is chaotic. In fact, the chaos is in order. Each clan has a top-down organizational structure. The leader of the clan is also called the Century, and the lower-level officers are called 10 Captain. Each 10 Captain has a dozen gangsters, and the top of all the clan groups is the Wolf Queen Alpha. If I casually turn a jackal into the camp, without a clear position and identity, I can't even tell which battle group I belong to. Such a raw face is too dazzling. It is easy to cause others to doubt." "That's what I said." Canty scratched his head, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "I thought of a good idea again. Why don't we all become hyenas? Hyenas wouldn't have any strict organizational structure. Even if it's a face, it will not attract the attention of the enemy." This is indeed a good idea." Joan shared his hands. "Unfortunately, I only change people, not dogs." Yeah, you won't be wildly transformed. which is a bit troublesome. Candy looked sad. Don't worry, jackals are nocturnal creatures. When the sky gets dark, they will become active. There will definitely be jackals leaving the camp and wandering. We will take the opportunity to find a guy who orders, stuns and drags into the woods. Kian smiled slightly. It's easy to do next. The two ate some dry food in the forest and waited patiently until the night came when the jackal camp became noisy. The gangsters who took a nap all afternoon walked out of the tent, venting their excess energy through alcoholism, gambling and fighting. Occasionally leaving the camp in groups of 3 to 5, all with swords on their bodies, obviously going out to hunt, so to chase wild beasts in the forest, or to kill passers-by or even residents of nearby towns. It is hard to say. Out of insurance, Joan didn't start with the wolves who were dispatched in groups, until he saw a jackal leave the camp alone and gave Candy a glimpse, quietly to the unknowing gangster under the cover of night and forest shade sneak past. At first glance, the guy was a miserable low-yield man among the jackals. He was wearing a tattered leather armor and had no decent weapons. He carried a big wooden stick and bowed his head to bury his head. An unlucky look of sadness. The only bad thing is that he is not alone. A scrawny spotted hyena follows behind him. The jackal thought about his thoughts sullenly, not even realizing that there were 2 pairs of eyes peeping at himself in the forest beside the road. Suddenly there was an unusual movement in the forest, which surprised him, and he clasped his big stick and turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. At the same time, a translucent magic power suddenly flew out of the forest, strangled him, and dragged him back to the forest. The tyrannical grip struck the whole body through the giant palm, and the unlucky jackal was stunned to death before even screaming. The hyena behind the jackal was shocked by the master's attack and roared into the forest with a cracked mouth, seeming to be brave. A boomerang flew out of the woods, slammed on the hyena and barked suddenly. The hyena was knocked to the ground by a boomerang, rolling and trying to jump. However, the cold magic attached to the boomerang made it feel cold throughout the body, frozen and stiff, and the movement became extremely slow. Kinty raised his hand to catch the boomerang that flew back, picked up the big head wooden stick that the jackal was thrown on the ground, and rushed to the hyena and waved his stick. Chapter 416 Infiltrating the Enemy Camp 2 Boom. The hyena was hit hard, and her neck was broken on the spot. Kinty dropped the stick, leaned over and grabbed the hyena's tail, and dragged the body into the woods, lest it be noticed by the passing jackals. At the same time that Candy dealt with the hyena, Joan was not idle. He first cast a transfiguration technique to transform himself into a jackal, and then inspired 2 Sid mana, converted into 2 ring spells, used to cast a spell that is rarely used. Vanima. Joan chanted an elven word for beauty and charm, and a pink beam of light was emitted from his fingertips, injecting the magic of the enchanting mind into the mind of the stunned jackal. This 2-spell enchantment spell called Charming Humans can actually be used to charm monsters such as wolves. After all, from a biological point of view, jackals are closer to humans than jackals, and belong to humans. A subspecies, or humanoid. The jackal awakened from his coma and saw Joan's face as soon as he opened his eyes. He felt inexplicably friendly and trustworthy. "Hey, brother, where is this? Something seemed to attack me just now. Did you save me?" Joan was still a little worried about his lack of communication skills, and I don't know how to cheat the other party's trust. As a result, the spell of Charming Human is better than expected. The jackal regarded him as a life-saving benefactor. "Easy to do next. I just passed by here and saw a black shadow dragging you into the woods. I yelled at the guy and scared him to throw you into the trees and fled in a blink of an eye." Kiao Anshun the jackal talked blatantly, and asked him curiously, "Man, what is your name, and which clan? Why would someone ambush you halfway? Is it offended?" This series of questions distracted the jackal, leaving him no time to inquire about Joan's identity, and answered with a bitter face, "My name is Logan, and I belong to the Queen's Guards." When it comes to offending, alas, man, a small character like me, how dare to provoke others? only to be bullied by others. Although not clear who is the who sneaked on me, but I bet it must be inseparable from Scarface Cass. Scarface Cass, Joan was amazed. Isn't because you said the famous villain? Besides that Cass, who else can be? The Wolfman Logan complained indignantly. That guy is the 10 captain of our squad. Man, you don't know how mean this person is. Every time you gamble money, you must be scammed. I was caught 1,000 on the spot. Not only did not admit it, but also beat me fiercely. This is indeed what the villain of Cass did. Joan expressed sympathy. It's okay to hit me. He forced me to pay off my gambling debts before dawn. I had no choice but to slip out of the camp overnight and plan to try my luck in Dafing Town, hoping to get some money from the town's tavern. Logan rubbed the bruise on his forehead, and seemed to be feeling palpitations. The guy in Cass probably mistakenly thought that I wanted to run all night. So I sent someone to follow me secretly, and hit me with a sap, warning me of the consequences of being in debt. Joan couldn't help but feel a little pity for this gas bag, but then thought about it. This guy is going to go to Dafing Town to rob the tavern, which is obviously a bully and hard-bearing villain, not worthy of sympathy. Candy in the dark made a wink. Candy grasped the idea, sneaked quietly behind Logan, cut off his neck with a knife, and dragged the body deep into the bushes, and buried it with the hyena's body. Joan inspected the burial site and confirmed that there were no obvious traces, and then inspired the transformation technique again, which turned into Logan. Candy also performed a wild transformation and turned into a spotted hyena. Everything was ready. Joan stepped outside the forest. However, as soon as 2 steps were taken, he heard the whining of hyenas behind him, and turned back to ask her, what happened? Candy's incarnate hyena occasionally lowered her head to peep under her hips, her eyes full of embarrassment and horror. Hearing Joan's inquiry, he whimpered and remembered that his form at this moment could not use human language, so he raised a front paw and wrote a line of text on the ground anxiously. It's weird. I turned into a male dog. Unless deliberately done otherwise, the druid's wild transformation ability does not change gender. Candy is a girl. Normally it should be her to become a hyena. Suddenly, she finds that there is a strange thing between her legs. Joan crouched down and looked at the spotted hyena in front of her, thinking for a long time with her chin, and said to her, Candy, lift your hind legs. Let me take a look at your external genitalia. Candy shook her head again and again, her eyes full of shame, pinched her hind legs to dodge, and hurriedly wrote a line on the ground with her front paws, emphasizing that she was not kidding. I was not able to witness the organ that distressed Candy, but it was a pity, but Joan knew what was going on. Don't worry, Candy, that thing is called pseudo, which is an organ common to all female spotted hyenas. According to scholars, that thing can still be used as a real, even for ... In short, you don't have to make a fuss about it. After listening to his explanation, Candy breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly rejoicing, flicking the thing under his hips, bouncing his eyes, shining his eyes, looking for the same kind, eager to try. Seeing this, Joan was vigilant and quickly told her not to be naughty. In case of trouble, she would not be able to walk around. At this time the night was dark, and there was silence all around. Joan walked out of the forest with Candy, who became a hyena, and sneaked into the jackal camp. According to the information provided by Logan, he found his tent. He planned to pretend to be Logan and hid in the tent. When the sky faded, the jackal and other people go back to sleep, and began the rescue operation of prisoners of war. Joan's plan is very good, but the plan is not as great as the change. As soon as he arrived at the tent, he found that he had cast a bad eye on him. The jackal gangsters who belonged to the same squad as Logan looked at him with a wait-and-see attitude. Joan felt the situation was not good, and quickly stopped, intending to leave this hostile place. But as soon as he turned around, a sneer came from behind him. Logan, your kid is finally back. A tall jackal came out of the tent, his arms folded across his chest, and the centipede-like scar on his face made him look even more daunting. Chapter 417 Scarface Cass. Joan guessed that this person was the Scarfist Cass of Ronald's squad and bowed with a smile. "Brother Cass, you haven't slept so late." "Sleep your sister. Boy, did the money owed to me go together?" Scarface Cass took a step closer to him, showing his fierce eyes. "If you don't pay the money tonight, I will kill your dog stew." Candy raised her tail abruptly, glaring at Cass and groaning. Joan was afraid that the grumpy little girl would anger Cass and quickly took out her purse and counted 5 gold coins to offer with both hands. "Big Brother Cass is angry, and I have always said credit to Logan. You should repay your money, a lot of copper." Cass took the gold coin, but stared at his purse, his eyes showing unabashed greed. "Boy, are you lucky tonight? Where did you make a fortune?" I went to the tavern in Dafing Town for a turn." "Ha ha. I knew that with your skill, I deserved to bully those timid humans." Cass suddenly turned his head and said with a smile, "Brother Logan, you just gave me back just now interest. The principal has not been paid yet." "This." "Brother Cass, did you remember it wrong? Didn't you say that yesterday?" Yesterday is yesterday. Today is today. The rules are up to me. Do you dare not accept?" Cass slapped heavily on Joan's shoulder, threatening with a smile, "The money is for me, our gambling debt, even if it is clear." The laughter from all around made Joan realize that this matter might not be good. If he continues to endure the extortion of Cass, there will be more villains coming to trouble him. Afterwards, it is enough to deal with these guys who find faults. How can there be energy to rescue the prisoners of war? Just when he hesitated, Cass had already waited impatiently and reached out to the purse. Joan flashed his hand subconsciously. Cass immediately synced his face and cursed fiercely. "Your boy is looking for a fight." He twisted his collar with his hands and carried him to the front with only one arm. Joan was unbearable and pushed the villain hard. However, the tank captain of Cass is not in vain. Standing there like a tower, no matter in size or strength, he is much stronger than Joan, and he is definitely not his opponent. Canty also saw that Joan was in danger at the moment, swooping up and biting Cass' calf. Cass didn't expect this hyena to be so insidious. He bit without opening his mouth, and his teeth were sore with pain, and the scar on his face was shaking violently. "Damn stupid dog, get me away." Cass shook his legs hard, trying to shake Candy away. Joan seized the opportunity and used his full strength to hit Cass. The gangster's right leg was bitten by Candy, and suddenly Joan slammed again, and his weight was unbalanced and fell on his back. Joan's situation is not much better. When Cass fell, he still grabbed his neckline without letting go, and pulled him down to the ground, and the 2-and-1 dog rolled and wrestled like this, causing the jackals watching around to laugh. Joan knew that he was destined to not be the opponent of Cass. He took the opportunity to hold Cass under him, blocked the sight of the onlookers with his own body, stimulated the magic stored in the prosthetic eye, and shot 2 weakness in succession. Raise. Cass was in a tussle with Joan at this time. His face was close to his face. He had never dreamed that this wastewood that had been bullied by himself dared to fight back. And he also shot off the grey and strange rays during the performance. As if 2 cold waves invaded the body, instantly emptied his physical strength. Weak and weak. Cass' eyes widened and his face was horrified. Joan was afraid that he would expose the secret of his right eye in public. When he was in a hurry, he made a fierce attack and bit the throat of Cass. The fangs and teeth fell deep into the flesh and blood, and a salty and warm liquid overflowed his mouth. Cass was hit by 2 debilitating rays one after another, and his strength was cut by 5 points. The remaining physical strength could not compete with the crazy Mage Joan. He bit his throat and twitched a few times. He stopped struggling, and his eyes turned white. Joan bit off Cass' trachea, and then pushed away his body, slowly stood up, looked around with blood on his face, his eyes cold and fierce. The lively jackals around were all stunned. What they were expecting was that Scarface Cass beat Logan, as usual, and did not expect the script tonight to change suddenly. Logan, The recognized waste wood in this squad unexpectedly erupted into a terrifyingly vicious fierce, and actually killed Kaz alive. These jackals are bullying and fearful, and often follow cars to humiliate Logan. At this time, they suddenly find that the other party is not as weak and bully as they always thought. Blood gaze. What's going on here? A woman's voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. How come there is such a strong smell? The onlookers hurriedly blazed open a path. Bai Gong bowed his head respectfully. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Jackal Alpha, the Wolf Queen, walked into the middle of the crowd with two guards, looked at the corpse with wide eyes in Kaz, frowned slightly, and turned his eyes to Joan's face. Joan was afraid that she would see through her disguise and quickly lowered her head, daring not to stare at her. I have already said that fighting in the camp is not allowed. Why do you know to commit a crime? Alpha snapped. Master Queen, it's Kaz's first move. I have to resist. Joan whispered. What's your name? Logan. Logan. Alpha tried hard to think about it, but she was really not impressed with this little chatter, and said lightly, with your strength, it is reasonable to say that it is not to opponent of Kaz. Is it in a fight? What means? I don't understand any despicable means, but I can't bear it anymore. I just spared my life to fight with him, anyway. It's a dead end to not resist, Joan answered daringly. Alpha's eyes flashed with surprise, and there was a little smile on his face. I really don't see it. You, a skinny guy like a little goat, has a fierce bone in his bones. Logan, you are very good, and you will take over the Scarface as the 10 commander in the future. Joan didn't expect Alpha's attitude to change suddenly. Instead of punishing him for killing cars, he praised him and promoted him as a commander. This was really a turnaround. After briefly stunned, Joan quickly pretended to be thankful and bowed deeply to Alpha. Thank you, Queen, for your promotion. But what you said is the truth. Alpha stepped closer to him and reached out to stroke the mane on his face. He asked with a smile, Logan, how do you thank me? Chapter 418. Digging. Joan was stunned by the ambiguous move of the witch's head, and was speculating about what was going on in her stomach. Kanti suddenly came over and snarled at Alpha, his eyes full of anger. Huh? The Jackal Queen turned to look at the barking hyena with a surprised face and muttered, this is really strange, there are hyenas who dare to lose their temper to me. At this time, there were rapid footsteps outside the crowd, and a Navy soldier hurriedly approached the Jackal Queen, respectfully said, Master Alpha, Your Excellency General, please go to the headquarters to discuss matters. Got it. Let me go. Alpha sent the messenger away and turned to smile at Joan. It's a disappointment, cute lamb. Now I have to go. I will talk to you when I'm free. Joan didn't dare to talk much, and watched the Jackal Queen twisting her graceful waist away, and the crowds watching the lively crowd also dispersed, and the heart hanging in the air finally fell to the ground. Candy leaned over with his tail, and waved his claws to draw a line of crooked text under his feet. Sorry, I was impulsive just now, and it almost broke the big thing. Joan couldn't bear to blame her and sighed softly, stroking her back and said softly, don't be so impulsive in the future, let's go back. Candy nodded and followed him into the tent. In fact, she was very worried that Alpha would not let Joan go easily, maybe when he came to seduce him again, but in the enemy camp, she had to take care of the overall situation, and now it doesn't make sense to think about it. She can only take one step at a time. The dim and narrow tent was full of rancid and musty smell. The ground was covered with a dirty blanket, and there were several nibbled bones. Joan covered her nose and made a series of gestures, used magic tricks to purify the air in the tent, sat on the floor afterwards, lifted a corner of the tent and peered into the warehouse area where the POW camp was located. Candy crouched beside him, raised his front claws and pointed towards the prisoner of war camp, his eyes revealing the meaning of inquiry. Joan shook his head gently. We can't get close to the prisoner of war camp now. As Logan said, the jackals have the custom of killing prisoners of war as military food. So General Jumonville specifically told the Blue Guards who guarded the prisoners of war to prohibit the jackals from approaching the camp. Candy nodded deliberately, raised his front paws and wrote on the ground, "We can pretend to be Navy officers and soldiers and try to get into the prisoner of war camp." Joan also intended to do the same. It is not difficult to use the first ring of transfiguration to become a Navy officer. It is actually not difficult to sneak into a prisoner of war camp. The difficulty is to rescue all 300 or 400 prisoners of war in the warehouse. This is simply an impossible task, and Joan has not yet come up with a proper way. Suddenly, there was a squeak and a rustling movement behind him. Joan looked back and noticed that there was a small hole in the corner of the tent. A fat and big gopher came out of the probe in the cave, shaking the whiskers, and a pair of small, murky eyes were warily jang-wang. Candy looked back at the gopher. His eyes lit up, and he swooped over without thinking. The gopher saw the hyena rushing in, and screamed back into the cave with a scream, afraid to show up again. Candy threw an empty space, but was disappointed and refused to give up. He plucked out the paw and pulled the cave, trying to pull the ground rat out. At this time, she still maintained the hyena posture. Joan saw her dedication to picking the mouse hole and remembered a popular proverb about dogs take mice, and couldn't help laughing. After he laughed, Joan suddenly had a good idea, remembering that when he built the nice sea fortress, he would visit the construction site every day, and there were always workers complaining to him about the rampant rodent infestation. Gophers are fat like cats, digging holes in the loose sand, so that they are connected into an intricate underground maze, which brings a lot of trouble to the construction. If you can try to get into the rat hole, it is possible to use the underground tunnel excavated by the gopher to sneak into the prisoner of war camp, and then rescue all the prisoners of war through the tunnel without knowing it. Joanna became more and more excited, and quickly greeted Candy to tell her about her idea. Of course, this is just a preliminary idea, and there are still many difficult problems to solve, such as how to identify the direction after we dive into the rat hole. What should we do if there is no ready-made tunnel to the prisoner of war camp? These are only minor troubles. The biggest obstacle is that the tunnels dug out by the gophers are too small. We can use our spells to shrink our body and drill into the rat hole, but we don't have enough spell slots to cast spells for 300 or 400 prisoners of war rescue. But this way, the entire rescue operation will be forced to be delayed for a long time, too easy to expose. Joan frowned. Candy twisted her waist. A golden glow appeared on her body, and instantly changed from a hyena to a humanoid figure, and said to him with a smile, "Joan, you have a great idea. As for the problems you are worried about, such as the tunnel, it's too narrow, it's actually very easy to solve. We just need to widen the tunnel ourselves." You are talking about lightness. To transfer prisoners of war to a safe place, you need to dig a tunnel that is half a mile long and can be crawled by one person. With such a large amount of engineering, the two of us have not had the digging tools at hand. What year and month to dig? Joan shook his head and sighed. That's not necessary. Candy proudly put his hands on his hips. Have you heard of a touring natural spell called Digging Earth? With this spell, it takes only one night's work and I can dig out one tunnel from the prisoner of war camp to the woods a mile away. Ground digging. I heard Grandpa talk about it. Candy, did you prepare this spell today? Joan held the girl's hand, his eyes full of anticipation. Candy did not disappoint him, nodded with a smile. I prepared a ground excavation today, in addition to carrying 3 ground excavation scrolls on my body. Enough. That's good. Without further ado, let's dig a tunnel to the prisoner of war camp and look at the situation before making a decision. Joan stood up excitedly. Candy turned to look at the corner of the tent, pointing to the mouse hole and saying to him, "Just dig up from here and use the tunnel dug out by the gopher, which can save some energy and time." With that said, she radiated a golden magical glow all over her body again, shrinking from a slim girl into a brown weasel with bulging cheeks and smooth fur, and swaying to the cave dug by her close relatives. Joanne was surprised that she had become a weasel. In this form, she can't even sing spellcasting spells. How should she perform digging? Just when he was puzzled, Candy had reached the hole of the gopher hole and burrowed into it. Chapter 419 Gopher Cave. Unfortunately, compared to the hamster, the weasel in Candy's incarnation is too full, and his round is stuck in the hole. She was forced to step back and squat in the hole, raising her two front paws, and a series of squeaking sounds in her mouth. The sharp claw tips gleamed with cash. Joan stared at the weasel, and the surprise in his eyes gradually became a trance, seeing that Candy was performing ground digging in a special way. Since the animal's vocal cords cannot chant complex elven spells, the druid cannot usually cast spells in the wild transformation state. The reason why Candy violates this common sense is because she has mastered a special skill called wild casting, which can cast spells normally while being transformed. Candy turned into a weasel to cast a spell. There is another advantage. Ground digging needs to be paired with any kind of ground digging animal's claws as a casting tool. The weasel itself is an animal that is good at digging holes. After Candy becomes a weasel, there is no need to prepare additional spellcasting instruments. Just add digging to his front paws. Thinking of the past and the consequences, Joan no longer delays, first using the transfiguration technique to turn himself into a halfling with a height of only 3 feet. That's all. It's not possible to drill into the cave's weaseled. Joan then inspires another mythical power to bless himself with mythological reduction. The body shrinks again by 2 levels, and becomes a height of only 7-inch miniature man. When Candy saw that he had become so small, he widened his eyes in disbelief, and immediately rejoiced, rushed to hug him in his arms. The weasel's chubby cheeks rubbing intimately on him clearly regarded him as a doll. Okay, it's not naughty now. Joan became a 7-inch villain, and her strength also became a lot weaker. Finally, she pushed the overexcited weasel away and urged her to continue to make holes. Ground digging was really awesome. Candy waved his claws quickly, constantly throwing the sand behind him, digging out an average of 5 feet per second. Joan inevitably eats dirt behind her, grabbing her short tail, crawling on her back a few times, riding her legs on the fluffy neck of the weasel, feeling quite comfortable. Candy had no problem with temporarily serving as his mount. He digged himself into the hole and digs holes, and was happy, so he dug straight in the direction of the prisoner of war camp. About 5 minutes later, when Candy's ground digger was about to run out of magic, the sand in front suddenly collapsed. Exposed in front of the eyes of the two was an empty natural cave. I don't know how deep. Joan jumped from Candy's back, took out a piece of luminous moss from the cast material bag and performed the brightness technique. He held a warm ball of light in his palm to disperse the darkness in the cave. Joan held the magic light ball forward to explore the way, and Candy followed behind him. He walked a short distance and heard the squeaking of the gophers, and the scratching sound. Be careful, there may be danger ahead. Joan told Candy to pull out the electric blade with his backhand, and walk forward lightly. Illuminated by the magic light ball, he saw the tunnel in front of him gradually narrowed, a black ground and white flower venomous snake circling the corner. The hissing sound seemed to be swooping up, swallowing the rat that had been scared out of his body. Candy glanced at the poisonous snake first, then turned his head to look at the gopher, raised his teeth, and rushed towards the poisonous snake. Joan hurriedly grabbed her by the tail and counted angrily, "Don't die, I will deal with the snake." Candy looked at him hesitantly, seeming a little worried. Hearing the movement, the viper turned his head and saw a fat weasel and a small person less than a foot high, but he did not put them in his eyes, spitting and threatening. Facing this stupid reptile, Joan sneered coldly. A red glow suddenly appeared in his right eye, and a burning ray was emitted, and the head of the viper was burned into coke with a loud sound. The smell of roasted meat filled the cave, and the snake corpse was still cramping and twisting. Candy raised his front paw and patted Joan on his shoulder, as if praising his goodness, and then greeted the squirrel shivering in the corner, sending a friendly greeting. The gopher seemed to feel her kindness, and screamed weakly, her eyes full of gratitude. Joan watched Candy squeaking with the gopher, and soon became enthusiastic, guessing that she used the druid's talent to wild identity and won the favor of the gopher. Sure enough, Candy turned back and waved his front paws, complimenting him with a gesture of victory. Joan shrugged his hands, and didn't think it was so good to be friends with a rat. The gopher ran a few steps forward and stopped, turning back and screaming at Candy as if to beckon her to follow. Candy also turned back and squeaked at Joe. No need to seem like it was absolutely meant to greet him to follow him. Now that there is an enthusiastic leadership party, the next journey will be much easier. Joan and Candy followed the gopher around the intricate underground cave, walked for 10 minutes, and finally came to the exit of the tunnel. There was a faint flicker of light outside the cave, and a fragrance of roasted yeast dough flew over. The gopher jumped out first, and Joan and Candy burrowed out of the cave. They ran into something unintentionally, and there was a bang in his ear. Joan turned his head and saw a burning tongue falling down against the wall. Immediately realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly greeted Candy to go back into the cave and hide. Almost at the same time, the sound of footsteps moved from far to near. The door was open, a cook-like person came in, looked at the cave next to the stove, whispered "damn mouse," leaned over and picked up the burning tongs against the wall, put it away, turned around and walked out, closing the door. "It's dangerous." Joan wiped cold sweat and quietly drilled out of the cave. He stood in the middle of the room, looking around, and the stove and bread oven came into sight. The familiar environment in front of him made him realize that he was now in the kitchen on the first floor of the Fortress of Nicey. "Look at your gopher friend, a good way for us." Canty scratched his head embarrassedly. She intended to let the gopher lead the way to the prisoner of war camp, but the other side misunderstood her meaning, and actually took her to the kitchen. Of course, this is also out of good intentions. After all, for a gopher, a food-rich kitchen is no different than a paradise on earth. It thought that Candy and Joan would like it too. Forget it, anyway. The kitchen is not far from the warehouse. Let's dig a tunnel by ourselves. Joan turned to the cave, and suddenly heard a fierce argument from the next door. His voice sounded familiar, so he walked lightly and leaned into the corner to eavesdrop. Chapter 420 Butterfly Wings. Since the Fortress of Nicey was bombarded with fire giants, many small cracks have appeared in the walls inside the fortress. There was a gap in the wall in front of Joanne, and the voice of the conversation next door passed through the gap to his ears. Joan listened to the gradual dignity of his face and turned back to Candy. "Quick! Dig a tunnel to the next door." With only one wall apart, Candy didn't even use the ground digging technique. With the hard forearm of the weasel digging his head, he doubled the crack in the wall within 2 minutes. The lights in the next room projected through the cracks in the wall, and the conversation became clearer. Joan held his breath, leaned to the wall, and glanced at the opposite room. Sure enough, the two people who were in a fierce dispute next door were General Louis Jumonville and his friend and Chief of Staff Diego Antonioni. "Louis, I know that you can hardly accept this fact, but the fact is the truth. Whether you like it or hate it, it is there, and you have to face it correctly." "Teach me less, Diego. I hate everything you say." "Ah, this cursed command. It's crazy." "Calm down, my poor friend. You need a drink of brandy to calm down." "Okay, let's have another drink. I can't wait to get drunk." A clear sound of glass collisions came across the wall, and General Jumonville sipped a large glass of spirits and fell down on his armchair, angrily replaced by decay. Antonioni took a sip of wine and walked behind his friend, holding his shoulder, and said softly, "Louis, remember that story about butterflies?" General Jumonville rubbed his cheeks with both hands and said angrily, "Come on, I am not in a mood to listen to your story now." Antonioni smiled broadly and said to himself, when the ancient wise men described the impermanence of the world, they would always use an analogy. When a butterfly's wings, it will lift up on the meteor star ocean thousands of miles away. A storm. It sounds ridiculous at first. How could a small butterfly have the ability to trigger a storm in the ocean? However, sometimes we have to admit that this fable is very brilliant, because everything in the world has subtle connections. These connections are difficult to detect, but they exist objectively, and can often lead to unexpected results in the case of coincidence. For example, at this moment, a butterfly on the ground of the Far East flapped its wings, which resulted in a violent storm here. What you said is empty talk, Diego. I still can't figure it out. People in the Far East are independent, and the headache should be the power of the Ashan Empire. But we are Ceeblu people. What does Far East independence have to do with my country? Why is our border guard stationed at the border of the New World colony implicated? This is really a disaster, General Zumengville shouted angrily. Butterfly wings, my friend. This is the butterfly wings, Antonioni said with a wry smile. Far East warlord Rudolf Kohlers launched a rebellion and became the king, proclaiming the independence of the Far Eastern province from the territory of the sacred Ashan Empire. This is a political event that is enough to change the world's pattern. This is very nervous. Now, the royal family, cabinet, military and ordinary people of Ashan have raised their voices against the rebels and recovering the Far East. However, with the current financial situation of the imperial government, it is difficult to raise sufficient military funds to start this war of rebellion. The imperial authorities must make a choice for this. Louis, do you understand what I mean? Nonsense. I'm not interested in tricks like politics, but when it comes to strategic situations, I don't need you to teach. General Jumonville said with a sullen face. The sacred Ashan Empire is like hammered foot giant with a strong surface. In fact, the foundation is very fictitious. Years of colonial expansion have exhausted the national treasury savings. The rebellion in the Far East province gave the mudfoot giant a heavy blow and exposed it. Out of a weak nature, the expansion strategy that the empire authorities insisted on in the past is now unsustainable. It is like a greedy man who eats too much indigestion. Only withdrawing his fist can he severely attack the rebels in the Far East. Yes, the truth is so obvious. Antonioni nodded and applauded. For nearly a century, the Ashan Empire has continuously launched colonial expansion of the New World and established 2 colonies of Medged and Yalfheim in the Wilnoa region. This is not yet satisfactory, and it has extended its greed to the New World. The Grabellan region in the south is trying to establish a new colony there. However, greed always has to pay the price. The colonies need not only immigrants, but also the military power and supplies to ensure the survival of immigrants. The empire has established more and more colonies overseas, and it needs money, materials and garrisons to build colonies. To this day, these overseas investments have become an overwhelming burden for the imperial authorities. Compared to these high costs, the imperial authorities have not really collected much real money in the colonies. Think about it, Louis. As far as Yalfheim is concerned, as far as I know, the colonial government can't even collect taxes on the ground. The rampant smuggling activities have also caused the customs to be useless. What benefits does it bring to the home country? Trade income is not enough to pay for the garrison. The more colonies you open up, the more money you waste. This is basically a loss of money. Antonioni put down his empty glass and paced in front of General Jumonville, who was lost in thought. Then he said, in fact, the imperial authorities now realize that too many occupied colonies are not necessarily a good thing. Compared with the wasteland in the New World, the current more urgent task is to settle the rebellion and recover the Far Eastern province. After all, the Far Eastern province belongs to the empire. Once the rebellion spreads west, the entire empire will fall into turmoil and panic. Compared with it, the colonies across the ocean are not so important. So the imperial authorities decided to abandon the colonial expansion strategy that they had insisted on for many years, and withdrew a part of the garrison from overseas colonies, and instead invested in the Far East to quell the rebellion. General Jumonville followed Antonioni's thoughts. Antonioni nodded with a smile. The general plan is like this, but there are some details that are interesting, such as the matter of withdrawing troops. The security of the colony is mainly maintained by the garrison of the home country. Withdrawing the troops means giving up the colony. If you are an empire ruler and now you have to give up part of the colony, then you will choose to give up the Medged and Yalfheim colonies that have invested countless manpower, money and materials. and have operated for hundreds of years, or give up at the beginning of the circle. The Graberan colony has not yet been officially put into construction. Chapter 421 Butterfly Wings 2. It's still necessary to ask. Of course you can only give up Graberan and stop the loss in time. General Jumonville responded angrily. That's right. The imperial authorities were forced to abandon their colonial plan in Graberan, which is very painful to imagine. These two colonies of Wolfheim have been tightly held in their hands for many years, and they are reluctant to let go. Antonioni said with a smile. What about that? General Jumonville asked impatiently. Louis, my dear friend, this is politics. Antonioni couldn't help standing up excitedly. The area of Grabellan that the imperial authorities are considering abandoning is precisely the fact that our Blue Kingdom has been eager to seize for many years. If this can help the empire withdraw its troops in Graberan, will this fat fall in our mouths? Conversely, if the imperial authorities realize that Grublion's irreplaceable strategic value to our country, they insist on refusing to withdraw their troops. The empire belongs to the Graberan colony and the empire belongs to the Alfheim colony. The north and south sides of the Belheim colony are like a pair of iron tongs, sandwiching our poor Muspelheim. When the imperial authority settles the rebellion in the Far East and slows down, the two large colonies in the north and the south will work together, and the Muspelheim sandwiched between them will suffer. General Jumonville changed his complexion. Danger. Louis, the situation of Yolfheim is too dangerous. Antonioni waved his fists excitedly. In order to get rid of the fate of the north and south, and in order to protect our great Muspelheim colony, Louis, as a subject of the Azure Kingdom, we have an obligation to promote the withdrawal of the imperial authorities from Graberan, so as to get rid of the iron jaws that choked the throat. Even if it pays some price for it. This price is the unconditional release of the Imperial Border Guard prisoners held at the fortress of Nice, abandoning the site that we finally hit down and withdrawing to the south of the Brass Pass. General Jumonville yelled unwillingly. We paid so much, isn't the victory won in vain? A rush? So what? Antonioni asked coldly. The little fortress of Nice is lighter and heavier than the vast and immense Graberan. Isn't your heart count? Of course I know. But I'm not reconciled. Is poor Joseph dead in vain? General Jumonville thumped his fist on the table with resentment. Louis, don't forget that your brother died for peace, and you are burying the peace Joseph aspires to fight for. Your intent is not to avenge Joseph, but to betray Joseph's ideals. Enough is enough, Louis. If Joseph's soul sees you like this, how disappointed it should be. Tears burst into Antonioni's eyes. General Jumonville stared at his friend in amazement for a long time, and was reluctant to say, at least I want to hang the guy named George Vaser, and there is a big man named Magni Poviton. They directly Joseph's death is responsible. Be awake, my poor friend. Antonioni waved angrily and issued a warning with a sharp voice. If you really think it's irrelevant to hang two prisoners of war, wrong. Don't forget, the war caused by one near 14 years ago. The most precious thing we can learn from history, the lesson is to avoid making the same mistake. General Jumonville seemed to be stunned and his face changed rapidly. Under the uncompromising pressure of Antonioni, he finally nodded reluctantly and agreed to take care of the overall situation and release all prisoners of war. When Louis Jumonville and Diego Antonioni were arguing fiercely, Joan, hiding in the corner of the next door, eavesdropped in the heart of the storm. In fact, as early as 3 months ago, he saw news of the turmoil in the far eastern province of the empire in the Leiden Post. He did not take this seriously. After all, the far eastern province and the colony of Yolfheim are too far apart, and the disputes that occurred there have no effect on his life. Moreover, the powerful force of the Ashan Empire to suppress the unrest in a remote province should be a breeze. This is not only Joan's personal thought. In fact, from the empire to the overseas colonies, the vast majority of citizens have a similar mentality. However, the follow-up development of the situation in the Far East has greatly exceeded people's expectations. Instead of quelling the chaos, the situation has intensified, and it has quickly been upgraded from an anti-tax movement at the economic level to an independent revolution at the political level. What even surprised Joan was that the father and son of Rudolf Collars and Roland Collars, who led this independent revolution, the empire officially characterized it as rebellion. When almost everyone did not like them, he led a militia and repeatedly defeated the weak and strong, completely defeating the regular knights of the imperial authorities stationed in the Far East province. In September this year, he successfully entered the capital of the Far East province, Atonement Fort, and formed a new government. In fact, won the regime. On October 1, 1620, the day when the offensive and defensive battle at the Nicey fortress started, the Far East Collars government held a grand founding ceremony, and Rudolf Collars was crowned Rudolf I, and the Atonement Fort, the capital of the Far East province, was renamed to Krasberg and was designated as the capital of the new Collars kingdom. At this point, the Far East province officially established the country independently, and the territories of the Sacred Ashan Empire were torn apart, and the whole country was shocked. Joan was also surprised by the Far East rebel party's independent founding of the country, but after the surprise, this matter was only concerned by His Majesty the Emperor of the Holy City of Ashan and the cabinet ministers, and he had nothing to do with his small people living in overseas colonies. Coherent. At this moment, Joan realized that he was wrong after hearing the argument between Jumonville and Antonioni. As Antonioni pointed out, there is a subtle relationship between everything in the world. A butterfly in the Far East flapped its wings and even set off a storm at the fortress of Nicey across the ocean, so that it completely reversed the fate of all prisoners of war held in the fortress! After clarifying the cause and effect of the whole incident, Joan had mixed feelings and wondered whether to cry or laugh. It is not as good as a man's brain to be born and die to seek the rescue of prisoners of war. The sudden change in the international political situation prompted General Jumonville to accept the instructions from the high-level government of the Sea Blue government and will soon release the prisoners of war. In such a delicate situation, if they and Candy continue to implement the original rescue plan, they are likely to be good at doing bad things, leading to a counterproductive result. The most correct thing I can do at the moment is to do nothing and watch the changes. Chapter 422 Things are impermanent. 1. Recognizing this reality, Joan raised a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. If it were not by coincidence that I overheard the conversation between Jumonville and Antonioni, I am afraid that I and Canty are still digging in the tunnel at this moment, ignorantly trying to destroy the good situation, thinking that in the rescue of prisoners of war, they are actually sending them to pushing in the fire pit. This is simply a free black humor. As a member of all living beings, personal efforts are too small compared to the unpredictable fate. This is not just a smallness at the level of competence. The greatest sorrow lies in the perspective. An ordinary person cannot have the God's perspective of omniscience and omnipotence. From the personal perspective, the correct decision-making is more likely to be a smart mistake. Joan now has such a sense of absurdity, as if placed by fate, almost acting as a smart fool. Fortunately, fate was not too cruel to him. At the last moment, he was provided with a perspective from which he could see the whole situation. By eavesdropping on the conversation between Jumonville and Antonioni, he learned that he was good at doing bad things, and finally had time to avoid making mistakes. Joan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned back to look at Candy. Both of them saw happiness and fear in each other's eyes. Fortunately, the Gophers led the wrong way, otherwise, they would not even dare to imagine the consequences. At this time, in the next room, Jumonville and Antonioni had in-depth discussions on the release of prisoners of war. It is hard to say what the reason was. General Jumonville insisted on officially drafting a surrender letter, and only after George Vauza signed the surrender letter would he release him and his officers and men. Diego Antonioni thinks this is a superfluous one, but considering his friend's unwillingness, he finally accepted his request. In the following time, General Jumonville dictated that Antonioni wrote the surrender book. In order to show dignity, this document was written in aquamarine text, rather than the more sacred Ashan Empire text in diplomatic occasions. Both Joan and Candy don't understand the language of Sea Blue very much, and they don't care much about the specific terms of the surrender book. Anyway, the prisoners of war are about to be released. What's the point of filling up a surrender book now? It is nothing more than to make General Jumonville look better. At dawn, Joan finally saw Lieutenant Colonel Vesa again. He was personally invited by Antonioni from the prisoner of war camp and ordered to sign a surrender in exchange for the freedom of all prisoners of war. The situation evolved like this, and George Vassar was puzzled, his haggard face full of confusion. He is ready to go to jail for a long time. The worst is expected to be sentenced to hang. The slightly better result is to be sold to the slave market. I don't know which plantation or mine to work hard for the rest of my life. The most optimistic estimate is also the family paid a lot of money to redeem him. In this era, noble knights or rich children captured during the war can often be freed by paying a large ransom, but he never dreamed that there was such a good thing. No need to pay anything, just sign a name on the file to pat the and leave. Of course, signing the surrender is not a glorious thing, and it is a big stain for officers, but what is this little grievance that is more free than the freedom of all prisoners of war? With such a mood, Lieutenant Colonel Vassar didn't even bother to listen to Antonioni's translation of the obscure and murky clauses in the surrender book, and when he mentioned the quill, he signed his name. After signing, Antonioni politely shook hands with Lieutenant Colonel Vassar and escorted him back to the prisoner of war camp, promising to release all prisoners of war after dawn. Joan and Candy left the corner with a sense of success and loss, and returned to the Jackal camp. Until dawn, they witnessed all the prisoners of war, including Lieutenant Colonel Vassar, Major Green, and Magni, out of the warehouse, retrieve their horses and weapons, and left the barracks under the close surveillance of the Navy border guards. All Knight's heart counted back in his belly. Now that the prisoners of war have regained their freedom, there is no need for Joan and Candy to remain in the enemy camp. After blessing the invisibility technique, they quietly slip out of the camp and become eagles and falcons. Kiawan spread his wings and looked at the familiar figures in the distance, but also felt a touch of loss when he was relieved. If you compare the Fortress of Nice to a stage, and compare the conflicts and disputes that have occurred on this stage to a big show, then let alone say the protagonist, not even the supporting role, but a spectator outside the spotlight, that's it. Thinking about being born and dying and going deep into the enemy camp, I made up my mind to sacrifice my life to rescue the prisoners of war, but it turned out to be nothing. Regardless of whether he is here or not, General Jumonville will release the prisoners of war. In this way, what is the value of going to the enemy camp with Candy? But when he thought about it, Joan was relieved. He returned to the front line, not to show the acting to anyone, nor to prove his courage, but he was worried. Now that the captured comrades have regained their freedom, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. As for whether this result is directly related to the efforts made by yourself and Candy, it is actually not important. At this time, Joan and Candy had flown over the released prisoners of war. The eagle and falcon flying together attracted people's curiosity. Candy landed first, running back to his elder brother, cheering and running towards his brother. Magni is also a pleasant encounter, turning over and jumping off his horseback, spread his arms around his sister in his arms, tears in his eyes excitedly. Joan landed and walked back to George Vassar with 1,000 words, but he didn't know where to start, and finally raised his hand in silence to salute him. Lieutenant Colonel Vassar was deeply touched by the seemingly indifferent move of the juvenile mage, immediately turned over and dismounted, solemnly returned a military salute, almost choked with tears, and said, "Joan, you have worked hard." Behind Lieutenant Colonel Vassar, Major Green, Brothers Dingle and all the officers and soldiers for the rest of their lives have also dismounted, saluting the entourage magistrate who should not have appeared here. Joan restrained his excitement and continued to follow the big army. At the same time that George Vassar and his party were released by General Louis Jumonville, Joan had issued a windstorm to inform Lieutenant Colonel Anderson to come and respond. Later in the day, the cavalry battalion led by Lieutenant Colonel Anderson met with Vaser and others on the banks of the Golden Sands, and the old friends met again after the robbery, and they all expressed endless emotions. Chapter 423 Things are impermanent to Joan didn't want to mention his rescue plan for the abortion, but the sharp-eyed Candy didn't plan to keep him secret. When camping that night, Candy put himself and Joan on the front line: how to disguise and sneak into the enemy camp, how to dig the tunnel to try to rescue everyone, and how to overhear Louis Jumonville and Diego Antonioni. Halfway the conversation was told vividly. Hearing the cause and consequence of the whole thing, Vaser and others finally solved the mystery of the Happy Head and figured out why they were released. Although the rescue operations of Joan and Candy haven't really started yet, the courage and the willingness of them to risk death and sneak into the enemy rescue people are enough to be deeply moved. The total number of officers and soldiers who had left the prisoner of war camp alive was about 400, and there were many injured people with limited mobility. Such a team was obviously unable to march at a faster pace, let alone a half-month journey to return to the Dillon Valley night camp. Today is October 5th. The new semester at Leiden College began as early as 4 days ago. Joan has been absent from class for several days, and can't continue to delay. That evening he quit to Lieutenant Colonel Vaser and others. A large force, transformed into an eagle, flew to Dillon town. Canty hesitated a little while staying with his elder brother and following Joan, and quickly made a decision, turning into a falcon and chasing Joan away. Magni watched her sister's figure go away quickly, shook her head with a wry smile, and could not tell what was in her heart. After 2 hours of flight, Joan and Candy landed in Dillon with the night. Jamie and Gray were still guarding the door of the house and saw the little master return, and ran to meet him excitedly. After Grandpa died, Joan had no immediate family members in this world. The term hometown is now like a faded picture to him. It has become blurred and distant, losing its original sense of belonging. In Dillon, the only one who can count as his family is Jamie and Gray. That night, Joan chatted with Canty for a long time in his hut, and the topic mainly revolved around his future plans. Candy has been away from home for too long, and her parents have repeatedly sent letters to urge her to return home. Now that Magni and Sir Hunter have regained their freedom, she has no reason to stay abroad and has to return to the village of Puverton as soon as possible. Joan's studies are also not to be delayed, and he will fly back to Leiden tomorrow morning. Neither Jamie nor Gray can fly and can't accompany him. Moreover, Gray's notorious grey bag is not allowed to settle in the city. If you let Jamie and Gray continue to live in Dillon town, considering their intelligence level, Joan is really at ease, and finally can only entrust them to Candy to take care of, and she will bring Jamie and Gray back to Yar settled in Okakio Valley. Candy's affection for Jamie and Gray is no less than that of Joan. In fact, he had already planned to take them home, and he readily accepted Joan's entrustment. He also told him to go to Powhatan village when he was on holiday, visiting relatives. My grandfather has died, and Jamie and Gray are about to move with Canty to the Algonquin Valley. For Joan today, the village of Puverton actually conforms to the definition of home more than Dillon. Early the next morning, Joan said goodbye to Candy, Jamie, and Gray, turned into eagles with their reluctance, and spread their wings. After circling for several weeks in Dillon town, Joan finally hardened his heart and turned around to fly north. Across the vast wilderness, the jungle and the river, Joan gradually moved away from his hometown that left him endless grief. The bustling buildings of Port Leiden appeared on the horizon, as if foreshadowing the past and opening a new life to him. The thought of going back to his cozy, warm, and book-filled den, back to the quiet and peaceful campus, and back to the friendly tutors and classmates, turned Joan's mood from low to excited. However, when he finally entered the school gate, he immediately realized that the atmosphere in the campus was very abnormal. The people on the road were in a hurry, with no smile on their faces, and they were worried. There was also a uniformed policeman wandering around the campus. The look in the eyes made Joan unconsciously associate the falcon and the jackal. Confused, Joan hurried to his dormitory. I met several students of the same grade along the way, all of whom knew each other well, and Joan waved hello naturally. When the other party saw him, he looked stunned without exception and reluctantly nodded his head. Hesitantly he seemed to have something to say to him, but in the end he turned his head away and left him with more doubts. What the happened? Joan had an ominous hunch. Entering the lobby on the first floor of the dormitory, Joan saw Edward Gates and Thomas Chaps sitting face-to-face on the sofa as they entered the door, both in a daze. Joan glanced at the clock, and the hour hand pointed at 9 o'clock in the morning. He couldn't help but wonder, Thomas, Edward, it's already 9 o'clock. Why are you still in the dorm? If you don't go to class anymore, you will lose your temper. Now, Joanne, you are finally back. Thomas stood up hello and greeted him with a bitter smile. Unfortunately, you came too late. I'm afraid I won't have the opportunity to take the roles instructor's class. Joan shuddered, staring at Thomas in amazement, and his voice could not help shaking. Mr. Rawls. What happened? The tutor has passed away. Edward's face was painful and his voice was hoarse. 3 days ago, I died in a murder. How can that be? Joan slumped on the sofa with his legs down, his entire head groggy, and he couldn't believe the bad news he had just heard. Edward, Thomas, wouldn't the two of you play together to play me? What the is going on? Joan, I know you have a hard time accepting this. When I first heard about the news, I couldn't believe it was true, but this was not a joke and no one dared to joke about it, Edward said sullenly. Joan sat for a long time, finally found some sense of reality, forced himself to calm down, and asked, when did the tutor get killed? The night before yesterday. It was a coincidence that he was murdered in his laboratory. On the same night, another arcane instructor in the laboratory next door was assassinated, Thomas whispered. The laboratory next door? Joan quickly recalled, and then asked him, Master Wordsworth, or Walter Lee? Walter Lee. Thomas sighed and couldn't hide his anger on his face. People like the old owl don't regret to die. I really don't understand why someone could murder Ruth Master Rolls like a good person who is kind to others. I can't even think of it. He has offended him. Who? Chapter 424 Mentor's Death. Thomas. You can't change your brain. Can you change it? Edward scowled. Even if Walter Lee has a bad character, it doesn't mean he deserves to be murdered. Look at the tone of your speech. Really treat yourself as a policeman? I like to say whatever I like in private. It's up to you to take care of it. What do you count? Edward, to tell you the truth, I'm in a bad mood now, very bad. Don't make trouble. Thomas' face didn't smile, and his grumpy eyes showed that he didn't mind a fight to vent his depressed emotions. Okay, you two don't quarrel. Joan had to appease the two classmates who were both impulsive and try to get the topic back on track. I saw a patrol officer on campus when I came back. Presumably, the police has intervened in the investigation. Is there any news about the murderer? The case is still in the investigation stage, but there are some clues. Master Rolls and Master Lee were killed on the same night, and the same marks are left on the wall of the murder scene, which looks like a split into 8 segments. Golden Snake. The Golden Snake divided into 8 segments. Joan thought about it and suddenly changed his face. It sounds like the emblem of the Son of Freedom Association. Edward nodded gently. The police think so. So the day after the incident, the police raided the Leiden Post and took away the editor-in-chief, Miranda Fisher. You probably also know that the Leiden Post and the Son of Freedom have always had an ambiguous relationship. People say that smugglers will secretly squeeze money into the newspaper, and reporters and editors who buy the newspaper say good things for them. Miranda Fisher. I am a senior officer of the organization. Of course, these are rumors, and there is no real evidence that Miranda Fisher is the murderer or behind Theson's mastermind of the murder of the two masters. Since there is no conclusive evidence, Why is it necessary to publicly arrest Miss Miranda? Joan was deeply puzzled by the police's actions. Leave the Son of Freedom logo at the crime scene. It does not prove that the two murders should be the responsibility of the Son of Freedom. Otherwise, if there is a piece of bread at the murder site, would you have to catch all the toasters in the city? Stand up. The police's actions are indeed brutal. At first glance it seems illogical, but in fact it makes sense. Thomas smiled sarcastically. The Chief of Police of Port Leyden is also served by the Director of Customs, and our Customs Director, Mr. Andrew Snow, had formed a beam with the Association of Freedom Sons at the beginning of his tenure. Mr. issued a bill to crack down on smuggling. He sent him more than one threatening letter and threatened to kidnap his family. Do you think Mr. Snow can take that breath? Now there is a chance to clean up the Children of Freedom Association. Mr. Snow will certainly not miss it, even if he knows in his heart that Miss Miranda, a newspaper leader who is quite prestigious in the cultural and upper-class society, is unlikely to be a murderer. The murderer. There is no reason to murder two university professors who have no grudges against her and even the Son of Freedom Association. She still wants to drag her into this scandal. The real purpose is not to solve the case, but to take the opportunity to beat Miranda, the Son of Freedom Association, behind the lady. What is your father's attitude towards this case? Joan asked Edward. The police and the military belong to different systems. My dad was inconvenienced to intervene in criminal cases. Moreover, the police took Miss Miranda in the name of assisted investigation and could not pick out the fault in the procedure. Edward shrugged. Joan nodded noisily, and couldn't help recalling the fact that he accompanied Rebecca to the Snow Manor to get rid of spirits. In the haunted manor of the Snow family, he unexpectedly met Sister Meow. After her introduction, she met two senior members of the Son of Freedom Association, Mr. Fox Joseph Adams and Miss Wolf. Although Miss Wolf never took off her mask that night, the attitude she showed during her conversation with Xiao Miao was not difficult to see. This person may be the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, Miss Miranda Fisher, the chief supervisor of Xiao Miao. The haunted incident at Snow Manor was completely created by the Son of Freedom Association, with the purpose of intimidating the customs chief Andrew Snow and his family. Mr. Snow, who is also the police chief of Port Leyden, wanted to find out the truth behind the incident. It was not unreasonable to take revenge on Ms. Miranda while taking advantage of the serial murder. Joan didn't want to take care of these idle things, but he couldn't tolerate Andrew Snow's negligence in tracing the real murderer for the sake of the private vengeance, which led to the impunity of the real murderer who murdered Rolls. Thomas, where is the tutor's coffin? I want to see his old man again. Joan looked lonely. Compared with the death of my grandfather, the spiritual impact of the teacher's death on him is even stronger. Grandpa's health has always been bad, and his illness is an expected thing, and the tutor Rolls is in his prime, and his death has no signs at all. In addition to lamenting the cruelty and impermanence of fate, Joan didn't know how to express his grief to near numbness. The case is still under investigation. The mentor's coffin is now inconveniently buried and temporarily parked in the church of the seminary. I will go with you. Edward stood up. I'm going too. Thomas followed downstairs. I don't know when it started to rain. The damp air and gloomy sky made me feel depressed. Joan opened an umbrella and hurried through the muddy campus accompanied by Edward and Thomas to the campus of the seminary. Facing the most prominent milky white dome building is the Queen of Carmatima's church. Joan put away the umbrella and went into the church. When I saw the statue of the goddess displayed in the center of the sermon, I couldn't help but wonder. In the doctrine of this goddess in charge of destiny, everything in the world is connected by countless causal chains, and there must be a cause for everything. Given this theological idea, what is the root cause of the death of Tutor Rolls? A good old man with a simple personality and a kind heart like Robert Rolls, a happy bachelor who has spent most of his life on an ivory tower-like campus, almost never offended anyone. The murderer's eyes are so nailed that he has to venture into Leyden College to kill him cruelly. Joan thought about it, and he couldn't see any inevitable causality between the murder. He prefers to believe that the Rolls mentor is the hand of a lunatic who died of a mental disorder. Rather, He believes that the mentor's murder was an accident rather than something that caused him to die. At least this will make him feel better. Chapter 425 Lost Soul 1 Joan, the hall is here. Thomas Cole interrupted his thoughts, quickly recovered, and quickly walked into a hall in the church dedicated to parking the coffin. As soon as he walked into this room, Joan felt cold all over, and immediately realized that a low-temperature magic enchantment had been applied in the hall, the purpose of which was to keep the corpses parked here for a long time without rot. Rolls Deuter stopped at the corner of the hall, and Joan stepped forward to uncover the shroud, glanced at the probe, and almost couldn't help crying. Robert Rawls closed his eyes on the bed. His plump and rosy cheeks were sunken, pale and blighted, and the scars on his chest were faintly visible even though they were stitched together. After careful observation, Joan speculates that the weapon used by the perpetrator is a sharp double-edged dagger or dagger. Of course, the specific weapon is not observable with the naked eye, but also depends on the police autopsy report. Joan stopped for a long time in front of the mentor's casket, bit his lip, and vowed to find out the real murderer at all costs and revenge the mentor. Suddenly there was a rapid footstep behind him, and a familiar fragrance came with a call of surprise. "Joan, are you? You are finally back." Joan looked back to see Rebecca in a Snow-White nun's uniform and sapphire-like beautiful eyes filled with joy, as if seeing a ray of light in the cold and dark night. She felt inexplicably warm. "Rebecca, long time no see. I haven't met for almost 2 months from the holiday until now. I heard that the unit you served had defeated at the Brass Pass. All the officers and soldiers were captured by the Sea Blues, and you didn't return to school until the start of school. I'm worried. It's terrible. I've been asking for news from the front line. Thank you, Lord, for your blessings. And now you are finally back safely." Rebecca held the string of mithril holy emblems hanging around her neck with both hands, and sincerely thanked the goddess of destiny for responding to her prayers to protect Joan from returning safely. Joan doesn't believe in gods very much, and he doesn't think he's benefiting from the favor of Timus or some other deity, but he respects Rebecca's faith and shows her sincerity in her words. "I am deeply grateful for the thought, but I do not know how to express this gratitude. Joan, just now I learned from a school sister that you are coming to church. I guess most of you are here to visit Master Roll's coffin. It happened that I had something important to tell you, so I hurried over. Fortunately, you are all here. Did not let me run for nothing." Thomas pointed to his nose and asked Rebecca in surprise, "Are you sure this includes me and Edward instead of you and Joan communicating privately?" Rebecca's fair face quickly flushed, and he gave Thomas a fierce glance, saying angrily, "Of course including you. Aren't you and Edward also a Master Roll's student? Don't think about it in a crooked way. I have the main thing is to tell you." "Is it about Master Roll's death?" Edward asked directly. "It is indeed related to this. Have you seen the autopsy report?" "I have a copy here. I will show it to you later." Rebecca looked around cautiously, stepped closer to Joan, put his hand on his shoulder, and lowered his voice. "There is still an unexplained mystery about the death of Master Rolls and Master Lee, because it is too strange to write a post-mortem report. Even the police do not know. So far, only the principal, Mrs. Clare, and at that time, I was the assistant to the psychic ritual for Grandma Clare." "What's the secret, Rebecca? Can you tell us something?" Joan asked urgently. "I came to you mainly for this matter, but it is not convenient to talk about it deeply here. We better find a quiet place to sit down and talk slowly." Joan thought about it and turned to look at Thomas and Edward. "Let's go back to the dormitory. It's more secluded." Everyone nodded in agreement and took Rebecca out of the church in a hurry and returned to the dorm. Edward's servant brought hot refreshments, then retreated, and closed the door with a pretentious look. Joan, Thomas and Edward sat side by side on the long sofa, looking at Rebecca sitting on the single sofa opposite, all curious and expectant in their eyes. Rebecca took a sip from the teacup and sorted out her thoughts before speaking. "People often say that people can't be resurrected. In fact, This sentence is not completely correct. For example, asking a quasi-legendary magic spellcaster to perform 9 rings of miracles will have the opportunity to revive the dead. We don't need you to say that we also know, but the casters that can perform the 9th ring magic are even rarer than the ancient dragons, and they don't even exist in this world. What do you mean by these? Edward frowned and asked Rebecca. It is really difficult to resurrect the dead, but it is much easier to wake up the souls of the dead temporarily and have a short conversation with them. Rebecca placed the teacup on the table, looking very serious. In fact, the 3-point magical technique Dead Talk can achieve this purpose. This magical technique is also called psychic. Have you ever heard of this? It turns out that there is really psychic in the world. I thought it was just a trick that the sticks pretend to sell foolishly and stupidly. Thomas murmured his chin. Rebecca, will you practice psychic? Joanne asked. I only know a few rough doorways, but my mentor, Claire, is proficient in this magic. Her old man is the chief psychic master of the entire Alfheim region, Rebecca said proudly. Can I ask Mother Claire to perform spiritism to wake up the soul of Tutor Rawls and ask the truth about the murder? Joan asked excitedly. Theoretically, in fact, as early as the day after the murder, Mr. Principal found Mrs. Clara and made this request to him, hoping to wake up the souls of the 2 masters Rawls and Lee, and to inquire about the true nature of the murderer. Rebecca smiled bitterly, and then said, if the psychic ritual is successful, the 2 murders have now been solved, but unfortunately the result is somewhat unexpected. The psychic ritual failed? Thomas asked in surprise. Rebecca nodded heavily. The psychic ceremony was held in the hall where the casket was parked. The psychic must touch the dead body to wake up the remaining self-consciousness in the body. That night, as Grandma Claire's assistant, I watched the whole process of the psychic ritual. Grandma Claire made 2 spells in an attempt to awaken Master Rawls and Master Lee's soul, and the results ended in failure. Chapter 426 The Lost Soul 2. Since Grandma Claire is an experienced psychic master, why did she fail the psychic ritual this time? Joan asked puzzlingly. This question also troubles Mother and Claire deeply. After repeated analysis afterwards, only one of the most likely conclusions can be drawn. Rebecca slowed down, almost saying word by word, we doubt. The 2 masters suffered not only physical murder, but also their souls have been destroyed or detained by the murderer, otherwise it is impossible to explain why the spiritism will fail. Joan was horrified, and neither Edward nor Thomas shuddered consciously. Rebecca sighed and leaned back on the sofa, said with a lonely face, if the truth is unfortunately in our words, the souls of the 2 masters have a problem, then don't say psychic. Even if a legendary priest is invited to perform 9 rings of miracles, they will not be able to bring them back to life. It's easy to kill a person's body, it's too difficult to hurt a person's soul. What exactly did the murderer do to the bodies of the 2 masters? Edward frowned. The means of hurting souls are indeed very rare, but there are always a few things, such as a monster called Dog Demon, which kills creatures and swallows the other party's soul, making the victim unable to reincarnate or resurrection. As far as I know, an evil spell called Feast of Dogs and Demons can also achieve a similar effect. In addition to this, although the 8th ring soul technique and the 9th ring soulbound technique cannot completely destroy the souls of the dead, they can imprison the souls, which can also achieve the purpose of preventing psychics and resurrection. Joan said thoughtfully, the methods you mentioned are too biased, there are only theoretical possibilities. Edward shrugged disapprovingly. If the murderer can cast 8th or 9th level spells, what else is necessary to break into the academy in the middle of the night and assassinate Master Rawls and Master Lee with a dagger? That can't be said. If the other party is just lucky, it happens to hold the scroll of spells against the soul. Thomas said that he couldn't help laughing, and felt that this vain assumption was too unreliable. Wait. Soul binding. Joan suddenly thought of a thing, suddenly burst into sweat, and couldn't help jumping. Soul binder. Is the teacher's soul binder still there? Edward and Thomas glanced at each other, as if they had thought of something coincidentally, and all their faces lost their blood for a moment. Joan ... You didn't say. I didn't think about it. The teacher has been able to make large numbers of activated scarecrows and made a fortune in these years. The main thing is to collect the souls of livestock by binding the soul bottle. In fact, this magic guide can also be used to detain human souls. Thomas' voice trembles, and his forehead oozes with cold sweat like dense yellow beans. Now it seems that the reason why the souls of the two masters cannot respond to Mother Claire's call is the problem. Edward's face was solemn. The morning after the incident, Thomas and I rushed to the murder scene at the same time. The police had not yet shown up. The two of us should be the first witnesses to witness the murder scene. At that time, I was surprised that other valuable items in the laboratory were kept intact. Only two things are lost. One is the spring module the teacher is studying, and the other is the soul binder. At that time, we only thought that the murderer killed the role's mentor, probably not for the purpose of making money, but did not think deeply about why the murderer took the clockwork module and the soul binding bottle. Thomas also frowned. Especially the soul binder, as a quasi-legendary magic guide, is very complicated to start and use. The device must have profound arcane knowledge to operate this device, otherwise the holder's own soul will be taken carelessly. Suck into the bottle. Even Joan and Edward and I can only operate the soul binder under the supervision of a mentor. Even the layman can't understand the mystery even if he gets this magic guide. How can he put other valuable equipment and the material doesn't move? Only the soul bottle is stolen. Thomas, you mean that the murderer knows the value of the soul binder and has the ability to use this magic guide? It may even be that he himself is an arcane spellcaster, and he knows each other well with Master Rawls, and binds the soul binder. It has been coveted for a long time. In order to seize the bottle of soul binding, he sneaked into the laboratory to assassinate Master Rawls late at night, and open the bottle of soul binding after he succeeded, imprisoning the soul of Master Rawls, so as not to expose his crimes. Rebecca guessed. It's very possible. Thomas slapped the table heavily. In addition to the soul binding bottle, there is also a spring module stolen together. This thing is not as dangerous as the soul binding bottle, and it is more versatile and must be able to bring in great reputation and wealth to the people who own it. The murderer took the clockwork module, which shows that he is well aware of the potential value of this invention. What exactly is a clockwork module? Rebecca didn't know much about construction, and he didn't understand Thomas' intentions. A clockwork module is a series of magic box composed of a magic system. You can think of it as a machine composed of many parts. Each part can be split and used separately. Joan tried to explain this very complex magic system to Rebecca in the most popular language possible. The barrels that make up the entire module can be divided into two types. One type is called springs. There are a lot of them and each has different enchanting functions. For example, your home's activated scarecrow tartar contains the clockwork box. Its enchantment effect is to release one ring of fright at most 3 times a day. This is actually a spring clockwork. Rebecca nodded. I understand the spring. What is the second type of spring? The second type of spring is called a hub spring. There can be countless multiple springs in a spring module, but there can only be one hub spring, and its function is only one, that is, control all other springs in the same module. If the spring clockwork module is likened to an army, then all the spring clockwork are ordinary soldiers, and the hub clockwork plays the role of commander, and all the spring clockwork must be obeyed. The commands issued by the clockwork clock, even if they are far away from each other, can maintain this subordinate relationship through magic power. Whether hub clockwork or child clockwork is not intelligent in itself, but child clockwork can be incorporated into a low-level structured living organism such as an activated scarecrow and become its core element. At the same time, if a spellcaster holds a hub spring, he can issue a command to subspring by operating hub spring, which in turn controls its parasitic low-order construct the creature to execute the above command, and the final result is. Finally, Joan said with a conclusion. The holder of the hub clockwork can remotely control a construction army at will. Chapter 427 Clockwork Module. Rebecca changed her complexion after hearing Joan explain the function of clockwork module and murmured, "If this technology is popularized, wouldn't the army originally composed of human beings be replaced by a mechanical core of constructs, and no longer need soldiers and officers at all levels? As long as one has a hub clockwork, the commander-in-chief is enough." This invention is really terrible. Horrible or not depends on what angle you stand at, Edward said lightly. Mr. Rawls is a humanist. He sincerely believes that humans should not kill each other. Even if war is inevitable, you should try your best. Less human blood. Based on this concept, Tutor Rawls envisioned replacing the human army with the mechanized and fully automated corps of soldiers, and letting those that are equipped with barrels replace humans to fight against each other on the battlefield. A good way to die. Just this summer, the Rawls instructor went to Mage Joan University to attend an academic seminar and delivered a speech on the concept of the clockwork module and the clockwork core, which was also made public. The clockwork module made by him was displayed, which caused a huge response at the meeting. Later, this speech was organized into a paper and published in the authoritative core journal of a newsletter, which attracted widespread attention from construction scholars from various countries. The fierce debate caused by this has not been calmed down so far. Edward sighed with regret on his face. We all thought that this paper marked a new pinnacle of Master Rawls' academic career, but we did not expect that this was actually the last publicly published academic paper in his life. Since Master Rawls invented the clockwork module, which is of great significance, is it possible that his competitors in the academic field hire and murder out of jealousy? Rebecca made a guess. Do not rule out this possibility. Before Edward's words were finished, a knock on the door suddenly came, and the voice of the maid came from outside the living room. "Master, 3 guests are visiting." "Guest?" Edward got up and opened the door, staring at the servant in surprise. "Are you here for me?" "It's not a special visit to you. They said that you and Master Chap and Master Vida, you can do whatever you want at home. It would be better if you were all at home." The servant answered respectfully. "How many visitors are there? What are the characteristics of appearance?" Edward asked cautiously. "A total of 3 people, all of them look very distinctive." The servant's expression was a little weird. "One of them was a young cat person, a white rat person, and another seemed to be a kobold. They must be meows." Thomas stood up and smiled. "Edward, please invite them in. They are all old friends." Edward nodded, followed the male servant out to meet, and soon invited the petty servant's little cat, Wiki, and teacher Benny into the living room. It is needless to say that Joan is closely related to the cat, mouse, dog trio. Rebecca, Edward, and Thomas have also played alongside Meow, Wiki, and Benny in this year's hunting competition. Everyone is not an outsider in the battle. After meeting, they will save the conversation and go straight to the subject. Joan, the newspaper received the news the day before yesterday. It is said that the situation on the southern front is not optimistic. We are all worried about your safety. Now we are relieved to see you coming back safely," Xiao Meow said with a smile. "Thank you, Sister Meow, for your concern, but you are visiting today. Shouldn't it be for the front line?" Qiaoan asked immediately. Xiao Meow nodded frankly, put away her smile, and his expression became serious. "Regarding Master Rawls' unfortunate experience, I won't say much more about the polite words like mourning and surrender. Now I have something to ask you to help Edward and Thomas." "Sister Meow, I won't prevent you from talking about business here?" Rebecca asked a little crampedly. "Of course not, Rebecca. It would be better if you were willing to stay and help." Xiao Meow smiled at her and continued the topic just now. "You probably heard about it too. The scenes of the 2 murders at Leiden College have left the logo of the Son of Freedom, which is not to be concealed. Teachers Wiki and Benny are members of the Son of Freedom Association. Now, these 2 murders have caused a lot of storms in the city, which has caused a lot of public pressure on our organization. In the past, when we encountered similar incidents, We always used newspapers to guide public opinion and get rid of the crisis. This is precisely the purpose of the association, to spend a lot of money to fund newspapers and establish its own news public opinion platform over the years. However, this crisis has come more rapidly than before. We have not had time to respond. The newspaper was raided by the police. Miss Miranda, the editor-in-chief, was forcibly taken away. She is still in custody and the newspaper is under police control. The entire publishing work has been forced to stagnate, and my teachers, Akai and Benny, are currently in a semi-unemployed state. Xiao Miao smiled bitterly. Sister Miao, please allow me to ask a question that is not polite. How much does the death of the two masters Rawls and Lee have to do with your association? Thomas asked solemnly. In fact, Joan, Rebecca, and Edward had the same doubts, but they were not embarrassed to ask in person. Thomas, I dare to guarantee in the name of my personality and my master Paleoe, the Freedom of Sons Association has nothing to do with these two murders. The murderer left our monogram on the wall of the crime scene to make it clear. The idea of marrying Akai swears. Among the cats, rats, and dogs, Xiao Miao and Benny are just like Joan as unbelievers in the broad sense, except that the white rat man, Akai, is a very devout believer of Perot. If it is not the occasional stain on the legal level of stealing the rich and helping the poor, even if the morality of the paladin is used to measure the character of the creek, there will be no flaws. Since he swears in the name of his personality and faith, there is absolutely no half-word lie. Mr. Ueki, I believe you are telling the truth. So who is blaming the Son of Freedom Association? Thomas asked. It's not easy to say. Archie smiled bitterly. Frankly speaking, Son of Freedom has done a lot of illegal business. The power of offense in black and white is almost innumerable. All these enemies have enough reasons to suppress us. Miss Miranda is only the first beating bird to be beaten, never the last one. Miss Miranda is also a member of you? Rebecca was a little unbelievable. A social celebrity like her, a noble and learned society, would even join the gang. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disparage your organization. Chapter 428 Secret Investigation. You don't have to apologize for this, Ms. Castis. No matter from which point of view, the Son of Freedom Association, it can't get rid of the gangster color, and we don't care what others say. After all, the law is not perfect. As long as there is, if society exists, there will inevitably be soil for the existence of gangsters. Teacher Benny lit a pipe with a wry smile. As for Miss Miranda, she is indeed a member of our association and the person in charge of the district of Alfheim. The police have investigated this very clearly and we have no intention of concealing it. When Joan and I were dispiriting at Snow Manor, I had the honor of meeting with the two senior members of the Son of Liberty Association. I remember they were wearing masks on their faces. If I guessed right, the one wore a wolf head. The lady in the mask is. Rebecca stopped talking and cast an inquiring look at Teacher Benny. Teacher Benny nodded gently. Joan recalled his experience at Snow Manor that night and frowned. If Miss Miranda is the shadow dancer who once served as a ghost in the Snow Manor, then with her strength, I don't think there is any prison in Port Leyden that can hold her. With the strength of Sister Miranda, it's really easy to escape. But she can't do that. Even if she escaped from the prison before the case is clarified, the black pot on her head will never be removed. This is exactly what Andrew Snow expects. Even if there is evidence afterwards that Sister Miranda has nothing to do with the homicide, at least she can be arrested on the charge of escape. Even if the person who can catch her can completely destroy her reputation, don't think about it in the press in the future. Show your head. Xiao Miao flicked her fluffy tail angrily, and then said, Sister Miranda has seen through the sinister intentions of Andrew Snow, so she had to stay in the jail and wait for the case to turn around. Teacher Benny also had to run around to track down the real murderer and try to help Sister Miranda to clean up her grievances so that she could be released from prison as soon as possible and restore her reputation. Now that seems to be the case. Can I do something for you? Joanne asked. We want to go to the crime scene to investigate, and maybe we can find clues that were negligent by the police. However, the location where the two masters were assassinated is in the arcane laboratory of Leiden College. Outsiders like us are not allowed to approach at all. Please help. try to bring us into the laboratory. Little Meow looked at Joan eagerly. It's okay. Joan stood up. I'll take you to the laboratory, and I just want to take a look at the scene. Wait a minute. Edward stood up. To avoid trouble, Sister Meow, Wiki and Benny are best dressed up as students. Joan, have you prepared a ring of easy surgery today? ? No problem. Just leave it to me. Joan didn't actually prepare the easy rhythm in advance, but this did not disturb him, and directly stimulated Sid Mana, and a shining six-pointed star array rose under his feet. He extracted 3 Sid Mana and transformed it into 3 1st-level spell slots, one by one for Meow Meow, Meow, Wiki and Benny, turning them into student looks and all their clothes. It became the uniform of the Leiden Academy's arcane profession robe with a style similar to a short black trench coat. Thomas and Edward, seeing their eyes straightened, couldn't help curiosity, and asked Joan what spell he had just cast. Why a magic circle appeared from his body, like some kind of spell configuration inscribed in flesh and blood. Joan briefly introduced her experience with the mythical goblin Sid Lennon, and the beginning and end of receiving the Sid Mana from Miss Lennon. Both Edward and Thomas were envious after hearing this. Only Rebecca's face was a little strange, and he looked at Joan's eyes with a trace of unnoticeable worries. Joan, Thomas and Edward lead the way, and Rebecca and Yi Rong, the 3 little cats who look like students, follow them and walk into the teaching building. In front of the wind ladder leading to the Rawls lab, a uniformed policeman stood guard, carrying an oak baton in his hand. When he saw Joan they came over, they quickly raised their hands to stop. Please stay a step. Traffic is temporarily prohibited here. Mr. Police Officer, we are all Austrian law students. Master Rolls, who was unfortunately killed the other day, is our mentor. Although the mentor is no longer alive, our studies have been delayed and we have to go to the laboratory to complete an item. Please trouble-free. Thomas smiled and handed his student ID. Sorry, before the murder is detected, I must ensure that the crime scene is not damaged. The middle-aged police officer solemnly refused to interrupt suddenly, because he found that under the student ID that Thomas had handed, there was a stack of small shiny gold coins. But having said that, since you are all students of this school and want to come to be young people who are safe and secure, I will make an exception and give you half an hour. Make sure to go back quickly. The patrolman skillfully put away the gold coins, carefully looked at the document, and then returned it to Thomas with a serious warning. Your name is Thomas Chap, right? I remember you. If the crime scene is damaged afterwards, you will bear all the responsibilities. You can rest assured, Mr. Officer, I promise not to cause you any trouble. Thomas replied, patting his chest. The patrol officer hesitated for a moment, and finally turned away. Thomas opened the door of the wind elevator and turned his eyes to his companions. A group of 7 people quickly entered the wind elevator and rose to the top of the tower under the magic drive. Directly opposite the wind-operated ladder exit is a corridor leading to the Rawls laboratory. The laboratory door is closed and locked. Joan took out the key he carried with him, opened the door of the laboratory and walked in. A light smell filled the spacious hall, and bloodstains remained on the ground. Joan went to the window and wanted to open the curtain, but hesitated and decided to keep it as it was so as not to attract attention. At this moment, a breeze lifted the curtains, making him realize that the glass window had shattered. Gently lifted the curtain and looked at it, and accidentally noticed that there were several yellow and black spots on the windowsill covered with broken glass slag. Kian narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at the foreign objects for a long time, turned around and walked to his operating table, opened the drawer, took out a brass tweezers and an empty glass bottle with a large palm, and returned to the windowsill. The tweezers picked up a yellow-black foreign object and shone it against the sun, then placed it in a glass bottle. Chapter 429 Research on Bloodmark. Joan, come here. Edward's call came from behind. Joan quickly picked up the foreign objects scattered on the windowsill one by one with tweezers, collected them in a glass bottle, plugged the bottle stopper, and turned to Edward. Edward and Thomas gathered around the podium and leaned their hands on their knees to observe the large bloodstain on the ground. Joan walked over to look at it and asked softly, "Is the tutor killed here?" Edward nodded heavily. The morning after the incident, Thomas and I came to the laboratory. The first sight I saw was that the tutor was lying in the pool of blood, and his body had become cold and stiff from the traces left on the scene. The mentor tried to resist when he was assassinated, but unfortunately the murderer came too suddenly. The attack was very fierce, he could not even have time to protect himself. Thomas sighed, and you know, the mentor all day he is busy teaching and researching, and the prepared spells are all for these two tasks. He almost does not prepare those spells for combat, which makes him almost no resistance at the moment of sudden murder. This can't be blamed for the mentor's negligence. Who can expect in advance that the murderer will be so mad to sneak into the Austrian laboratory of Leiden College to commit murder? Edward said quietly, "This is like an oil lamp, which emits the radiance of the light illuminates the entire room, but only the small dark area under the lamp is not illuminated." What was Chino doing at the time of the incident? Wouldn't he watch the tutor murdered by their murderer? Joan asked. Chino, the wood golem created by Master Rawls, is the laboratory administrator and also has the responsibility of security, guarding the laboratory day and night. If the murderer breaks in, Chino will come forward to stop Kino. That poor fellow, look for yourself. Thomas pointed to the corner diagonally opposite the podium. Joan looked in the direction of his fingers and saw a pile of broken wood scattered in the corner of the wall, almost unable to see the original shape of the golem, and couldn't help shaking. Chino's strength is not weak. No matter how powerful the murderer is, it is unlikely that he can devote his energy to demolish the wooden golem while assassinating Rawls. It can be seen that more than one person broke into the laboratory that night, Joan said thoughtfully. There is indeed more than one murderer. To be precise, at least 3 people joined forces to commit the murder that night. Xiao An's voice came from behind Joan. Sister Meow, did you find any clues? Joan turned and asked. Very valuable clue. Xiao Meow crouched in front of the podium, pointing at the bloodstains scattered around, and said firmly, from the traces left on the scene, except for Master Rolls and the name Chino at the time of the incident, there were 3 other people present. They all left deep or shallow footprints. We should thank these dried bloodstains and keep the murderer's footprints clearly to this day. Sister Meow, you are a ranger, and you are best at tracking. From your professional perspective, what clues can be provided by the footprints left at the murder scene? Perhaps we can trace the characteristics of the murderer based on these details. You talked about the idea, Joan. By analyzing the footprints left on the scene, I can basically determine the murderer's origin and even guess their true identity. Xiao Meow said confidently. Sister Meow, you are so powerful. Rebecca asked impatiently. Hurry, what do these footprints imply? First of all, we can be sure that the 3 murderers were all murdering Master Alls. Barefoot. Little Meow pointed to a dried bloodstain on the floor and made a fur there revealed to everyone. Look, there are not only half of the footprints on the solidified blood, but also the fine skin texture. If the person who left the footprints wears shoes and socks, it is impossible to leave such marks. Barefooted murderer. This is really weird. Thomas muttered with his chin. Why does the murderer have to take off his shoes and socks? Perhaps to facilitate the infiltration into the laboratory. Edward stepped the floor, and his feet creaked. Look! The wooden floor in the laboratory has not been replaced for many years. The wood planks are damp and deformed, and they will creak when stepped on. The crunchy sound. If the murderer takes off his shoes and socks, the noise made by walking barefoot on the wooden floor will be much lighter, so as to avoid the alarm of the victim. Your speculation seems reasonable, but you can't explain another doubt. Xiao Meow pointed to another footprint. Look, there is not only blood on this footprint, but also black mud. I have watched carefully since I entered this building. After that, the floors upstairs and downstairs were wiped spotlessly, and walking barefoot on top was contaminated with some dust. How could you step on a muddy foot? Xiao Meow's question made everyone silent. wondering where the sludge came from. There was a rain on the afternoon of the incident. The ground on the campus was soaked with rain and became very muddy. Maybe the mud on the murderer's feet was outdoors? Thomas just raised this hypothesis, then shook his head and smiled bitterly, vetoing himself. That's not right either. The murderer barefoot indoors can barely be explained, but there is no reason to walk barefoot on the mud outdoors. Unless they don't have the habit of wearing shoes at all, no matter whether it is sunny or rainy, no matter what occasion, they will keep the habit of walking barefoot. Joan said thoughtfully, who has this quirk? And there is more than one person. Rebecca felt incredible. There are really such weirdos, and we have dealt with one of them. Xiaomiao smiled secretly and turned to point to another blood footprint. Joan, look at this footprint, you might find it familiar. Qian looked at him in surprise, and the footprints in his eyes really looked like Xiaomiao said, looking familiar. This footprint is much larger than the average person's size. It seems that it was left by a tall giant, Rebecca speculated, staring at the footprint. Giant? No, that guy is not just a giant. On the contrary, he is shorter than ordinary people. He looks like a child of 8 or 9 years old, but he has a pair of big feet with a strong contrast to his body. Xiaomiao sneered, said, little dwarf with big feet. Joan flashed a flash of light in his mind and looked up at Xiaomiao. It's Spring-Leg Jack. Xiaomiao crossed her arms across her chest and nodded solemnly. If I read correctly, it was indeed the footprint left by the little villain. Upon hearing her reveal the answer, Rebecca, Thomas, Edward, Arkai and Benny teachers all changed their faces, and they all recalled the conflict with Jack Jr. on the Wild Boar Island. Chapter 430. The third murderer. Edward's face was particularly ugly, and the clenched fist could not help shaking. At that time, the hunting team to which he belonged fell into the malicious trap set by Jack. Except that he and Martin Smith escaped by chance, the rest of the teammates were killed. During the subsequent escape, Edward even experienced a nightmare. He panicked into Jack's lair and fell into the opponent's claw again. He was intimidated and abused. If Joan arrived in time for rescue, he would have died under Jack's butcher's knife. Now I hear the name of this perverted murderer again, and the other party has a major suspect of murdering the role's mentor. Edward can't help but feel excited. He gritted his teeth and asked Xiaomiao, how can I find the Spring-Leg Jack? Edward, don't be impulsive. You can't even get the wooden golem by Jack alone, let alone the assassination of the role's mentor. Now we need to figure out the identity of his two accomplices. Sister, what do you think? Thomas looked at Xiaomiao. When it comes to little Jack, one can't help but think of his old partner, Big Jack, also known as Jack the Ripper. This monster is much more powerful than little Jack. I suspect he is also involved in this murder. Xiaomiao stroked his tail and said with a wry smile, as for the last murderer, he can't judge his identity only from the footprints. Since he is very close to the Jack brothers, it is so-called equal. This person is probably also the perverted killer. He is not allowed to be stronger than the Jack brothers. Sister Meow, about the identity of the third murderer, maybe I can add some clues for you. Joan suddenly said. Joan, tell me what you found? Xiaomiao asked enthusiastically. Under the watch of everyone, Joan took out a glass bottle from the jacket pocket and handed it to Xiaomiao. The two things in the bottle were discovered by me just in front of the broken glass window. The yellow-brown waxy debris is probably beeswax, and there are 2 dead wasps. The body of beeswax and wasps. What can this explain? Rebecca asked inexplicably. There are many flower beds on campus, and there are often bees in the colony. Sometimes it is not worth flying 1 or 2 into the laboratory window. Make a fuss. It is not strange to appear elsewhere, but it is not normal to appear in Rawls' labs. Joan calmly analyzed. Chino thoroughly cleans the laboratory's hygiene every night, and the window sills are spotlessly cleaned. So beeswax and wasp carcasses cannot appear on Chino's window sills, that is, the night before the incident, to appear on the laboratory windowsill. Judging from the dryness of the wasp's body, it has been dead for at least 3 days. It has been raining for 2 days after the incident, so it is estimated that these wasps may only enter the laboratory on the night of the incident. As everyone knows, the wasps almost never move at night. Why did the two bees fly into the laboratory at the top of the 100-foot tower at night and eventually died on the windowsill? Joanne's question caused everyone to ponder until Teacher Benny broke the silence first. Since the wasp is unlikely to fly into the laboratory in the middle of the night for no reason, it can only be brought in by the murderer. Speaking of their wasp, do you still remember the person we have been tracking for the past 6 months? Shepard Ida. I jumped excitedly. I should have thought of this long ago. It must be this crazy cultist. Brother Jack and Shepard belong to the primitive sect. The relationship between them is very close. There is a possibility of joint attack. If the third murderer is a Shepard, it can be explained why the murderer will leave the mark of our Son of Freedom association on the scene of the crime. Teacher Benny stared at the glass bottle containing beeswax and wasp bodies, and his eyes became extremely sharp. Since the outbreak of insect pests in the Alfheim area this spring, we suspected that the herders were behind the spread of the disaster. We used the association's intelligence network to fully track him and had many conflicts with him. We have a grudge against our association, so we will deliberately leave our monogram planted and framed after the murder of Master Rawls, and retaliate against us. Teacher Benny's speculation sounds reasonable, but Joan still has one thing to figure out. Assume that the murderers are the Shepherds and the Jack brothers. What is their motive for murdering the Rawls mentor? Whatever the primitive sect, neither the murderer, nor any grievances with the Rawls mentor. I don't understand that they have. There is no reason to murder Tutor Rawls. The murderer's motive is indeed a mystery. We shouldn't limit our perspective to Master Rawls. Another professor was killed that night. It is said that the incident was in the laboratory next door. We'd better go there to investigate and maybe get it. More clues about the murderer and his motives. His proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone. The question now is how to enter another murder site, which is Walter Lee's laboratory. The patrol guarding the wind-operated ladder is easy to pass, and it can be done with a small amount of money. The question is what to do after getting on the air-operated ladder. We don't have the key to the door of Lee Lab. If we forcibly pry the lock in, the police will. I'm afraid it's not easy to explain. Thomas said with a frown. It's not difficult to solve. I know Martin Smith, a student of Walter Lee, who has the key to the door of Lee Labs, and ask him to come and help us open the door. Edward quickly made a spellcasting gesture and cast 2 rings of windstorming about Martin with a key to meet him. Everyone went downstairs and waited for a few minutes in the lobby on the first floor, seeing Martin's figure hurriedly coming from afar. Edward, what is the matter of rushing to find me? Martin was still in his premature appearance, his face pale and listless, and the declining hairline could no longer be covered with the deliberately combed hairstyle. Joan, Thomas, and a few friends are pursuing the murderer who murdered Master Rawls and Master Lee. Now I want to go to the scene of Master Lee's murder to conduct on-spot investigation. I need to borrow your key to use it. Edward extended his hand to Martin. Martin held his right hand in the pocket of his jacket, and hesitantly asked, "The murder case should be handed over to the police for investigation. Why don't you bother to come in? Isn't it asking for trouble?" "What are you talking about?" Thomas stared at him angrily. "It was our tutor who was killed. Of course we are obliged to find out the truth and avenge the teacher. After all, Walter Lee died unclearly. As the student who has followed him for the longest time, you are indifferent to the murder of the teacher. It is too cold-blooded. I have to doubt that you have an irrelevant connection with this murder case." Chapter 431 Second Murder Scene. Thomas, you don't talk nonsense. It's too much to defile me without evidence. Martin's face flushed with rage, his lips trembling. "If you don't want to make people gossip, at least you should be more positive about your mentor's case." Edward cooperated with Thomas to intimidate Martin and said coldly, "You can refuse to assist us, but don't blame us for not treating you as a future friend." Martin's complexion quickly turned from red to pale. Of course he knew who he was facing. The 3 apprentices of Rawls' mentor are all famous geniuses in the college. Joan, who was born in a poor country, and not to mention, Edward and Thomas are different. One is the son of a general, and the heir to the richest man in the city. In the future, he will surely become a popular figure in Leiden's upper-class society. If a grassroots person like yourself offends the two rich and expensive young masters, don't expect to get mixed in the college or even Leiden. Okay, he'll just join you. Martin walked into the wind ladder in dismay, and Edward followed with a cold face. What you said just now is a bit too much. Rebecca couldn't help but count Thomas before entering the wind ladder. Knowing that Martin is very timid, you just scared him like that. Isn't this bullyingly honest? It's like two bullies. Ms. Castis, you are right to criticize. Edward and I just did a little too much, but we are also forced. Thomas spread his hands and made a helpless excuse. You don't usually deal with Martin's guy. You don't understand him. That's right. This guy is very timid. It's awkward to say cowardly, otherwise he won't be bullied by Walter Lee for 8 years to a diploma. However, poor people always have hateful things. People like Martin are like rats in the gutter. They crouched into the hole when they smelled a little risk. We asked him to help us investigate the murder, even if it was only a hand-raising effort. He refused to help. He could only be hard, frightened, and easily managed. Thomas' evaluation of Martin reminded Rebella that he had sent a love letter to her and sister Martha at the same time. Thomas said that he was pitiful and hateful. Although he was a bit sharp, he was not unreasonable. So he sighed. It's not good to say anything. Joanne actually understands the difficulties and frustrations of Martin, a low-level man, better than Rebecca. In exchange for being in Martin's position, he will not cry for the death of the old owl who has been bullying himself for many years, secretly rejoicing that evil has bad results. Thomas and Edward, occasionally, will unconsciously reveal the discriminatory attitude of the elder brother of the upper society to the grassroots at the bottom. Joan is also from the bottom of society, but he has a more genius halo than Martin, who can cross the class barriers. In the eyes of Thomas and Edward, his social status is equal to them, and the mediocre Martin has no right to enjoy this preferential treatment. Although Rebecca is also from a high society, her education and family influence are different from that of Edward and Thomas. Compared with the traditional Miss Noble, she is closer to those enlightened and humanistic thoughts. A new generation of female intellectuals. She may not be more sympathetic and just than Edward and Thomas, but she can treat people from different social classes with a more equal attitude. Having said that, Joanne didn't want to be involved in the dispute between Rebecca and Edward and Thomas. Both sides are his good friends. It is not appropriate to stand on either side and criticize the other. He simply turned his head to one side, pretending not to hear Rebecca's last words, and went straight into the wind ladder. Martin took out the key and opened the laboratory door. Joan walked in first, standing in the center of the hall and looking around. Except for the 8 golden snake emblems painted in yellow paint on the opposite wall, he could hardly see any unusual signs. Xiaomiao quickly walked into the laboratory hall, first sniffed the smell remaining in the air, then crouched down to observe the dust and footprints on the ground. When did you hear about Master Li's death? Joan asked Martin casually. In the afternoon on the second day of the incident. I had no classes that day, and my school brother came to inform me. Later, we came to the laboratory together. The crime scene was controlled by the police. To the tutor's body, there is a large blood stain on the back. Martin wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and seemed to be afraid. Later, the police asked us to assist in the investigation and asked a lot of things before and after the incident. It also revealed that the mentor was killed in an assassination. The fatal injury came from a dagger that was punctured straight into the heart from the back. Unfortunately, the murder scene failed to find the murder weapon. Dagger. Thomas walked over. Instructor Rawls also found multiple scars caused by the dagger. It seems that the 2 murders were done by the same group of people. Little Jack is good at using daggers, but from Martin's description, it is not like a poisonous hand under Jack. Joan frowned. Why isn't it Little Jack? Edward asked, puzzled. The height of Tutor Rawls is only 5 feet. but Walter Lee is almost 7 feet tall. If the murderer quietly approaches him from behind and pierces the heart with a dagger, then the height of the murderer will not be shorter than Lee. Too much. However, we all know that Jack Jr. is not yet 4 feet tall. It is only possible to complete the above assassination by raising the dagger to the top of his head, as Joan told. He pulled out the electrooptical blade worn on his waist, simulating the action of a short man assassinating a tall man. This looks funny, but everyone can't laugh. Even if Jack Jr. managed to complete the assassination in this weird way, the wound on the back of the corpse must be tilted from bottom to top. It is impossible for the wound to be almost perpendicular to the back of the corpse, as the Martin just said. Into the heart. This is indeed a doubt. Thomas stroked his chin and thought, will it be Jack? From the image depicted on the wanted order, the guy is taller than Walter Lee. Although Jack is nicknamed the Ripper, he almost never uses a murder weapon when he kills, but uses his powerful palms and sharp nails to tear the victim's body directly, extract the liver and swallow it. If it is true with his hands, Master Lee's body could not have been kept so complete. The analysis done by Teacher Benny basically denied Thomas' guess, since both Jack and Jack are ruled out. The murderer can only be a shepherd. Thomas came to the conclusion logically. Shepherd man is an extremely conservative druid. It is said that the more conservative and retro the druid society is, the more disgusted with artificially made metal tools and weapons. I don't know whether shepherd man is good at using it, dagger, but I'm sure that any man-made iron will be rejected by the original sect. Teacher Benny questioned Thomas' conclusion in a more subtle way. Chapter 432. Another clue. I said, dear students, are you too deep into the drama, and really treat yourself as a great detective? Martin interrupted the argument impatiently. Just investigating the case and catching the murderer should be handed over to the police. You are not in this business, so why bother with this brain? The police's waste can't be expected, so they won't bother to investigate the real culprit. Arkai said angrily. He complained a lot about the police's use of murder as an excuse to suppress the Freedom Children Association. Guys, let you down. Compared to Rawls Labs, the ground here is clean like an ice rink. I can't find any valuable clues. Little Meow stood with his hands on his knees, and there was a bit of frustrated smile on his lips. There are no traces of fierce fighting on the scene, nor any suspicious footprints. If the two masters were killed on the same day and on the same campus, I even suspect that the two murders are not related at all. You mean, the murderer who murdered Walter Lee is not in the same group as the Jack brothers and the Shepherds? Rebecca asked in surprise. There is such a possibility, but the two different murderers sneaked into the campus almost simultaneously on the same night, murdered at the same time in two laboratories less than 100 yards straight away, killing two of the law professionals of Leiden College. Professor, afterwards, they slipped away without knowing it. Does this sound ridiculous? Little Meow shrugged and spread his hands. It's unbelievable that so many coincidences come together. From the available evidence, I am more inclined to think that the Jack brothers and the Shepherd should be responsible for these two murders. Okay, now that we have at least one clear tracking target, the next question is how to find the suspect. Creaked his sigh. Unfortunately, the police are currently cracking down on our association, a member of the Leiden organization. Most of them have gone out of the city to avoid the storm, and the entire intelligence network is paralyzed and can no longer help us track down the whereabouts of the brothers Jack and the Shepherds. If we only rely on the aimless search of a few of us, it would be like finding a needle in the sea, which is too difficult. Xiaomi Ao couldn't help but sigh. Everyone at the scene deeply felt that the following investigation work was unsustainable, and all stopped talking, thinking hard about the breach of the case. The laboratory hall fell into a long silence, and the atmosphere gradually became dull. I have a way, maybe it will work. Joan suddenly broke the silence and immediately attracted everyone's surprised eyes. Come on. What are your great ideas? Xiaomiao asked happily. Joan didn't have the first time to reply, opened the storage bag, took out a folded piece of paper, and handed it to Xiaomiao. Xiaomiao opened the note, and Rebecca and others all came around curiously and found that the note was written with several lines of text, which looked like a search for something. 3000 Gendugia acquired the fragments of meteorite falling in Beaver Village. Rebecca whispered the keywords on the note. This man's shot is so generous. What fragments of meteorites are worth 3,000 gold, Duggar? Martin marveled. What's more interesting is that there is a mailing address attached at the end of this finding. Port Leyden Port Area, Red Tomato Pub, and handed over to Ida. Teacher Benny reminded everyone with a smile. Ida, this name is a bit familiar. A shuddering mouse must think for a few seconds, and suddenly his eyes widened and exclaimed, I remember. Ida, isn't it another name for shepherd? Joan, why do you have a mailing address for a shepherd? Xiao Miao asked eagerly. This is actually just a coincidence. I returned to my hometown of Dillon this summer, and I accidentally learned that a foreigner came to the town not long ago, and I was buying a large amount of meteorite fragments that fell in a small village near the town. I was curious to ask people for his contact information, and I got this article finding notice. If the name Ida is too remote, I wouldn't even think of shepherd. Joan had to clarify the cause and effect of the matter, and it was inconvenient to reveal the secret of tears of the gods. It took a lot of brains to make this a few short sentences. Why does the shepherds want to go to Dillon Town to buy a piece of meteorite for a long time, so that thing is so valuable? Martin asked in surprise. There was indeed a meteorite falling on Beaver Village this winter, which caused a violent explosion that razed the entire village to the ground. Afterwards, all the residents of the village turned to ashes, and there was no survivor. Joan didn't want to lie in front of his friends, so he didn't go on. At least so far, what he said was true. If this meteorite is large enough to fall from the sky and carry huge energy, it is normal to blow the entire village into powder. It is not worth making a fuss. Teacher Benny thought, touching his chin. Why is the shepherd? The heavy purchase of meteorite fragments may only be due to personal collection hobbies, or perhaps to use meteorites to perform some kind of religious ritual. We do not need to investigate these details, as long as we know how to make frequent appearances in the Red Tomato Tavern. Otherwise I won't set my mailing address there. Since he put the correspondence address in the tavern, he will go to the tavern to check the letters every 2 or 3 days at most. Xiao Miao said with a smile. The more we think about this, the more weird it is. The three of us stayed almost all day. The Red Tomato Pub, which recognizes almost all the regular visitors of the tavern, has not noticed that the herdsmen are in the crowd. It is really too careless. The daily traffic of the Red Tomato Tavern is so large, there are hundreds of people coming and going. Even if we have 4 eyes, we can't pay attention to everyone. Moreover, the shepherds can't enter and leave the pub in the naked image. It is necessary to disguise and change people's eyes when we want to. We haven't noticed that his talent is normal. Akai comforted Xiao Miao. It doesn't matter if we don't realize that the herdsman is around. I'm more worried that the herdsman has noticed us, and has even seen our identity. It's no wonder that the previous attempts to hunt him ended in failure. Xiao Miao bitterly. It's very possible. After all, you and Mr. Ueki and Benasimage are so special that it's hard not to be noticed by others. Joan said frankly. Sister Miao, you should be thankful. Rebecca looked serious. The shepherd has been watching you in the dark for so long. With his own ability, if you want to kill you in the dark, it is not difficult. Listening to her, Xiao Miao, Akai and Teacher Benny could not help changing their faces. Chapter 433 Trace the Herderman Ida. Even Master Rolls dared to assassinate, and wouldn't think of our 3 little characters in his eyes. He didn't do it before. Maybe he didn't regard us as a worthy threat, or maybe he didn't want to attract revenge from Sister Miranda and the Son of Freedom Association. The situation is different now. After the killing of the worms, they will blame the Children of Freedom Association, causing Sister Miranda to go to prison, indicating that he no longer has any fears about our organization, plus that there are Jack brothers around him. 2 powerful accomplices. If we continue to investigate the murder case, I am afraid he will attract revenge. Teacher Benny looked at the two partners with a serious expression. We must be vigilant in the future. It is best not to act separately, so as not to give the enemy the opportunity to follow the assassination. Jack brothers are all assassination masters, and it is of course necessary to strengthen vigilance. However, when people are negligent, it is impossible to live a life of fear and fear. Instead of passive prevention, it is better to take the initiative and take the Shepherds and Jack brothers out to accept the law. Sanctions, Edward said aggressively. Don't be kidding. The three villains dare to kill even the two masters Rawls and Lee. If you let them three small reporters take the initiative to attack, wouldn't it be tantamount to encouraging them to die? Martin couldn't help but splashed bucket of cold water. Participants in this counterattack operation are not just Meow, Ookie and Benny, but also everyone present. Edward stood up and looked around the crowd, showing an angry and pretentious attitude among the eyebrows. Just like a person. The young general, you guys, if you want to quit, you can leave now. My dear Edward classmate, say that everyone is acting together, and it turns out that you are all alone. Thomas smiled and cursed at Erlang's legs. You, I and Joan want to avenge Rawls. Of course not. Retreating, as Rebecca classmates. I'm going to participate too, Rebecca hurriedly stated, and her pretty face showed a firm expression. Although this matter is not directly related to me, you are all my good friends. Friends are in trouble. I certainly have to do my best to help. It's an honor to be regarded as a good friend by Leiden College's school flower, but after all, you stayed mainly because of Joan? Thomas smirked. After all, friends and boyfriends still exist. Big gap. Thomas, you just gave me enough. The girl's cheeks glowed with anger and angrily issued a solemn warning. If you play this kind of low-level joke again, I'll have a close relationship with you. Thomas threw his tongue out in fright, turning his head and begging at Joan. Joan felt that this guy was purely self-contained and deserved to be reprimanded by Rebecca. However, Thomas' pitiful expression really made him unbearable. He had to lean close to Rebecca and try to appease the puffy little girl. Rebecca, get rid of it. Thomas will make such a joke on you again, and I will ignore him. Like the melting snow in the hot sun, Rebecca quickly turned into a sweet smile with an angry expression, and threw a glance at Thomas to show off the victory. It's not too early. Let's set off and go to the Red Tomato pub to inquire about Ida. Xiao Miao jumped up from the sofa and jumped out of the door in 2 steps. Bobby, get ready for the carriage, Thomas shouted as he charged upstairs. When Rebecca saw Joan get up and go out, he hurriedly followed, and when he reached the stairs, he remembered that there was still one person left in the room. He turned round and asked, Mr. Smith, won't you go with us? Martin Smith stood up in embarrassment, hesitated for a long time before he made up his mind, and quickly followed. Okay, then it's me. It doesn't matter if you don't want to go. I'm you instead, and I don't want to worry about the life and death of someone like Walter Lee. Joan said bluntly. After all, I am a student of Walter Lee. The tutor was murdered. I can't help but ignore it. Although I have no skill, I still have to do my best to hope that I can help you, Martin said earnestly. If Walter Lee is still alive and knows that you have this intention, I should be ashamed of the harsh and difficult things that have been done to you for so many years. Joan sighed and took Rebecca's hand to help her board the carriage. Thomas made Bobby waved his leather whip, and 2 tall and strong horses trot along the street. As the wheels slammed across the stone pavement, the carriage gradually moved away from Leiden College and headed towards the business district of the dock where the Red Tomato Tavern is located. Joan and his companions continued to discuss the case in the car. Rebecca believes that he should take the initiative to share clues with the police and use the power of the police to arrest the Jack brothers and herders who are suspected of major crimes. The results drew firm opposition from Xiao Miao, Akai and Miss Benny. As members of the Son of Freedom Association, they did not have any sympathy for the police. Edward and Thomas also opposed cooperation with the police. In their view, the police force of Port Leiden is only suitable for dealing with homeless people, drunks and street pickpockets. It has no ability to arrest crazy killers like the Jack brothers, not to mention the shepherds who are haunted. It is better to rely on this group of wine bags. Use your own strength to track down the murderer. Joan also disagrees with Rebecca's proposal, but the reasons are different. He did not despise the police force of Port Leyden, but doubted how much power the senior police officer headed by Andrew Snow had to track down the real murderer. If Rebecca informs the police about the latest clues about the murder, how will the police take these clues? If you recognize the value of these clues, the police will have to admit that it was a mistake to arrest the editor-in-chief of Miranda Fisher, which not only damages the reputation of the police, but also directly destroys Andrew Snow's opportunity to suppress the Son of Freedom intention of. So it is conceivable that the police are more likely to dismiss the information sent by Rebecca and are unlikely to accept her suggestion to search for the Jack brothers and the herders. Just as everyone was arguing, the carriage had entered the dock area, the vehicle suddenly slowed down, and soon stopped by the roadside. "Bobby, why did you stop?" Thomas turned his head and asked the man who was driving badly. "You idiot, don't you recognize the way? It's 100 yards away from the pub." "Master, the road ahead is surrounded by crowds, and the carriage can't get through," Bobby answered wrongly. "Then what are you still doing? Don't get out of the car quickly to find out what happened in front of you." "Good young master, I'm going to inquire." The little servant jumped off the carriage and quickly darted into the crowd. After a while, he ran out gaspingly back to the carriage and reported to Thomas, who was out of the probe in the window. "Master, I have already inquired." A large group of patrols surrounded the Red Tomato Tavern. Many people watched the bustling around the tavern and blocked the road ahead. Chapter 434 Wanted Aha. The police surrounded the tavern. Thomas couldn't believe it. When did the Port Leyden police become so capable, and actually found a trace of a real murderer in front of us and started the arrest? "I told you a long time ago, don't underestimate the power of the police. After all, people are professionals. The clues we collected and the reasoning we made have been considered by the police long ago." "Are you?" Rebecca said in a mixed mood. "It seems that this time we are in a hurry." "Master, Ms. Castis, I am afraid you misunderstood what I meant," Bobby said with a bitter smile. "The police surrounded the Red Tomato Tavern, not to catch Annie Hederman, but to enforce the police chief Andrew Mr. Snow's order to hunt down gangsters who often haunt pubs in the quayside. Well, to be exact, a member of the Son of Freedom Association." After hearing Bobby's explanation, both Thomas and Rebecca were dumbfounded. The faces of Xiao Miao, Akai and teacher Benny are particularly ugly. The so-called gangsters who often appear in taverns may refer to the three of them, I said. "Wouldn't the policeman be directed at you?" Martin looked up at Chi sitting opposite him. "I'm afraid it is." A creak twisted the mouse's whiskers. "I didn't expect such a change. It seems that we must split up, and I got off here with Xiaomiao and teacher Benny." "Wait." Joan grabbed the white ratman's arm. "Here are people watching the crowd. You will reveal your identity when you get off the car. Where can you hide next? You can't control that much. If we stay in the car, in case we are found by the police, wouldn't it be a problem for you?" Xiao Miao said anxiously. "Sister Miao, if you can trust me, don't rush to leave. I will try to send you and Mr. Ueki and Mr. Benny out of the city. I will go to my manor for a few days to hide from the limelight." Rebecca gripped Catwoman's hand tightly, her eyes full of sincerity. Impressed by her enthusiasm, Xiao Miao sat back next to her, frowning and said, "Since the police have launched a full search for us, the wanted order with the portraits of three of us has been posted on the wall beside the gate. I'm afraid it's not that easy to come out of town. This is a big trouble for ordinary people. Fortunately, there are 4 Mage in our car." Rebecca smiled and looked at Joan, Thomas, Edward and Martin sitting opposite each other. "This little thing should be can't you guys? It's very simple. A prosperity technique can be easily done." Thomas snapped his fingers wisely, but was handsome in 3 seconds, and rubbed his nose and laughed. "Unfortunately, I didn't prepare this unpopular spell today. Joan, how much of your Sid mana is left?" "It's just enough to cast the transformation technique 3 times. Joan inspires Sid mana and transforms it into 3 1st level spell slots. respectively, blessing easy surgery by teachers Xiao Miao, Akai and Benny, completely changing the appearance. Martin Smith stared blankly at Joan's spellcasting, his lips trembling for a long time before restraining the shock of his heart and expressing emotion. No wonder the professors and classmates in the college say that you are a rare genius. This magical way of casting, really only a genius can do it. If it was not for you to witness the entrance exam, and also to fill out the application form for the Master's Professional Student Loan, just look at the way you just cast the law, I am afraid I will mistake you as a warlock. Yeah, Joan's Sid Mana is so amazing. You don't have to prepare the corresponding spell in advance, you need to use a temporary combination of spells. This is completely the magician's method of casting. Edward looked at Joan with envy. Joan can learn spells as freely as a mage, and cast spells as freely as a sorcerer. All the good things in the world are taken up by him alone. In fact, it's not as exaggerated as you said. Sid Mana can only transform a very limited number of spells per day, and it will soon be used up. Joanne didn't dare to say that in addition to Sid Mana, he also has more powerful mythical power and Tears of Gods, and can also be used to replace spell positions and cast spells freely like warlocks. Thank you for the additional ring spell slot. Even if it is only a one-ring spell slot, you are still too little. Edward was full of grudges. I only have 4 total one-ring spell slots now. Alas, if you don't say it, the more you talk about it, the more sad you will be. Qian embarrassedly avoided his sight and looked out of the window, pretending to see the roadside scenery. As everyone is concerned, several wanted warrants have been posted in front of the city gate today, and the cat, mouse and dog trio are impressive. Fortunately, easy surgery played its due role and completely changed the shape and appearance of Xiao Miao and others. The patrol officers did not have the ability to see through the magic and easy appearance. When they looked at the window of the car and glanced at it, they waved to let go. Bobby urged the horse, and the carriage drove through the city gate to the avenue leading to the suburbs. Everyone in the car smiled at each other, all relieved. Just after noon, the gloomy sky finally cleared in the past few days. The bright sun shone on the farmland on both sides of the street. The mature corn stretched through the swaddling leaves, and the soft golden hairs stood on top of each other. A full seed. From September to October, it is the harvest season of corn in the Alfheim region. Small pieces of farmland closer to the city have been harvested. Firewood as a reserve in winter. The carriage gradually moved away from the city. When the sun moved to the middle of the day, it was almost noon, and the cornfields on both sides of the avenue were no longer a small piece of checkerboard grid, but a vast, endless, golden ocean. Farmers burying their heads to harvest corn in the field mostly wear a white headscarf, as if tiny white sails were scattered in the sea. A strong wind blew, and the tall corn stalks stretched the branches and leaves. These little white sails were submerged in gold. There are no traces in the waves. Joan leaned in front of the car window and gazed at the cornfields suddenly. When he suddenly remembered something, he turned back and asked Thomas, "Is your cornfield by the road to your home?" "Well, from side to side. This year my family planted more than 10,000 mu of corn. This year's corn harvest in Alfheim, your family is going to get rich again," Edward said with a smile. "Think beautiful," Thomas sneered. "Have you heard of the proverb, valley hurts the farmer? The more the harvest season, the more expensive corn can't sell." Now the purchase price of threshed corn has fallen below every half a pound of copper dugia, including freight and storage costs. Basically do not make money, but what can I do if my family can't eat so much corn? I have to use it to boil sugar or make wine, and ship to export to. If you go to the old continent, how much can you earn? Chapter 435 Crazy Scarecrow 1. Your family runs a large farm with its own mill, winery and sugar factory. It does not cost much to process corn. It is a way of making money for export trade. Other small farms and self-cultivation farmers do not have such convenient conditions. It's hard to make a few years of selling corn at a low price. Rebecca is compassionate. "Don't be so pitiful. Your family is not a big planter. I'm just talking about things. There is no meaning to criticize anyone. Don't be so sensitive. Okay. I'm wrong. Thomas raised his hand and surrendered. In fact, the biggest headache is not that the price of corn is lower, but that too much corn is planted, and a lot of workers have to be hired when harvesting. In this season, every household is harvesting crops, and the employment cost of agricultural workers is at least twice that of usual. Even if you are willing to spend money, you may not be able to hire skilled agricultural workers. If the weather turns cold, it will rain a few more times. I am afraid many corns are too late to harvest, so they will rot in the ground. Seemingly aware of the low atmosphere, Thomas quickly changed the subject. Don't talk about these boring things, Joanne. You count yourself. How many times have I invited you to come to my house as a guest? Your boy is good. Every time he is happy to promise his mouth, and he will find excuses to evade on weekends, which is not enough. Friends. Joan didn't deliberately shirk. He would go to Vernon Mountain to read a book as usual on weekends, and he would also accompany Mr. Vazza to my house for dinner. He really couldn't find time. Rebecca justified Joan. Joan smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to take over the topic. Thomas cleared his throat and then said, "Student Rebecca, I am not targeting you, I just have a little suggestion. I hope you can adopt it." "What do you want to say?" Rebecca stared at him alertly. "Straight talk, less circle, cough, that's it." "Look, it's not too early. We haven't had lunch yet. Instead of rushing to get hungry, we should go to my house to eat nearby. Afterwards, Sister Meow, Wiki and Teacher Benny lived there. My family has it. Of course. Compared to the estate of Lord Castis, my family is a little more rustic. Fortunately, it is closer to the city and it is convenient to ask for news. What do you think? If Sister Meow, Akai and Teacher Benny are willing to stay in your house for a while, I will certainly not object. Rebecca smiled and pulled the sleeves of Joan. "Master Thomas Streets, we will all go to his house today at noon. Eat. Anyway, this guy is very generous, so you don't have to be polite with him." Joan nodded and looked at Edward and Martin. "You also come together." After lunch, "I still have one important thing to discuss with everyone." "It's okay, but I suspect Thomas is not well-intentioned, and after eating his family's food, he has to help him harvest corn later." Edward made a serious joke and succeeded in amusing all the people including Thomas. In this joyous atmosphere, Mercedes-Benz's carriage suddenly slowed down, and Bobby exclaimed from the window, young master. I almost hit a person." "Almost hit? That's not hit." "Let the who doesn't have long eyes walk away quickly. Don't delay us on the way," Thomas shouted angrily. "But master, the man is lying on the side of the road, covered in blood, and wearing a uniform like me. Looks like a slave of our chap family," Bobby replied timidly. Thomas' face changed slightly and he jumped out without thinking. Joan was relieved, and immediately jumped off the carriage. After walking a few steps forward, he saw a man in a grey linen jacket fell down on the side of the road. A 3-inch wound was split in the back, and the blood that oozed out was red. Half body. Thomas quickly ran to the man and found that he had fallen into a coma. He gently lifted his face and glanced, unable to exclaim, "It's Pete, my serf." Joan approached Pete's back and said to Thomas, "It looks like a knife wound." Pete is an honest person, never involved in fights and other things. How could someone be slashed from behind? Thomas frowned. "Treat him first, and then wake up to find out what happened." Joan turned back to the carriage and called Rebecca to help. Rebecca was hesitating to get out of the car. Hearing Joan's call, he quickly raised the skirt and planned to jump off the carriage. Xiaomiao raised her hand to signal her not to worry, first jumped off the carriage by herself, turned around in front of the door, and reached out to Rebecca. "Thank you, Sister Meow." Rebecca gratefully took the hand that Catwoman handed over, and she got out of the car half-hugged. Teachers Edward, Martin, Uki and Benny could not sit still, and then got out of the car one after another and surrounded them in front of the injured comatose farmer. Rebecca looked at the wound on Pete's back, raised his hand to hold the holy symbol, chanted the prayers praising the Queen of Cause and Effect Timeless, and the white and slender fingers gently touched Pate's back, a warm and soft light. Injecting her fingertips into the other person's body is like erasing a pen mark with an eraser, and instantly heals the wound. Pete rolled over with a groan, waking up from a coma. His suddenly enlarged eyes were full of fear, and his instinctive struggling violently. "Don't be afraid, it's me." Thomas held the young farmer's shoulder. Pete was stunned, seeing the face in front of him, struggling to get up quickly, and bowing deeply to his master. "Pete, what happened to the injury on your back?" Thomas asked. The farmer's face was horrified again, and he glanced back to confirm that no one was catching up before stuttering and said to Thomas, "Master, it's not good." "Scarecrow." The scarecrows are all crazy, holding a sickle, and seeing people. "Just cut." "Don't panic." Thomas patted his shoulder. "With me here, no one can hurt you." "Make it clear, what scarecrow is crazy?" "Of course it is the living scarecrow in the field." "I have long felt that these monsters are not credible, even if they usually drive away birds and beasts. But the servant masters would like to install them with sickles and let them go to the field to harvest corn." "The man in charge, what nonsense! Activate the scarecrow is harder, and more capable than us big-time farmers who have worked all their lives, and they don't need to eat or drink. The gods are on top. I have said that these monsters are dangerous, but no one listens to me." Pete talked and couldn't help getting excited. Thomas had to interrupt his shouts and confirmed again, "You mean those activated scarecrows harvesting corn in the field are crazy and still slashing you with a sickle?" "Yes, Master. Those monsters cut off when they see people, like a group of crazy demons." Pate's facial muscles twitched violently in extreme fear. Chapter 436 Crazy Scarecrow 2 How is this possible? Edward frowned and interjected, "All activated scarecrows are tested repeatedly before being sold to ensure that they are foolproof. They will never take the initiative unless the master with the scarecrow control password orders them to attack someone. Humans use violence." The scarecrow who attacked Pete might have mistaken him for a robber. Martin made a guess. "You don't understand the construction principle of the activated scarecrow to have such an idea." Thomas refuted angrily. "In the beginning of the design of the core module of the activated scarecrow, tutor roles specifically restricted their attack targets to invade their patrols, beasts and birds in the area, in addition to the second insurance. Even if a beast breaks into the scarecrow, unless the other party initiates an attack, the scarecrow will never start. As for the defense measures against robbers, there is one more restriction. This function must be activated by the owner in advance. The straw talents will add the suspected thief creatures to their own resistance. In short, if a scarecrow is activated to expel thieves and find strangers in his patrol area, he will first monitor the other party for abnormal behavior, such as picking fruits from the host tree, catching chickens and ducks livestock, fishing nets and the like. Then he will issue a warning to the other party, asking him to stop the above-mentioned behavior, or asking the other party to recite the preset password, indicating that his behavior is authorized by the master, and only use force to expel the other party if the warning is invalid. Pete is the serf of my family, and all the activated scarecrows in this farmland recognize him, and it is logically impossible to mistake him as a thief." At this point, Thomas hesitated and turned to look at Pete. "When the scarecrow attacked you, did you say a password authorizing the harvest of corn?" "Of course, the king's daughter doesn't worry about marrying." "But it's useless at all, and the lunatic still slashed me with a knife." Pete spread his hand in grievance. "The king's daughter doesn't worry about marrying?" "This code is really interesting." Xiaomi Ao couldn't help laughing. "Most farmers have little knowledge. They can't remember complicated passwords. Besides, they need to change their passwords at intervals, so try to be as popular as possible." Thomas frowned after a brief explanation. Pete clearly pronounced the password correctly. "Why did the scarecrow attack him?" "That makes no sense, Master. In fact, more than one of me was attacked by a scarecrow. From early in the morning, it was rumored that the scarecrows in the field were all mad, and no fewer than 10 people have been cut. They were wounded after getting drunk and fighting to avoid punishment. They joined together to make a lie. At first I didn't believe it until I met the crazy monster. Pete shuddered and couldn't speak. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Joan said to Thomas, "Anyway, let's go to your house as a guest. It's better to go to the fields and see what's going on." "All right, I will first send a letter to the farm manager Freeman and ask him to come over and explain." Thomas touched the storage bag and took out a 2-ring wind surge scroll. He was about to unfold the scroll and cast a spell. There was a rustling sound in the corn bush beside the road. Joan looked in the direction where the sound came, and vaguely saw a thin figure swaying in the cornfield like a blue gauze, quickly approaching the side of the road. The stiff and strange walking posture caused him a bad association, and quickly reminded his companions to be careful. Under the attention of everyone, the black shadow pierced the cornfield, bent his knees slightly, jumped forward, jumped across the field ditch. His feet landed on the road steadily. A straw hat, a living scarecrow in a casket, carrying a blood-stained sickle on his right hand. The face sewed on cotton cloth outlines the simple features with ink, and the obsidian embedded in the eye socket flashes a cold light. "Just that's it." Pete pointed to the activated scarecrow with a knife approaching, scaring his tongue. "Master, it was this monster just now, and suddenly cut me from behind." Before he had finished speaking, the activated scarecrow had lifted the sickle and came straight. "The king's daughter does not worry about marrying." Thomas shouted at the activated scarecrow, but the other party didn't seem to hear the password. Still approaching with a knife. "It seems that this guy is really malfunctioning." Edward pulled his sword backhand and strode towards the scarecrow. 2 scarlets of blue light were shot in the scarecrow's eyes and swept across Edward's face. The beam turned into a hostile red, the arm suddenly fell, and the sharp sickle cut to Edward's neck. Edward flashed in time to avoid the scythe. His right hand was thrust with a sword, and with a loud puff, the sharp sword pierced the scarecrow's wooden palm, shaking his wrist and taking the scythe in his hand. The onlookers hadn't had time to applaud Edward's exquisite swordsmanship. The activated scarecrow suddenly waved his left arm, and his sharp fingertips were drawn into Edward's throat like a row of sharp blades. Edward hurriedly drew his sword to retreat, thrillingly flashed over this hand knife and waved his sword to the opponent's left wrist. The moment the sword edge touched the scarecrow's wrist, the sound it made did not sound like cutting wood, but like a clanging metal collision. The thin sword only scratched a scar on the scarecrow's wrist and was bounced away. This surprised Edward. He hurried back 2 steps, frowning and staring at the activated scarecrow's left claw. "I will deal with this monster." Xiao Miao took 2 steps forward, replacing Edward with the activated scarecrow. Edward's swordsmanship is not bad, but after all, he is a mage, and his strength and speed are very different from those of professional warriors. As a ranger, Xiao Miao is not as good at casting spells as magicians, but when it comes to fighting, both experience and skill are much better than Edward. Activated Scarecrow is a low-level construct that does not have self-awareness and thinking ability. His combat skills come entirely from the modules preset by the manufacturer. It is just 2 tricks to go back and forth, not to mention any tactical changes. Little Meow saw the Scarecrow swipe his claws, lowered his head casually and flicked forward, swiping forward under his feet, and slamming his elbow against the Scarecrow's chin, knocking it upside down and planted on the side of the road. Activated Scarecrow twisted his body awkwardly, trying to turn over and climb up. Xiao Miao jumped over and stepped his back, forcing it to lie on the ground and unable to get up. This crazy Scarecrow didn't give up struggling until this moment, and suddenly grabbed back to Catwoman's ankle, the spherical joint of the limbs, which can be bent in reverse. Chapter 437 Crazy Scarecrow 3. This move was somewhat unexpected, but fortunately, she responded fast enough, struck like a lightning, stepped on the left arm of the activated Scarecrow, and flopped down on the ground, unable to move. As for the other hands and feet of this activated Scarecrow, It seems that it does not have the powerful attack power of the left hand and cannot pose any threat to her. For safety reasons, Xiao Miao stepped on the limbs of the crazy scarecrow one by one, confirming that it completely lost its resistance, and then jumped off the scarecrow's back. Joan walked quickly to the paralyzed scarecrow, turned it over, stretched his hand to caress the scarecrow's chest, and chanted the mantra in a low voice. The scarecrow glowed in the scarecrow's chest, automatically splitting a gap, exposing the commodule placed in the chest cavity, a brass-forged spring barrel. Joan removed the clockwork box, and the scarecrow seemed to be taken away from life, lying on the ground softly and losing power. Joan opened the barrel and glanced. As expected, in addition to the preset basic function modules, an extra spring was embedded in the box. The problem is here. Joan pulled out the spring and showed it to his companions. What is this? Xiao Miao looked curiously at the large copper plate in her hand. It looks like a board picture carved on a metal sheet. This is the spring clockwork invented by Rolls' tutor, a plug-and-play configuration peripheral. Joan pointed to the metal plate and explained, these complex lines and geometric patterns carved on the copper plate are not paintings, but a plain projection of the spell configuration, which is actually an enchanting process. My God! After listening to your explanation, I am even more confused. Poor Catwoman cried her head and wailed. Sister Meow, you don't have to deal with the professional vocabulary that Joan said. Just know that this little metal sheet is engraved with a spell, Rebecca said with a smile. It's okay to understand this way. Joan sighed helplessly. It seems that his urgent language skills are hopeless. What kind of spells are enchanted on this spring clockwork? Archie asked over. If I read correctly, it should be magic teeth. This spell can temporarily transform the subject's claws and teeth and other limbs into magic weapons, becoming harder and sharper. Edward leaned over and raised the left hand of the activated scarecrow, showing it to everyone. This hand was blessed with magic teeth. Compared with the normal right hand, it was covered with a hazy red light. It was extremely lethal. It could easily pierce the human body and tear the flesh like the same steel knife. I cut a sword, and only left a shallow scratch. Instead of a sword in my right hand, I have to cut off 2 fingers. Magic Tooth can explain why this activated scarecrow's combat power is so powerful, but it can't explain why it's going crazy and attacking humans for no reason. Teacher Benny pointed out a new doubt. Well, Edward exchanged glances with Joan and Thomas, and then nodded unconsciously. Do you still remember the 2 things stolen that night when the Rolls mentor was killed? Thomas continued Edward's words. One of them is the mentor's newly invented clockwork module. We were still a little bit unable to figure it out. The murderer stole it. What is the purpose of the clockwork module? And now seeing this crazy scarecrow, the answer is obvious. You mean the spring in this scarecrow was loaded by the murderer, and the murderer also gave the scarecrow an indiscriminate command to kill the innocent through the hub clockwork? Rebecca's eyes widened. Joan nodded solemnly. I'm afraid this is the case. But why did the murderer do this and manipulate the mad scarecrow to kill people indiscriminately? What good can they do? Martin asked in surprise. If the murderer is really a primitive headed by the herder Ida, then the benefits of this are obvious. That is, they can make them happy. And they are very happy. Arkai replied with a sneer. How can there be such a pervert in the world? What fun is it to engage in this prank? Martin still couldn't understand. It's not normal to figure it out, Mr. Smith. You are not that kind of crazy cultist. It's hard to understand the way cultists think. Teacher Benny wanted to light a pipe, but found that there was a cornfield near him that was prone to fire, so he put the pipe back into his jacket pocket, and then said to Martin, the Primitive Order is an extremely conservative druid society. Its teachings hate all industrial civilization, hate all magic machinery and constructs, and hate the use of these new technologies to improve the efficiency of agricultural production. According to the teachings of a cult gang, the activation of scarecrows is certainly hateful. And the people who invented and used this agricultural construct are even more evil heretics. The primitives regarded themselves as the defenders of nature. They did not hesitate to destroy industrial civilization and modern agriculture with means maliciously modified and activated the scarecrow, and turned these originally safe and harmless agricultural helpers into crazy killers. This is the most primitive, typical terrorist acts. Mr. Benny, listening to you saying this, I understand a little bit why the murderers of the original sect wanted to murder Master Rolls. Martin's face was pale, and his voice shivered slightly. Master Rolls is hailed as the father of revitalizing the scarecrow, and his invention greatly promoted the development of agriculture and animal husbandry in the Yolfheim region. Joan nodded heavily, empathizing with Martin's analysis. At this time there was a rapid horseshoe sound from the fields, and a well-dressed chunky gentleman galloped across the farmland on a horse. To the side of the road in an instant, strangled the reins and flew off the horse, quickly ran to Thomas, took off his hat and pressed it against his chest, bowing deeply to him. Master, why didn't you notify your family in advance when you came back? Look at me in a hurry. The embarrassment, I am rude in front of your friends. I'm really embarrassed. Okay, Mr. Freeman. It's not a polite time to activate the scarecrow's crazy things. How much do you farm stewards know? A little no. Mr. Freeman took out his handkerchief to wipe the sweat. I ask you, how many scarecrows are crazy? As far as I know, there are almost 50. That is to say, the scarecrows in this field are all going crazy and hurting people. Thomas couldn't help raising his voice. It's true. But who can think of such a strange thing in advance? Mr. Freeman grinned and shrugged. Since the autumn harvest, the adults and children on the farm have been very busy. We really do not have enough people to harvest corn. We can only equip the activated scarecrow with a scythe and send them to harvest corn in the field day and night, which not only saves manpower and money can also greatly improve harvesting efficiency. Originally everything was fine, but I never expected that after just one night, these originally scary scarecrows were all mad and no longer harvested corn. Instead, they used the sickle in their hands as a murder weapon to attack all the people and animals that entered their vision. It's just ... Master Thomas. It's like a spell. Chapter 438 Crazy Scarecrow 4 I don't want you to listen to these meaningless excuses, Freeman. I want to know what you have done to quell this riot. Thomas looked sullen. Master, I have gathered all the people who can be summoned nearby. There are more than 200 strong farmers. Each person distributes a pitchfork. 4 people in a group, patrols the farmland in blocks, and finds the crazy scarecrow to join forces. Its uniform, with ropes, is waiting for you. After listening to Freeman's unhurried answer, Thomas' face softened and he patted the farm manager's shoulder. You are very capable, Mr. Freeman, but those crazy scarecrows are probably more dangerous than you might expect. They will not only wield scythes, but may also release spells. Just because the farmer under your hands may not be able to cope. Thomas turned to look at his companion behind him, and said with a bitter smile, it seems that our lunch has to be postponed. Can you help me calm down those crazy scarecrows before eating? I knew it would be like this. Edward sneered and raised his hand to bless Mage armor for himself, ready to fight. Joan, Rebecca, Martin, Xiao Miao, Akai, and Benny teachers are also duty-bound to accept Thomas's request, and they are each ready to deal with the mad-activated scarecrow. Joan looked to the vast cornfield. The battlefield experience accumulated on the front line made him immediately realize that it is easy to get lost in such an environment. The most important thing is not to knock down the activated scarecrow, but to find those secretly lurking enemies in the primitive jungle-like fields. Thinking this way, he had the intention to take a feather from the cast material bag and perform 2 rings of transfiguration to become a eagle of Jordanheim and take off in the sky to provide aerial reconnaissance for his partners. Edward, Thomas, and Martin also mastered the transfiguration technique, but none of them prepared this spell in advance, and could only look up to envy John, who was soaring. Looking down from the heights, 10,000 acres of cornfields spread flat in front of Joan's eyes, like a vast golden ocean. Corn stalks swayed as the wind blew, and figures were faintly visible in the golden waves. There were 4 people forming a farm with steel forks in search of crazy scarecrows. There was also a lone figure passing by, with a pair of sharp eagle eyes. Joan saw the cold light reflected by the sickle in the hands of a lone traveler in the farmland, immediately took out a piece of copper wire, and performed a zero-ring messaging to notify the nearby hunting team to come and catch the activation. Scarecrow. After sending the message, Joan was a little uneasy, lowering the flying height, watching the farmers fighting the activated scarecrow. Fortunately, the spring embedded in this scarecrow is only 1 ring of magic teeth. Although the right-hand sickle and the left-hand claw are very sharp, the attack distance of both weapons is far less than the 6-foot hand of the farmer. The steel fork, but the strength is only the level of an ordinary adult. It was taken up by 2 farmers holding the steel fork, and their arms were forced to fall to the ground. 2 other farmers in the same hunting group poked the steel fork on the ground, freed their hands to take out the rope, and used to bind the activated scarecrow's hands and feet firmly, like a pig waiting to be slaughtered, lying on the ground and unable to move. Joan gathered his wings and landed, scaring the farmer to quickly pick up the steel fork and watch his face. It was not until he revealed his identity that he let down the steel fork and bowed to his classmates and friends. Joan waved his hand to signal that they were not polite, and walked directly to the bound scarecrow, reached out to draw a spell on his chest, opened his chest, and took out a barrel. Joan opened the clockwork box, took out the maliciously embedded spring clockwork, and then reloaded the box into the activated scarecrow's chest, chanting a mantra, and the crack in the chest automatically closed. "Now you can untie the rope." Joan turned back and told the farmer, Master Vader, this is probably dangerous." "Relax. The clockwork inside it has been removed by me, and I have got rid of the control of the hands behind the scenes." The farmer didn't understand Joan's explanation, hesitated for a moment, and finally dared to move closer to the activated scarecrow and untie the ropes that bound his hands and feet. The activated scarecrow returned to freedom, stood awkwardly, stooped down to pick up his sickle, hung it on his belt, and then stood there dumbly. "The king's daughter is not worried about marrying," Joan said to the scarecrow. The scarecrow seemed to have regained vitality suddenly. A sound of gear stirring came from his body. His eyes glowed blue again, and he bowed slightly to Joan, making a gesture of waiting for instructions. "It's all your business here. Go back and harvest the corn," Joan said to it. The activated scarecrow nodded, turned around and walked to the front of a ridge of corn, freed his hands to break the mature corn on the cob, put it into a pocket, and then took off his waist sickle, cut the corn stalks, and neatly laid them on the ridge. Sighed. Joan confirmed that the activated scarecrow had returned to normal, and waved to the 4 dumb farmers, fluttered his wings and flew into the sky to fly to inspect the farmland in the distance. The 4 farmers looked up at the sky in unison, and watched Joan's figure go away, his eyes full of reverence. For these short-sighted countrymen, mages like Joan, who can fly away, can almost match the gods in their eyes. Joan hovered in the air for 2 minutes, and soon found another target. When he flew over to see, the activated scarecrow had been surrounded by 4 farmers who arrived in time. The farmers still used the standard tactics taught by Mr. Freeman, and the 2 of them approached the scarecrow, and the other 2 were on the side of the fork, ready to support their companions. This set of tactics is very effective against the magic claw scarecrow just now, but the activated scarecrow that Joan saw at the moment is a little special. There is no sign of magic fist on the left claw. Without struggling, she just widened her eyes, and the 2 glass embedded in the eye sockets suddenly radiated a strange blue light, which enveloped the 4 farmers in front of it. The 4 contacted with the scarecrow, and suddenly fell asleep, yawning one after another. The fragile will could not resist the erosion of the hypnotic magic. They lay down one after another and snore, and the steel forks were thrown on the ground at will. Activating the scarecrow to get rid of the steel fork control and restore freedom, he picked up the sickle expressionlessly, striding stiffly, and approached the 4 sleeping farmers on the opposite side. The sickle in his hand shone coldly in the sun. At the moment when the sickle was about to fall, a translucent magic hand suddenly flew in the air, and the scarecrow was blown hard with a bang. Chapter 439. The king's daughter does not worry about marrying. Joan remotely controlled the mage attacking the palm, pressed and activated the scarecrow, and the convergence wings landed. Seeing that the farmers are still sleeping soundly and guessing that they were all hypnotized by the spells cast by the activated scarecrow, they did not rush to get close to the scarecrow. They first blessed themselves with a ring of spells to protect against evil, and prepared for everything before walking over. At this time, the scarecrow that was slapped by Joan was still struggling on the ground. Because of a broken leg, the center of gravity was unbalanced and could not stand. He knelt on the ground and stared up at the young mage who came to him. Glass eyes shoot out 2 beams of cyan brilliance. Joan let his hypnotic eyes fall on him, and his steps didn't stop at all. The protection against evil enchantment blessed in advance opened in time, and a circle of silver ripples appeared, shielding the hypnotic magic radiated from the scarecrow's eyes, and could not have any effect on him. Joan flew up and kicked the scarecrow with his eyes wide open in vain, stepped forward to step on its stomach, making it unable to struggle, and skillfully took out the barrel, and the scarecrow came to a standstill. Joan opened the brass box, pulled a copper piece from it, and glanced at the spell configuration engraved on it. It was indeed a sleep technique. This kind of spring engraved with sleep technique is also from the hands of Master Rawls. It was intended to hypnotize the officers and men of the enemy camp on the battlefield, so that the other party would stop resisting and fall into a lethargy, and be a captive, so as not to bleed and sacrifice. It's a pity that Master Rawls' goodwill was distorted by the villains, and instead the activated scarecrow embedded in this spring became more dangerous than the claw scarecrow. If Joan came one step later, the 4 hypnotized farmers already suffered a poisonous hand in his sleep. Joan withdrew the spring and reinserted the barrel back into the scarecrow to confirm that it was back to normal. He read the export order and sent it to harvest corn. Turning around and seeing that the 4 farmers were still asleep, Joan took out the endless water bag and poured cold water on their faces. After being stimulated, they all awakened and stared blankly at Joan, still not clarifying the situation. Joan wanted to explain, but felt that it was troublesome to make the cause and effect clear, so he was too lazy to speak and flew away. The cornfield of the Chap family was too big, and Joan flew for a while before he saw the edge. At this moment, there was a sudden cry of exclamation, as if someone was shouting help. Joan swooped down without thinking, and saw 4 figures running wildly in the field, looking back from time to time, as if evading the pursuit. Joan flew directly over the frightened farmer's head, and soon noticed someone walking deep in the farmland, waving a sickle madly all the way, chopping off the corn stalks blocking the road. Joan stretched out his wings and floated in midair, gazing at the wild figure in the field, and quickly recognized that it was a mad-activated scarecrow. Unlike other scarecrows, his eyes shone with a scarlet glow. Joan was far away from it, but when he looked at it from afar, he felt shudder, and raised the urge to escape. Did that guy's spring enchant ring of fright? The first thing that came to mind in Joan's mind was the Tartar that helped him deal with the earthworm in the garden of Castis' house. The clockwork of the activated scarecrow was also equipped with the enchantment frightening technique. Tartar's frightening technique is only used to scare the beasts and pests that run into the garden and will not start on people. The crazy scarecrow in front of Joan is not as strict as Tartar. Joan put away his distractions, took out the copper wire from the pocket of his jacket, and performed the messaging technique again, informing Rebecca, who was nearby, to come and help. Before Rebecca went to the field, he cast a spell to turn his nun's uniform skirt into a set of lightweight hunting suits, and tight trousers, and high-heeled leather shoes also became leather boots suitable for walking in the field. He heard the magical message from Joan. Without thinking of hello, Xiaomiao and Akai flew over. Joan, here I am, Where are you? Over your head. Rebecca looked up and smiled, waving to the eagle in the air. Rebecca, pay attention to the left. 20 yards. The girl priest turned her head to look at the place pointed out by Joan. There was a cornfield that had not been harvested. There were several figures huddling in the corn from the head. It seemed that he was still humming and praying for the gods to be blessed, and was clearly frightened. What's the matter, Joanne? Who scared these poor farmers like this? Rebecca looked up to the sky. A crazy scarecrow seems to have performed a frightening technique on the farmer. Oh, understand. I will help them calm down. Rebecca raised her hand and touched the Quran bracelet, chanting the chant in a low voice, and the bracelet radiated with silver brilliance, quickly spreading out, and enveloped the 4 farmers who were horrified and curled up. The magical radiance of the calming mind shone on them, dispelling the effects of panic and calming them down gradually. After restoring composure, these farmers look at me and I look at you, and they all feel a little ashamed. 4 stick guys, with weapons in their hands. How could they be scared by a scarecrow, crying, "Dad," crying and pulling her legs to escape? This is a dead person. At that moment, the scarecrow with red eyes rushed out of the corn clump to catch up. The farmer who had been scared by it just now was protected by the halo of stable mind radiated by Rebecca. He was no longer afraid of this monster. Pounce on the scarecrow. Once the sight of fear in his eyes failed, the activated scarecrow was no match for the 4 young and powerful farmers, and he was knocked to the ground in a blink of an eye. Joan landed to stop the vengeful farmer from kicking the scarecrow, and later took the barrel from its chest and disassembled the spring. The engraved on it was indeed a fright. Joan, is this scarecrow dead? Rebecca leaned over and asked, clear big eyes flickering, curious and unbearable. Relax, you can't die, you will come to life soon. Joan put the barrel in the scarecrow's belly and was about to recite the password, but was stopped by Rebecca. Let me come. Let me come. This seems to be fun. Okay, you come. Joan looked at the pretty face of the girl who was blushing with excitement, her lips rising slightly. Rebecca walked to the standing scarecrow, cleared her throat, and then recited in a serious voice, chanting hymns. The king's daughter now worry marry. The recitation is very good, and the voice is eloquent. Joan applauded for her. But the scarecrow did not start. This password, why doesn't it work? Rebecca touched her head, her face confused. Chapter 440 Primitive Evil. You read too much to accentuate. Every word drags along sound, beyond the scarecrow's ability to understand. It sounds that it is not a complete sentence, but just a few unrelated words. Joan pointed out the problem to Rebecca. Hate. Rebecca stomped his foot in disappointment. It was a scarecrow. There was only straw in my head. I was stupid. There are also activated scarecrows in your family. Should you know this basic common sense? Joan was angry and funny. My scarecrow's activation password is only 1 word. Okay. This is no wonder. Rebecca glared madly at the scarecrow standing opposite, shouting with interest. The king's daughter does not worry about marrying. This time she spoke faster, and the activated scarecrow was successfully activated, and blue light appeared in her eyes, bowing slightly to her, waiting for instructions. It's not fun at all. Go collect corn. Rebecca waved his hand and sent the scarecrow away. Hearing a chuckle from the crowd watching the farmer behind him, his cheeks suddenly turned red, pulling on Joan's sleeve and saying, let's go shopping. Why don't you have time to hang out now, and you can't fly? When Joan was embarrassed, weird voices suddenly came across the cornfield. Oh, baby, oh. It sounds neither like singing nor crying, one sound after another, dragging along sound, quickly from far to near. What's going on here? Joan looked at the sound with vigilance. I don't understand what this is calling. Rebecca listened sideways and murmured, but I can hear that the caller is in a good mood and seems to be venting with this weird cry, heart filled with joy. Joy? Joan looked around and shook his head incomprehensibly. There are only corn cobs everywhere. Everyone is busy chasing the crazy scarecrow. I really can't see anything that is happy. That yelling guy, wouldn't it be a lunatic? Just when he was wondering, The cheers of Boo Boo were getting closer and closer. I saw a small figure jumping up and down in the cornfield, and I jumped up to 20 feet high at random, which is really doubtful. He has springs under his feet. As the figure approached, Joan, Rebecca, and the farmer beside him noticed that the man was dressed in a straw hat and wearing a straw hat, and looked like an activated scarecrow in appearance. How could the scarecrow jump so high? Rebecca asked in surprise. Perhaps it is a clockwork with an enchanted jumping technique embedded in it. Joan guessed. Don't worry about that much. Let it be cured before you talk about it. Joan and the farmer beside Rebecca had the same plan. They each picked up the steel fork and surrounded it. When the strange scarecrows jumped to the front, they lifted the steel fork and put it down. That weird scarecrow, as everyone expected, accompanied by the cheers of Baby, jumped and skipped. However, at the moment when the feet landed, it suddenly stopped cheering, grinning at the farmers who were less than 10 feet away from each other, and couldn't help blowing out a large flame of mixed smoke. The farmers across the road never dreamed that the scarecrow, who was most afraid of flames, even blazed flames. The four were so smoked that they couldn't open their eyes, and then they were swept by the fan-like flames. They were so hot that they screamed in succession. They dropped the steel forks one after another, and slammed their pants on fire. While the farmers were eager to extinguish the fire, the strange scarecrow stooped to pick up a pitchfork that had been abandoned at his feet, and suddenly jumped high, swinging the fork into a farmer below. Puff! The steel fork penetrates the farmer's head from top to bottom, and the sharp steel tip is exposed from under the jaw, blood dripping down. The farmer's eyes widened suddenly, and he fell straight backwards against the steel fork running through his head. At the same time, the weird scarecrow stretched out his leg, kicked a foot at the end of the wooden handle of the steel fork, and took advantage of it to leap high again, and a cold dagger suddenly appeared in his palm, and he turned to the opposite and was already scared. Farmer, boom! Rebecca pulled the trigger in time, and a large lead shot whistled out of the gun barrel and hit the scarecrow in the air. The strong impact force knocked it into the sky and rolled it, causing the farmer below to escape. A shot hit the target, but Rebecca's face was a bit ugly, because she noticed that the bullet did not tear the scarecrow's chest as she had expected, but was expelled by the magic halo radiated from the opponent's body. That guy doesn't seem to activate the scarecrow, Rebecca whispered to remind Joan. At this time Joan also noticed something strange. The action of the weirdo on the opposite side is too flexible. Not to mention the activated scarecrow, even the more advanced constructs. It is difficult to complete the dazzling series of aerial acrobatics, especially when it was shot by Rebecca, and a large piece of clothes was shattered, with a black chest exposed. Joan was more convinced that this guy dressed as a scarecrow was probably a living person. Boom! The gunshots sounded again, and the straw hat above the freak's head was shot, finally revealing his true colors. It was a dark face familiar to Joan. In this childlike and innocent smile, he saw the most primitive evil and cruelty in the world. Springlegs Jack, it really is you. Anger and hatred prompted Rebecca to continuously pull the trigger and shoot the remaining bullets in the magazine in one breath to the evil goblin that had been encountered on the Wild Boar Island. It is a pity that her bullets were not forged by cold iron. The warhead hit the Jack's inherently magically protected skin, causing only 2 insignificant bruises, and was ejected. Damn it! Rebecca cursed and put away the magic crystal shotgun, intending to free his hand to use magic to attack Jack. Joan snatched the spell in front of Rebecca, summoned a spider web out of thin air, and hooded it tightly when the hood was covering the little Jack who was about to jump. At this time, there were rapid footsteps in the cornfield beside them. It was Xiaomiao and Akai who heard the gunshots and hurried to come to support. Seeing the little Jack covered by the cobweb on the opposite side, Xiaomiao whistled in surprise, and Akai raised his gun to lock the little Jack's head. Found that the other party tried to open the mouth and burn the cobwebs. Creaking the trigger without thinking, the bullet slammed into Jake's face before it spewed out flames. Although blocked by the magic shield failed to cause fatal damage, The impact force of the lead bomb was enough to shatter Jake's incisors and suffocated with flames. "Go back, poo." Little Jack spit out his mouthful of broken teeth, lying on the sticky cobweb, staring viciously at Joan and others who were approaching him, and suddenly looked up at the sky, and issued a stern cry. "Oh, baby, oh." It was the screaming tone just now, but there was no cheerfulness in the cry, but instead it appeared hysterical, and people could not help but feel scalp numbness and hair falling upright. Chapter 441 Big Jack. What does this guy want to do? A rifle pointed at Jack, a little overwhelmed. "I'm afraid it is calling for help from its party." Rebecca hurriedly held the holy emblem around her neck, chanted the prayers praising the goddess of fate, slowly raised her left hand, and pushed towards the little Jack, howling, "Don't!" Joan's drink was delayed for half a second. Rebecca sprayed a dazzling high-energy beam in the palm of her hand, like a white rainbow tearing the sky and slamming straight into Jack's chest. The three-ring divine scorching brilliance is the most lethal magic that Rebecca currently possesses. However, when the beam hits Jack, he is blocked by the magic light film that appears on the surface of his skin, and most of the power is blocked, causes a slight burn on the opponent's chest. What made Rebecca deeply regretful was the high temperature emanating from the burning brilliance, which scorched the spider silk wrapped around Jack, losing his stickiness and toughness, and was easily freed by him. "It's not that easy to run." Xiomio's figure appeared ghostly in front of Jake, holding the flaming sword and frost dagger created by Joan for her with both hands, stabbing past lightning. Jack hurled back in a hurry, only avoiding the dagger. His abdomen was scratched with the thin sword, and he almost broke his belly. What shocked him even more was that the Catwoman Ranger also incorporated natural magic in this swift spike, and the wound of the middle sword sprang into countless slender and tough vines, which spread to the whole body in the blink of an eye. From the head to the foot shackled, he fell straight on the ground like a corpse and couldn't move. "What's the matter?" Rebecca asked Joan in surprise. "Both you and Mio's spells are effective for Jack, except that my burning brilliance is not working." Little Jack is a high-level goblin. He is naturally resistant to swords and magic. Only cold iron weapons can easily cut his skin. Most of the destructive spells, such as the burning glow you just released, will be resisted by him. The physique weakens the power. Joanne then explained to her, "Spiderweb does not directly kill Jack, so it will not be affected by his anti-devil physique. The sword of Meow Sister, when forged with cold iron, can cause complete destruction to Jack. The one contained in the sword natural magic trapping strike is similar in nature to cobweb, except that it is not spider silk that binds the enemy, but vines, which are also not hindered by the anti-devil physique. It's no wonder, but unfortunately I haven't learned the spiderweb technique, which is used specifically to restrict the movement of the enemy." Rebecca shrugged regretfully, and soon thought of another important matter. Since Jake appeared in the cornfield and pretended to be an activated scarecrow, we can see that our previous reasoning was correct. The deaths of Professor Robert Rawls and Walter Lee, as well as the stolen clockwork modules, are inseparable from the original order. Joan nodded in agreement with her speculation, and suddenly found that the magic net that was originally randomly distributed in the surrounding space was abnormally turbulent. The most violent area was located behind Jack. "Sister Meow, Ookie, beware, someone teleported." Joan just warned that a twisted space crack had appeared on the opposite side, and a tall, thin figure came out of it. This guy is 7 feet tall and full of naked, skinny. Bare skin is brownish-green, with a wooden texture. The eyes and mouth are like 3 dark cracks, flashing a strange cold light. What kind of monster is this? It looks so scary. Rebecca's eyes widened in horror. When Joan and the monster looked at each other, they couldn't help but shudder, and vaguely felt where they had seen this creepy face. "It's Big Jack." Ookie quickly raised his gun, aimed at the weirdo who passed through the any door, and pulled the trigger while still reminding his companions, "You can't let him take Jake." The magic crystal shotgun spit out the arc, and squeezed the magazine empty. The 3 lead shots all blasted Jack, but the effect received was only to take it back 3 steps, and several bruises appeared on his body. "I have told you to prepare some cold iron bullets long ago." Xiaomiao did not count on her partner angrily, and she was not idle. She held her thin sword and dagger and pounced on Jack. Jack was hit with a blank expression on the back, turned his head to look at the Catwoman Ranger who was approaching very quickly, and suddenly raised his hand to her, and his fingertip burst out a strange blue magical glory. Without chanting spells or gestures, Jack the Ripper so abruptly used the human sculpting technique, directly fixed Xiaomiao in place, maintaining a stance of leaping and walking like a mud puppet, not even blinking your eyes. Big Jack's cold eyes moved away from the Catwoman, looking at the White Rat Man who was arbitrarily changing the magazine, and raised his hand as if seemingly random. The White Rat trembles, its facial muscles twitch violently, its mouth grin uncontrollably, the anxious expression on its face quickly transforms into a weird smile, and it can't help but laugh loudly, and it bursts into tears. "You can't stop if you don't breathe." Rebecca was scared by the strange scene in front of her, and she hurriedly raised her gun to aim at Jack. However, she immediately thought that the other party was an evil high-level goblin just like Jack, and it was difficult for ordinary lead bullets to kill him, and it was difficult for her own magic to penetrate his anti-devil physique. She didn't know how to deal with it. Rumor. Joan roared out the start mantra, and a force field hand with glass texture condensed in the air. 5 fingers were folded into a fist. Under the sunlight, this translucent giant fist dragged the 5-color brilliance to the master. Big Jack's hollow eyes narrowed slightly, raised his right hand, and pushed out in the direction of the Mage Assault fist flying. Boom! The impact of the fist burst into a shockwave, and the deep roar echoed over the farmland. Joan couldn't help his scalp tingling. The huge fist shaped by the magic power was blocked by a relatively insignificant palm, and Big Jack only stepped back half a step, still the expression of the cold wood. Joan's own strength, and then count the 4 additional strength attributes provided by Mage Assault palm. The impact of the punch he just laid out is not less than 400 pounds. The skinny Big Jack, I'm afraid he doesn't even have 150 pounds. But he didn't change his face with a single hand hard fist. How big is the monster's power? Just when Joan secretly panicked, the corn stalks in the field swayed violently, and Thomas, Edward, and Martin hurried over. The 3 saw Xiaoan head-to-head fighting with a wood-carved skull-like monster. After a brief consternation, the 3 of them all recovered and began to cast spells at almost the same time. Chapter 442b Colony Precise Casting. While Joan remotely attacked Jack by remotely controlling the Mage Assault palm, he did not forget to remind the 3 students who came to help. Precise casting? Ordinary people may not understand the meaning of Joan's words. Thomas, Edward and Martin are all mages. After Joan reminded a little, they realized that the enemy had anti-devil physique, and each took out the scroll and blessed 1 ring of precise casting. Afterwards, the Big Jack is locked to release the offensive spell. After just a few seconds, the 3 completed the spell preparation: Thomas' magic missile, Edward's force impact, plus the 3rd ring of lightning beam cast by Martin, the highest mage of all, like a storm like a Big Jack. Because of the precision casting in advance, these spells ignored the anti-devil physique and directly bombarded Jack. The shockwave from the magic explosion threw it up and fell down, smashing a large piece of cornstalk. Even a fierce monster like Big Jack can't stand the siege of the 3 mages. The mask-like face of the wood carving is distorted by pain and rage, and the cold light in his pupils becomes scarlet. Joan took advantage of Thomas' control of Big Jack's cap, and quickly inspired a mythical power to bless himself with mythological transformation, suddenly turned into a giant with a height of more than 20 feet, and once again sacrificed the same size. The mage, which had quadrupled, stormed the palm and grabbed Jack. However, the giant palm of the force field had just been lifted, and there was a harsh buzzing roaring in the cornfield, and a large cloud of black pressure flew over. Rebecca glanced over her face. Her face suddenly tarnished. she couldn't help but exclaim. "It's a wasp!" A big group of wasps. Joan also looked at the bee colony buzzing in the air, and there were also thousands of them. Among all common insects, the wasp is probably one of the most violent and aggressive. It can't bear the pain if it is bitten. If it is surrounded by thousands of wasps. I am afraid that his life can't be saved. At a critical juncture, Joan couldn't chase down Big Jack anymore, hurriedly cancelled the Mage Assault Palm, and inspired a mythical force to replace with the tuned level spell slot, and cast the wind making before the bee colony approached. Sure. Yang pointed his hand, and the roaring strong wind swept in the direction of his fingers, blowing the bee swarm with the wind. While maintaining his focus on casting spells, he urged strong winds to track and sweep the swarms, and Joan did not forget to urge Rebecca next to him. "Quick, make water." Rebecca froze for a moment, then realized Joan's intentions, hurriedly held up the holy symbol and prayed to the sky, and after just 3 seconds, he summoned a small cloud of water vapor and threw dense raindrops into the sky. The rain was wrapped in strong wind, and was blown to the bee colony before it landed, wetting the wings of many wasps. Rebecca casts a water-making technique once, which can only create up to 10 gallons of clean water. If rainfall is used, only a small piece of land can be wetted. Fortunately for priests, water-making is just a zero-ring prayer. There is no spell limit. Rebecca repeats the spell without interruption, casting water-making once every 6 seconds on average. The rain clouds gathered in the air are getting thicker and thicker. After the previous rain has not yet finished, a rain is coming immediately after the rain. Lilies-like rain finally merged into a downpour. Most of the rainwater was blown towards the swarm by strong winds for a full minute. When the wind-making technique exhausted the magic power, the whistling airflow finally subsided, and even a free-flying wasp could not be seen in the air. All of them fell into the mud, struggling and wriggling. Joan was relieved and looked back at Big Jack. Sure enough, while he was distracted from the bee swarm, the monster had dragged Jack into the any door, and the two figures disappeared with a twist and flash of silver horns, and I didn't know where to send it. Unfortunately, let those two monsters run away. Rebecca stomped angrily. I blame the group of wasps just now. But it's strange. How come there suddenly appeared a large group of wasps in the cornfield? It stands to reason that the bees usually don't nest in the farmland. Martin murmured. It must have been a ghastly man. Sister Meow said, Shepherd Idar is the best at manipulating bee insects, and he often rides a huge mutant wasp flying. Just now he must have been lurking in the dark to peep at us, and found that the Jack brothers are about to lose. Summoned a large group of wasps to interfere with us and give the Jacks a chance to escape. While Rebecca made a guess, she clenched her shotgun and looked up at the sky, trying to search for the figure of the herderman, but unfortunately found no suspicious signs. If Shepherd Man is lurking here, why don't you come forward and join the battle? Edward raised a new question. Well, be very difficult to work together against the Jack brothers. If Shepherd Man will take part in the battle, we have a few. I'm afraid I can't resist it. Shepherd sees that we have a lot of people here, and the Jack brothers are all injured. Maybe they think they have no certainty of winning. Plus there are more than 200 armed farmers in the vicinity. In case they fall into the wall, he may not get a bargain, so he dare not show up. Thomas speculated. It may also be because he spent his main energy on manipulating the hub clockwork and remotely controlling many activated scarecrows to kill people, and he had no time to personally deal with us. Joan proposed another conjecture. In any case, we haven't suffered a loss in this battle. Everyone is safe, right? How are Sister Meow and Wiki? Rebecca hurriedly turned around and found that Xia Meow was still standing there stupidly, in a state of fixed, and Ha was lying on the ground and laughing, holding his belly and laughing, breathless than crying. Rebecca quickly inspired the sedative bracelet to suppress the tortured crazy laughter, so that he could return to peace, gasping on the ground, rubbing his cheeks with cramps. Unfortunately, stable mind is not effective for Xia Meow. Rebecca walked over to her and observed it, and said to Joan with a sad face, Sister Meow got the holding up technique, and the two-ring divine technique remove paralysis can be lifted, but this divine spell is rarely used. I didn't prepare in advance, and I didn't carry the remove paralysis scroll. What should I do? Joan glanced at Catwoman and said to Rebecca, the magic of the body setting technique won't last long, and at least 2 minutes later, Sister Meow will be able to regain freedom. We will wait patiently. Today's encounter has sounded the alarm for us. When we meet Big Jack in the future, we must remember to bless protect from evil as soon as possible. With this bodyguard enchantment, what is crazy laughter and fixation technique? Don't be afraid. Rebecca touched her storage bag. I have a lot of protection against evil potions on my body and I will send it to everyone later. Joan nodded. He will also perform protection against evil, and there is no need to prepare in advance. The next time he meets Big Jack, he will have a deep heart. Chapter 443. Lead the snake out of the hole. Sure enough, as Joan expected, within 2 minutes, Xiaomiao's stiff body trembles, like a sleeping person, struggling with the idea of lie bed, struggling for several times before getting rid of the shackles, and fully recovering his ability to move. During Xiaomiao's fixation, it was just that her body could not move, her mind and senses remained active, and everything she had just seen was in her eyes. After regaining her freedom, she moved her limbs while scolding Jack for being insidious and vicious, vowing to double the humiliation she suffered today to the monster. At this time, Tenlong came across from Teacher Benny and the farm manager Freeman, followed by a group of farmers with steel forks. Teacher Benny saw that everyone was safe and sound, but Xiaomiao was full of anger and scolded, and she asked Arkai what was happening. After listening to him briefly about the encounter with the Jack brothers, he suddenly said, "No wonder Mr. Freeman and I saw a giant bee flying over the head." After that, the activated scarecrow in the field stopped going crazy and returned to normal. It turns out that Shepherd Man has left. It can be seen that the remote control crazy scarecrow attacked the peasants behind the scenes. And indeed it was Thegrasman Ida. Joan finds Rebecca and Xiaomi confused, and makes an explanation in due course. You already know that the hub clockwork can be remotely embedded in the low-level structure of the spring, but there is one detail I haven't had time to say, that this remote control has a distance limit. If the hub clockwork too far away from the spring, the remote control will be disabled. What is the maximum remote control distance of Master Roll's stolen clockwork module? Xiaomiao asked curiously. Almost 300 yards. Edward answered for Joan. It turns out that Shepherd Man was so close to us just now. Xiaomiao couldn't help being afraid. If it is applied to the battlefield, 300 yards is just a stone's throw. This distance is far from enough to ensure the safety of the army commander. In fact, this is also the biggest shortcoming of the experimental clockwork module. Thomas looked at the thick corn stalks in his own fields, his face thoughtful. If it is on an unobstructed flat ground, we can easily find Ida, who secretly controls the scarecrow. He chose to use the clockwork module in the cornfield that has not been harvested, presumably for the sake of hiding the tracks. The Jack brothers, they don't have much thought, they just kill people for fun. We happened to pass by the farm today and destroyed the conspiracy of the Ida party. They must be grieving, and then they do not know how to retaliate against us. Martin was worried. I hope they will retaliate and save us from trying to hunt down. Edward was murderous. But the enemies are not stupid, they will never open their doors to the door, and they are more likely to use the tricks of assault and assassination that they are good at. Unless we are always together and always on guard, it will be easy in this kind of situation of enemies and secrets. Something went wrong. Teacher Benny frowned. Hearing his concerns, the young and energetic Edward could not help frowning and felt deeply troubled. Joan, you mentioned that there are important matters to discuss with us. Is there a countermeasure? Thomas asked optimistically. Joan did not disappoint him and nodded gently. I have a method that may be able to lure the insect herder to our designated location at the time we specify. What are you going to do? Thomas asked in surprise. Yi Rong returned to the Port of Leiden port area and went to the owner of the Red Tomato pub. He asked him to forward a note to the self-proclaimed naturalist Mr. Idar and asked him to meet and talk about the meteorite at Beaver Village. Joan lowered his voice and looked deep. Just leave a note. Idar will really come? Will he be seen as a trap? Thomas asked worriedly. If I am willing to spend 3,000 gold duga to collect a meteorite, then this meteorite may be worth more than 30,000 gold duga, even if I know the risk. I can't help but go to the appointment. Martin Smith quietly say. Mr. Smith has a very reasonable analysis of the attitude of the shepherd man. I also think he will come to the appointment. But what kind of meteorite is it that will make him so fascinated? Teacher Benny looked in surprise. Joan stopped talking. Rebecca saw that he did not want to talk about this topic, and quickly interrupted the questioning of Teacher Benny, rushing to say, what is the use of the meteorite? I am afraid that only Ida himself knows. Our purpose is only to lie to him. No need to investigate details of meteorite. Same thing. Teacher Benny shrugged and stopped asking about the meteorite. Joan, when are you going back to town? Thomas asked. Leave now. That's okay. Go back quickly. Well, get the rest of the scarecrows first and wait for you to come back for dinner on the farm. Joan nodded his head, cast his spell into the form of Eagle Man, in order to avoid being ambushed by the Herderman party on the way. He also planned to bless invisibility. At this time, Rebecca put a heavy money bag in his hand and said softly, go back to the city and help me buy a thing by the way. Buy what? The cold iron bullets are sold by the Yangbo firm. It is almost enough to buy 200 gold coins. How many cold iron bullets can I buy for 200 gold coins? I creaked over and asked eagerly. 20 rounds. Kiaoan often went to Yangbo, and he was familiar with the prices of various products. The cold iron bullets are heavy, and 10 rounds are about a pound. I don't care if I don't sink. I care how expensive this thing is. It's more money than gold bullets. I couldn't help crying out poverty. The price of cold iron is not cheaper than gold, and it also includes the processing cost of the bullet. This price is already a conscience. Joanne felt he was obliged to speak 2 fair words for Mr. JV, the manager of the firm. Alas, you can't afford it, you still have to buy it. Ake took out his wallet. Joan, bring me a cold iron bullet with 100 gold coins. Rebecca stopped Joan from picking up Chi's wallet and said with a smile, everyone is here to fight against the evil party. There is no need to be so clear. Joan helped me with the bullets when he helped me buy bullets. Some are just that. How embarrassed to make miscasts waste. Creaked his hand, embarrassed. Mr. Kai, you don't have to be polite with Rebecca. There are more than 20,000 acres of plantation in her family. It's not bad for these little money. Thomas laughed. Anyway, you don't have any money. Rebecca glanced at Thomas angrily, holding Joan's arms and looking up at his face softly. Careful on the road. Go back quickly. I know. Joan unfolded the eagle wings and flew into the air, waved goodbye to Rebecca and others, and blessed the invisibility, disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 444 Magic Rope 1. Joan flew for about 10 minutes, quietly landed in a secluded alley in the commercial area of Port Leiden, lifted the invisibility and returned to human form. First went to the Yangbo firm to help Rebecca and Uki buy 2 packs of cold iron bullets, and said to Havel, sir, hurry to the Red Tomato pub. Kiaoan first performed a ring of transformation and turned into an ordinary middle-aged man. Afterwards, he walked into the bustling tavern and handed the pre-written note to the busy tavern owner behind the bar, asking him to pass it to Ida. Ida, I think about it. It is indeed a regular visitor here. I come here almost every night to find out if there is a letter from him and have a drink. Please forward this note to Mr. Ida. Please. Joan took out the 3 gold coins and put them on the bar counter together with a note, which was regarded as a hard work for the tavern owner. No problem. I promise to hand it over in a timely manner. The pub owner took the money and smiled enthusiastically on his face. If Mr. Ida asked who left the letter for him, what should I answer? There is no need to know my name. Mr. Ida doesn't care who I am, he cares about the content of the note. Leaving this sentence, Joan turned and left the tavern. The pub owner watched his back disappearing outside the door, unable to suppress curiosity to open the folded paper strip, and found that there was only one sentence above. Want to know the whereabouts of the Beaver Village meteorite? Before sunset tomorrow, come to the Wrangler Valley under the old banyan tree to meet and talk in detail, not outdated. There was no payment, no seals or other emblems. The tavern owner shook his head blankly, sandwiching the note in the account book, and no longer thought about this trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. Wrangler Valley is located near Chap's Farm. A large banyan tree growing in the valley is a small and famous sightseeing spot in the suburbs of Leiden. In midsummer, affluent families in the city occasionally drive to the valley and spread a snow-white tablecloth under the banyan tree for a picnic to cool off. Now it's early October, when the weather turns cool, the leaves are yellow, and the Wrangler Valley has become rare. Joan returned to the farm, and a whole roast lamb had been set on the table, waiting for him to come back to dinner. Joan divided the purchased cold iron bullets between Rebecca and Vicky, and then gave a detailed account of his plan. We have a quick meal, take a break after a meal, and get up at the latest after midnight. The preparation of the spell should be prepared. After that, the Wrangler Valley gathers. Isn't it an appointment to meet before sunset tomorrow? Why do you wait when the sun is not bright? A squeak asked. Stupid mouse. No one knows when Ida received the note left by Joan. If he receives the note tonight and is cautious enough, he will probably rush to the dating site in advance to investigate and even set up in advance. Under the trap, if we don't rush to make full preparations before him, we will fall into the passive. Xia Meow said seriously. Sister Meow is right, so we have to rush to the dating place to hide as soon as possible, and wait for the shepherd to show up, then we will try our best to siege. Thomas rubbed his hands. The general principle is like this. Do you have anything to add? Joanne asked. For the sake of insurance, we might as well set off after dinner and stay overnight in the valley so as not to be rushed by herders. Edward said cautiously. I can tolerate mosquito bites, but I am afraid that camping in the wild will not sleep well. If it affects tomorrow, it will be troublesome to prepare the spell. Thomas looked sad. So what we need most is a latent location that is safe, concealed, and as comfortable as possible. But unfortunately it is difficult to find occasions that meet these conditions in the wilderness. Xia Meow thought. I have a solution. Martin picked up the napkin, wiped the sheep oil on his hands, and looked up at Joan and others. Have you heard of a two-ring spell called magic rope? Magic rope technique? Joan frowned, and was somewhat impressed with the name of the spell. This seems to be a very unpopular spell. The caster can crawl along a rope into a small hay plane equivalent to a different dimension space. It is indeed a cold spell that you rarely have the opportunity to use, but it just meets our current needs. Martin said confidently. Mr. Smith, can you elaborate on how this spell can help us? Rebecca asked curiously. It has to start with the special function of magic rope. As Joan described just now, this spell is applied to a sufficiently strong rope, and one end of the rope will be connected to a parallel to the world we live in, different dimensions space, also known as the half-plane. The half-plane created by magic rope is not large, but it is enough to accommodate 8 people. Including me. There are exactly 8 people here. Martin smiled and then said, the half-plane created by magic rope is invisible to outside creatures. Most spells, including the prophetic spells used to detect invisibility, cannot affect this small space. We hiding inside can observe the movement of the outside world through a small window. I see, you want to use magic rope to create a temporary camp, so that we can hide in it for a long night, until Shepherd and the Jack brothers come to the appointment, unexpectedly ambush. Edward analyzed Martin's thoughts. It sounds pretty good, but from tonight to sunset tomorrow, The time span is nearly 20 hours. Can the half-plane created by magic rope exist for so long? Thomas questioned. Magic rope is a 2-ring spell. With my current spellcasting ability, the half-plane created lasts up to 5 hours, but it is upgraded to 3 with the help of the super magic skill spell delay. Ring spells can also double in duration to 10 hours. Martin scratched his head, and then said, I will perform a delay magic rope tonight. After that, I will sleep in the half-plane, and I can perform another delay magic rope tomorrow after resetting the spell position. Just add up to 20 hours in total. What do you think? It's really troublesome, Xiaomiao whispered in a low voice. There's no way to trouble. After all, I'm not an arcane genius like Joan, Thomas and Edward. The spells are limited and I have to plan carefully. Martin smiled wryly. You are the only one of us who can cast a 3-ring arcane spell, or use your precious 3-ring spell slots to prepare for powerful destructive spells like Fireball or Lightning Beam. Magic rope surge release with the scroll, Edward said cautiously. Chapter 445 Magic Rope 2. There is only one magic rope scroll around me. Using this scroll can save a spell slot. Martin seemed reluctant to use the scroll. He was carrying a large amount of school loans, and his life was very difficult. He had to plan carefully and use a costly magic rope scroll, which would inevitably cause physical pain. Joan is also from a poor family, and after seeing Martin's thoughts, he asked, Senior Martin, can you copy the magic rope scroll? I have more spell slots and can cast this spell for you. Of course, but in this short day, you are really short to learn magic rope. Martin looked at Joan with surprise. From the past experience, mastery is impossible, but it takes more time to cast. It should be able to cast it out. Anyway, magic rope does not need to be used in combat. It doesn't matter how many minutes it takes. Casting time, Joan answered truthfully. Martin, stunned for a long time, took out the scroll and handed it to Joan, with a mixed feeling of emotion. The gap between genius and mediocre people is much larger than I thought. After a quick dinner, Joan took the magic rope scroll borrowed from Martin and took a transcript, and spent half an hour copying the Turing spell into his spellbook. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and everyone was ready. A group of 8 people boarded the carriage, driven by Bobby, and went to the Wrangler Valley overnight. During the hurry, Joan bowed his head without saying a word, and concentrated on analyzing the spell configuration of the 2 rings of magic rope. The people in the same car did not talk to Joan, who was immersed in a state of high mental concentration. Despite not talking about it, everyone has the same question in mind. In such a short time, can Joan really master a brand new spell? Leiden College is no lack of genius. Thomas and Edward are even more famous than Joan in the college, but they both have self-knowledge. Even if they do not sleep, it is unlikely to complete the preliminary analysis of magic rope before midnight today. Don't mention the successful release. The carriage drove in a dull atmosphere. Initially driving on a flat road, after turning to the valley, the road gradually became rough, and the carriage had to slow down, but it was still very bumpy, making the passengers in the car unable to help feeling dizzy and disgusting. Joan doesn't seem to be affected by the bumps of the carriage, and is still immersed in his spiritual world, analyzing the spell configuration in an orderly manner and deducing the main points of the spell. The carriage drove for 2 hours in the mountain road. When it was almost midnight, it finally entered the hinterland of the valley and stopped under a towering tree. The door opened, and Xiaomiao jumped down first, breathing deeply in the fresh air in the valley, dispelling the feeling of motion sickness, and then turning around to get off. Rebecca. Teachers Edward, Thomas, Martin, Wiki and Benny also got off the train one after another, leaving only Joan sitting alone in the carriage. No one dared to disturb him, so he walked under the tree and observed the surrounding terrain. After about 10 minutes, Joan seemed to wake up from his dream and got up and jumped off the carriage. Joan, you've finally come back, Rebecca greeted with joy. How is the spell research? It's going well. Wait a minute and try it. Joan held the slender hand that Rebecca passed and walked under the tree side by side. Looking up at the shade of the moonlight, he said with emotion, "This banyan tree is really big. A tree is equivalent to a forest. Do you have any special reasons to choose to meet the shepherds here?" I didn't think about it too much, just because it was quiet enough so that fighting would not disturb unrelated people. It's a pity if such a beautiful landscape is stained with blood, Rebecca sighed. But this is also impossible. Let's go over there and find a place suitable for casting magic rope. Joan took her hand to the end of the valley, opposite a steep rock wall, about 20 yards high, barely grassless. Joan looked back, and the scenery around the banyan tree was panoramic. "The vision here is good. Just cast the spell here?" Rebecca asked inquiringly. Joan nodded and took out the casting materials, a small packet of rye flour and a roll of parchment paper that he had prepared before leaving Chap's farm. He chanted the spell in a low voice. Thomas sent Bobby to drive home in an empty car, and led his companions to gather beside Joan, watching him apply the magic rope technique that Xiangxu now sells. Martin scratched his head in confusion, and whispered to Rebecca, "When did Joan prepare the magic rope technique?" "The mage usually wakes up early in the morning and prepares all the spells he may use today. If a spell is urgently needed but it is not prepared in advance, you can spend at least half an hour to meditate and overwrite a spell that is prepared in advance and not yet cast in the same ring with the currently needed spell. This technique is called alternative preparation. Law is a compulsory course for the seniors of the Pastor and Master of Leiden College. Alternative preparation method can improve the flexibility of the priest and the wizard's spellcasting to a certain extent. But the half-hour preparation time is also quite long. It is impossible to have such sufficient time on the battlefield, so this technique is not applicable. Casting in combat is generally only used for daily casting. If Joan had mastered the skills of the alternative preparation method that he would only be exposed to in the 4th grade, Martin was not very surprised. After all, he was a genius. But he clearly remembered that Joan had been focusing on the magic rope in the carriage technology. There is no time to distract from the alternative preparation method. Even if Joan learned magic rope in just 3 hours, it is logically impossible to cast it immediately. Doesn't he need to prepare the spell in advance? Joan doesn't need to prepare spells in advance. Rebecca's words confirmed Martin's guess. He got Sid mana from Leprechaun Lord Mislianan. Using this magical power, he can be like warlocks, release the spells they need at any time like that. Martin was dumbfounded. In fact, Rebecca's explanation is not accurate. Joan's Sid mana has been used up today. At this moment, it is mythical power to cast magic rope instead of the 2-ring spell. However, except for himself, all bystanders, including Rebecca, could not distinguish between mythical power and Sid mana. Of course mistakenly believe that this is also Sid mana. A master like Martin who masters the magic rope skill takes only 3 seconds to cast this spell. Xian is a beginner and is far from skillful. He can only slow down the rhythm of casting to ensure the success rate. It took almost 10 minutes to complete the cast, and the wheat flour and parchment in the palm turned into 2 strands of soot and merged into a bundle of rope. Chapter 446 Long Wait Yanta. Joan finally chanted the last start spell representing the bridge. The rope in front of him seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand. It floats up and hangs quietly in the air, while the other end of the rope head is vertical to the ground, as if waiting for the master to climb. Successful. Martin suffocated for a long time, applauding Joan excitedly. Joan took the handkerchief from Rebecca and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He turned back to his companion and said, "Climb up the rope, and the half-plane is at the end of the rope." "Where is the entrance of the half-plane?" I looked up at the end of the rope. The head of the rope was nailed in the air by an invisible nail, and the entrance was not visible at all. The entrance to the half-plane is invisible and cannot be seen from the outside. "You will know when you go up," Joan explained briefly, then grabbed the rope and climbed up. Under the attention of everyone below, It took less than 2 minutes to climb to the end of the rope more than 30 feet away from the ground. The forward tilted upper body disappeared out of thin air. It seemed that the probe entered an invisible cave, and only the waist was exposed to people's vision. As Joan continued to climb into the invisible cave, his whole body disappeared out of sight. Except Martin, people on the ground looked at each other in amazement. At this time an arm appeared in the air, waving to them, clearly urging everyone to climb up quickly. "I'll come first." Xiao Miao grabbed the rope happily, struck it down hard, and confirmed that it was enough to bear his weight, so he climbed up quickly. Worthy of being a flexible Catwoman, she rubbed to the top of the rope with a few rubs. The probe glanced at the place where Joan disappeared. With a pleasant surprise, she jumped over and disappeared out of sight. Seeing this scene, Rebecca also got excited. The third grabbed the rope and climbed awkwardly slightly. At the end of the rope, a hand suddenly stretched out in the void, and Rebecca was startled, almost letting go and sliding down. But she soon recognized that it was the hand that Joan had passed over, and she held it with confidence. He pulled down and smoothly drilled into the invisible half-plane. The half-plane is a square space, which looks like a hall. The walls are bounded by opaque force fields, and the scenes behind the walls cannot be seen clearly. Joan and Xiao Miao are standing in front of the only window in the hall at the moment. Rebecca crossed the window with Joan's help and looked back. The hall window was rectangular, about 5 feet long and 3 feet wide, and the outside scene could be clearly seen through the window. The lush banyan tree, and standing Thomas and others looked forward under the tree. "Hey, I'm here, everyone come up." Rebecca held the window, the probe went out and waved. Thomas and others no longer hesitated and climbed into the half-plane along the rope one after another, and finally Martin put the rope into the window. In this way, the only bridge between the half-plane and the main material world also disappeared. Even if someone walked from below, he could not find a hidden room for 8 people suspended above his head. The night is getting deeper, everyone must seize the time to rest, and recuperate for the decisive battle that may break out at any time tomorrow. Xiao Miao took out the portable tent from the storage bag, propped up briskly, pulled Rebecca's hand under the envious eyes of the men, grinning into the tent, and reached out again, rushing to whispering Thomas and Ake ground the middle finger, and then pull the tent zipper to isolate the men's eyes. The rest of the men were not so particular about them, and they lay down on their blankets. Akai and Miss Benny are the only non-spellcasters among the 8. It doesn't matter if they sleep less than 2 hours. They are responsible for the vigil in turn to prevent the herders and the Jack brothers from coming overnight. Joan has a life support ring in hand. He only needs to sleep for 2 hours a day, which is enough for others to sleep for 8 hours. He falls asleep at midnight. When he wakes up, the night is still deep at night, almost at 2 in the morning. Joan felt that his mental and physical energy had recovered to the best state, so he got up and sat down. He first prepared the spells that may be used today, followed by meditation practice, and condensed his spirit into an invisible probe to explore deeper. The magic web of layers. Joan is a level 3 mage who was promoted at the end of June. More than 3 months have passed since then. However, in these 3 months, he first participated in the Wild Boar Island hunting competition, and experienced firsthand the Brass Mountain Pass from the Dillon Valley to the south. A series of battles, the ability to cast spells are fully trained in practice, which in turn also greatly promotes spiritual practice. Now Joan's spirit probe is about to break through the surface of the second layer of the magic net, only 1 step away from the bottom layer. According to the previous spiritual practice experience, a phased breakthrough can be achieved within 2 weeks at most, and promoted to level 4 mage. Unfortunately, the role's mentor is no longer there, otherwise I would be happy for my progress. Joan sighed secretly, ending today's meditation, went to the window and patted Uki's shoulders, let him go to rest, and watch the night by himself. The night was long, and the crickets in the valley deepened the night's quietness. Joan sat in front of the window to observe the movement outside. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. When Xiao Sei first appeared, The half-plane created by magic rope technique was about to disintegrate. Joan had already prepared for this. He raised his hand and painted the wall of the force field, and then added a magic rope to extend the existence of the half-plane for 3 hours. When the sky was bright, Rebecca and others woke up one after another. Joan took out the endless water bag and provided clean water for everyone to simply wash, and then took out the dry food for breakfast. After breakfast, Joan added another magic rope technique and waited patiently for the arrival of the herderman. Others have nothing to do, just sit against the wall and chat to relieve boredom. The sun is gradually moving westward, the weather is very clear, the direct sunlight illuminates the valley, and every leaf is shining with golden light. In such a good weather, we can only hide in this small room in a daze. So boring. The lively and active Catwoman stretched out and could not help but sigh and complain. Sister Meow, did you say that Ida has received Joan's message now? Rebecca asked. The pub owner said that he would go for a drink every night, and it should have been received, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry to come to the appointment. Actually, the Shepherd Man and the Jack brothers may have come to the valley, but they are also holding the same thoughts as us, hiding in the dark and observing, expecting the other to show up first. Teacher Benny speculated. If they really play with this kind of thought, then the stalemate between the enemy and us will continue until one of them runs out of patience. Xiaomi outside and fiddled with his tail. In other words, we to stay in this small room for a long time. Chapter 447 Primal Fear. There is not much space in the hinterland of the valley. If the enemy is hiding here, it should be easy to find their tracks from our perspective, but so far there is no trace of wind and grass, which is a bit strange. Edward frowned. If the herdsman and the Jack brothers are already here, guess where they are most likely to hide? Thomas asked. Most of them are hiding in the trees. Martin looked at the lush canopy. That ficus tree has leafy branches, let alone a few people on the branches. It's okay to build a wooden house. A place that looks easy to conceal on the surface is more likely to arouse the suspicion of the opponent. If I am a herderman, it will not be hidden in the tree. The top of the cliff opposite the tree is more open, and it is suitable for monitoring the valley from the top. Wookie stroked the mouse whisker and made a speculation from the professional perspective of a senior thief. Joan didn't participate in the conversation. He put his hands in his jacket pockets and clenched the magical arm made by the worm's tentacles, looking forward to something happening. Looking at the time, it was noon. Everyone had no interest in chatting, as if infected, and yawned one after another. Just as he was drowsy, Joan suddenly stood up, his hot eyes cast out of the window. What's wrong, Joan? Rebecca first noticed that he behaved abnormally. Joan didn't make a sound, and pulled out the alarm from her pocket to show her. The tentacles made of countless fine-ringed articulations were buzzing and trembling. Are the shepherds coming? Rebecca stared out the window with wide eyes, but could not even see a figure. They're here. Joan moved the tentacles from side to side, detecting the location of the unexpected guest based on the angle of deflection of the tentacles. All three are invisible. Is the shepherd man a druid? Little Meow murmured in surprise. Druid will be invisible? He won't, but Big Jack is likely to be. That's enough. Joan turned to open his palm to Thomas. Anti-hidden potion. Well, are 2 bottles enough? I don't have enough in my storage bag. Thomas took a bottle of see-through invisibility potions in each of his hands. The more the better. It's best to send 1 bottle to each person. Edward snatched a bottle of potion. No problem. Thomas handed the rest of the potion to Joan, opened the storage bag and pulled out a pile of potions. I have 2 or 3 ring of arcane potions. I have everything here. I need to take it here. Don't be polite. It's worthy of being Leiden Harbor's #1 master, and the problem that can be solved with money is not a problem in the eyes of our Major Thomas. Xiaomiao laughed and laughed, not slow in his hand. He grabbed a bottle of anti-hidden potion, pulled out the stopper and poured it into his stomach. Joan drank the potion, wiped the corner of his mouth, and turned to look out the window. Facts have shown that it is more reliable to judge a key. 3 fuzzy figures stood side by side at the top of the cliff opposite the big banyan tree. 2 of them were the Jack brothers. Although the man standing in the center was the first sight, Joan had been several times heard the legend about him. Shepherd Idar was thin and well proportioned with muscles. The only garment he wore was a small animal skin pocket hanging on his neck. Naked skin seems to be coated with beeswax, no hair from head to toe. Bare head glows with yellowish waxy luster in the sun. Tall eagle nose and narrow eyes make Joan rise an indescribable sense of terror, like a ridiculous scene in a nightmare, which has become a living human form. Joan has been in contact with many strange creatures since childhood. From the simple grey bag on the outside to the beautiful snake dragon girl on the outside, to the ugly and evil goblins and trolls whose appearance is as ugly and evil as the heart. Ogres and jackals have all made him feel horrified, but the monsters have seen more, and gradually it is not strange. Only the herder man aroused an almost physiological discomfort in his heart. This discomfort is a complex emotion composed of strong disgust and extreme fear, which makes him feel inexplicable. Speaking of its strength, the shepherd may not be stronger than the alpha queen of the jackal, and it is even worse than the lord of the fire giant, breast. Why is he the most terrible? To say that looks scary. In fact, the shepherd's body and facial features are not ugly. If you put on clothes, tattoo your eyebrows, accumulate a beard, put on a wig, and put it in the pile of people, it will not be dazzling at all. But it fades. External modification becomes very scary. Joan is not the kind of person who is conservative enough to be naked. The Jack brothers are also naked, and they are far more ugly than Idar, but the mental impact on him is far less than Idar. What exactly is going on? Joan settled in his mind, forced his discomfort to observe Idol carefully, and gradually tasted the subtlety of why this person made him afraid. Shepherd Idar at first glance looks like an ordinary person everywhere in daily life, but he is naked and has no hair, which reflects the characteristics of violating daily life and brings a strong sense of violation. It's like a toy tiger and a doll in front of people. Most people think that dolls are more scary than toy tigers. People don't look at toy tigers from the perspective of real tigers, but can't help looking at dolls from the perspective of living people. It does look like living people, but it's not exactly the same. This is both familiar, and the strange subtle differences are the source of terror. In a well-ordered and stable society, only lunatics would walk naked in broad daylight like Idar, and be calm and unashamed. However, Joan knew very well that Shepherd was not a madman, and his mental level even exceeded that of ordinary people, which brought a stronger sense of violation. This man is not crazy or stupid. Why should he? Once this question arises, it is natural to get such an answer. He deliberately did so, using this almost mad way to show his faith, as if he was using his body and behavior to mock the well-dressed social public, so as to show that only he is a normal person. Put on his clothes, people are not normal. Realizing this, Joan naturally developed anger, fear and disgust. Because the existence of a person like Idar not only threatens Joan himself, but also challenges the social order and way of life of the civilized world. It is a total denial of the evolutionary course of human society from a wild to a civilization over tens of thousands of years. This is where the herdman Idar scared him the most. Chapter 448. Demon Egg. Idar appeared on the cliff as a primitive, but his mind was not as simple as the primitive. He raised his hand to block the little Jack who tried to jump off the cliff, chanting the mantra in a low voice, and recruited a huge wasp to search the valley. The giant bee circled twice in the valley, and hovered over the banyan tree for a long time, confirming that no one was lurking in secret, nor saw any traps or suspicious signs. So he flew back to the owner and reported to him in a special dance posture. Idar was not at ease. He jumped on the back of the giant bee and rode the giant bee to fly over the valley. First, a blizzard was attracted. The violent wind with snow and ice caused the canopy to shake violently, and the branches and leaves were covered with a thin layer of snow. If someone hides in a tree, even if they are invisible, their body contours will be exposed in the wind and snow. The blizzard had not stopped yet, and Idar practiced again, turning the weeds into countless thorn-covered vines that wriggled like snakes and insects. If someone is hiding in the grass, they will surely be entangled by these activated thorns. However, the valley was still silent, with no signs of life. Idar frowned his bare brows, and was not assured. He touched the slap-sized animal skin storage bag hanging around his neck, took several duck egg-sized silkworm cocoons from it, and waved his hands to the valley. These huge brown-green cocoons ruptured once they landed, crawling out half-foot-long larvae from them, turning their heads to eat the magical cocoons, and quickly growing into giant burrowers, digging the soft soil with a hard jaw, drilling deep into the formation. It turned out that the huge pests that destroyed the farmland hatched like this, in the half-plane created by magic rope. Rebecca couldn't help wondering at what he saw. We have been suspecting that the outbreak of Leiden Harbor this year is related to Theoderman. Until now, we have not obtained conclusive evidence that the magic eggs he threw can quickly hatch mature pests. Flooding has become a disaster. Teacher Benny suddenly realized there are no crops in the valley. What did Idar want to hatch so many earthworms? Xiaomiao whispered. There are probably two purposes. The first is to prevent people from digging caves to hide underground. The second is to serve as an ambush to attack us. Edward analyzed from a tactical perspective. Ground worms, driven by Idar, turned almost every inch of the ground in the valley, and found nothing. Idar finally reassured that the man whom he had met here had not yet arrived, and turned back to the Jack brothers with a safe gesture. Driving the giant bee to land under the banyan tree, the Jack brothers jumped off the cliff and hurried to Idar. At this time, the snow on the ground has disappeared, and the activated thorns summoned by Idar have all exhausted their magic power and turned back to the wild grass. The three of them squatted under the tree, talking in a low voice, while checking the footprints left by the ground. It's time to hurry, otherwise Idar and they will find our footprint. I'm afraid they will be alert. Xiaomiao reminded his companion eagerly. Everyone is ready to fight immediately. Listen to Joan read the spell to start the spell, and immediately attack according to the agreement. Edward stood in the middle of the crowd with his arms akimbo, his expression extremely serious. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear in mind that our only advantage in this battle is our ability to get the first shot. The chance is only this time. If we can't hit the enemy after the first round of attack, we will all wait all day in vain. Got it, sir? Thomas smiled and saluted him with a non-standard military salute. Time is running short. Everyone is not talking, and each is busy. Considering that little Jack can breathe fire, Big Jack is good at holding skills. Everyone took anti-fire potion and protection against evil before they started. Thomas, Edward and Martin each blessed mage armor and shield skill to enhance defense. Joan spends 2 mythological powers to bless mythical shield and mythical mage armor to increase his defensive power to the maximum to prepare for close combat. Rebecca is the priest of the goddess of destiny, and the first ring of magic in the fate of destiny is to defeat the enemy. She first blessed this magic for herself, and then blessed the same magic for Xiaomiao, Akai and teacher Benny one by one to ensure that the upcoming attack definitely hit the target. Thomas, Edward, and Martin will use spells instead of weapons to launch the first round of attacks. Compared to crushing enemy planes first, they need to use the reels in their hands to precise casting to ensure that the next cast spell penetrates the Jack brothers. Anti-magic physique. Joan doesn't need to bless precise casting. As the team's first attacker, the spell he wants to cast ignores the anti-magic physique. Unlike Edward, Thomas, and Martin, Joan's casting style is very different, and he loves long-range force field spells such as Mage Assaulting Palm in combat. The lethality is closely related to his own power attributes, and it is difficult to make it clear. Is he a mage or a warrior? In order to increase the power of the Mage Assaulting Palm as much as possible, Joan spent another mythical power to bless himself with mythical change. His body size quadrupled, and an additional 4 power attributes. Fortunately, the space on the half-plane is large enough, and he does not feel narrow when he becomes a giant. In the end, Joan blessed himself with a transfiguration technique, which turned into a giant eagle with a height of nearly 30 feet. Rebecca stood at his feet and jumped until he barely touched his knee. Thomas, Edward and Martin were also deeply shocked, and did not understand the same giant technique and transfiguration technique. Why did Joan appear to be twice as large as normal? Inconvenient to explain the details of the mythical spell, Joan walked up to the half-ace window, took out a massive dry spider silk and held it in his palm, chanting the spell. The companions around him quickly put aside their thoughts and concentrated on preparing for the war. Rebecca and Dake's magic crystal guns are already filled with cold iron bullets, and the muzzle locks the Big Jack and the Little Jack respectively. Only the cold iron bullets can easily penetrate the bodies of these two high-level goblins. And bless the enemy. In advance, Machine First can ensure that the bullets they shoot must hit the point. Teacher Benny carried a melon-sized alchemy bomb in each of his hands, and one of them was handed to Xiao Miao, and finally told him to use the bomb again. This thing is the latest invention of Teacher Benny. The rough cast iron shell is filled with explosive stone and flaming glue, which is as powerful as a cannon. Thomas, Edward and Martin each hold a 3-ring fireball scroll, which is the most powerful spell scroll they can currently get. Chapter 449 Vesper Cloak. Joan finally completed the casting process, and raised his fingers to Ida, Jack brothers, and Hornet surrounded by a tree. A large translucent spider web suddenly fell from the sky, covering them all and entangled them tightly. The sudden attack surprised Ida and others. However, their actual combat experience is very rich, not in trouble, and each managed to break free from the cobweb. Ida twisted his smooth body smeared with beeswax, and the spider silk wrapped around him slipped away. Jack sucked in deeply, and black smoke erupted from his mouth and nose. As long as a flame burst out of his mouth, he could burn the cobweb. Joan has long known that cobweb can't trap enemies for a long time. His purpose is to help his companions for some time. Just 3 seconds is enough. Dense gunshots sounded one after another, and Rebecca and Arkai took the lead in attacking, emptying the magazine in one breath. All 8 cold iron gunshots hit the Jack brothers, tearing the skin and splashing blood. Little Meow and Teacher Benny dropped alchemy bombs at the same time. 2 black iron drew a parabola and landed in the center of the cobweb. Before the alchemy bomb hits, Thomas, Edward and Martin have completed their spellcasting. The scroll in his hand turned into ashes, and 3 fireballs flew out of the window. With a series of trembling roars, the hinterland of the valley turned into a sea of fire. 2 more amazing sounds came from the sea of fire. The alchemy bombs thrown by Xiao Miao and Mr. Benny turned into 2 groups of mushroom clouds, soaring into the sky, exploding the huge banyan tree with roots, and the sky was full of fire and rain. Flying. The horrible and magnificent sight in front of him made Joan and others stunned. The valley has become a flaming hell. In this case, they cannot leave the half-plane created by magic rope to dabble in the battlefield, and can only wait for the fire to subside. Joan waved his hand to release the wind-making technique to blow away the smoke from the air, and his vision became wider. Through the blazing flames, I could see Brother Jack's figure staggering in the flames, and the bones of Ida's bee and the previous earthworms that had been dropped had no bones. Strangely, it seemed that Ida himself was not seriously injured and stood up in the sea of fire, and suddenly jumped into the sky and flew. The moment he broke away from the flames, he waved his arms. The beeswax pieces smeared on his body peeled off, and suddenly turned into a large group of dense wasps, tightly surrounding the body of the herder, as if covering him with a brown Huang Banlan's cloak. What shocked Joan even more was that each wasp that constituted this cloak was struggling to flap its wings, and the combined force formed by thousands of wasps raised Ida Alto into the sky, allowing him to fly as he wanted. This monster is so perverted. Crunching his teeth, he raised his gun and aimed at Ida, who was wrapped in a V-cloak, trying to fly away from the valley, pulled the trigger, and fired a shot. When the gunshots sounded, Idar's body shuddered, and the bees swarmed and blossomed behind him, and blood marks loomed in the middle of the gun. Unfortunately, most of the injuries were shared by the bees, and Idar himself was not seriously injured. Rebecca hurriedly changed the magazine, imitating Wiki, aiming at Idar's back and firing again and again. The shotgun hit Idar one after another, and the broken wasp body fell like rain. The blood and flesh of Idar's back were blurred, and the injury was obviously not light, but it did not prevent him from flying farther and farther, and around the cliff in a blink of an eye. It's so damn. Let him run like this. I'm not reconciled. Arkai has lost his shooting angle and is almost mad, so he has to jump out of the window to catch up with the Herderman. Let me come. Joan shoved away, hurriedly jumped out of the window, spread the eagle wings to chase Idar. Mythology increased Joan's size while greatly increasing his flight speed. He flew 3 miles away in less than 2 minutes. And the distance from the shepherd Idar was also shortening. Idar seemed to be aware of the unusual airflow coming behind him, and looked back at the huge eagle man who was approaching very quickly, and his waxy face was murderous. He didn't run away anymore, quickly made a casting gesture in the air. His hands spread upwards, a flame spurted from his left palm, shaped into a fiery scimitar by magic, and countless thumb-sized black spiders poured out from the right palm, shaking 8 claws crawling around. The strange thing is that these spiders seem to be bound by an invisible barrier. No matter how they climb, they will not fall off the palm of Idar. They are connected end to end and stacked on top of each other. First, a worm tower composed of spiders piled up in his palm. And when he flipped his palm, the worm tower pulled down under the influence of gravity, forming a black soft whip that was 20 feet long. This living weapon is composed of poisonous spiders from beginning to end, and the thickness of the rings is even and uniform. It is no different from the ordinary long whip at a distance, but it is twisted and wriggled everywhere, and it is creepy and creepy. Joan didn't want to be drawn by the spider soft whip in Idar's hand. When the opponent cast a spell, he crushed the glass bead clasped in his palm and waved to summon the mage attacking the palm, 100 feet away. Palm hurled towards Idar. The destructive power of mage strikes the palm is closely related to Joan's own power. Mythical change increases Joan's strength by 4 points, plus the 4 strength and power of mage strikes the palm. Attribute up to 20. This palm shot went out, and the color of the clouds changed, almost breaking Idar's bee colony cloak, and the wasps that were injured and killed by palm power fell like rain. The more wasps lost, the more vulnerable Idar's defense becomes. Joan's palm hit him, almost vomiting blood. If he put on another 2 palms, even if he didn't smash the internal organs, the bee colony would be damaged by more than half, unable to support him to maintain his flying status. Idar murmured a vicious curse and urged the swarm to rush towards Joan, waving his arms in a sudden, flame knife and spider lance flung across. The blazing flames and dense poisonous spiders successively whipped on Joan. The double defense composed of mythical shield and mythical mage armor simultaneously manifested a magic halo, forming 2 buffer zones to absorb the flame layer by layer. Knife and spider long whip. Idar's 2 weapons are created by spells. In addition to the physical destructive power, they also have different magic effects. Joan had already blessed the fire resistance enchantment in advance. The flames from the flame knife were not extinguished by the fire resistance enchantment before the eagle feathers were ignited. It did not cause any harm to him, but the spider whip, in order to be poisonous, he slapped on him while leaving a small group of spiders attached to his body, biting with fangs. Mythical mage armor and mythical shield provide Joan with a physical defense comparable to that of heavy armor knights. Fire resistance enchantment is enough to resist the high temperature emanating from flame knife, but neither of these defense methods stop the little spider from crawling around on Joan, get deep into the feathers and bite his skin, and at the same time inject venom to try to paralyze his motor nerves. Chapter 450 Spider Whip. Joan can free his hand to pinch the spider attached to himself, but can only bite his teeth and endure bite. Fortunately, these spiders are too small for his size, and it's okay to be bitten. And Joan has gained resistance since taking the bowl of medicinal porridge boiled by Lianin with the snake dragon egg. The special physique of the toxin, the venom injected by the spider, is not enough to paralyze him. The bite is only a little itchy. Resisting the slight pain caused by the spider's bite, Joan quickly pulled back the Mage assault palm, 5 fingers folded into a fist, and slammed into Idar. The huge fist with a glass texture is twice the size of Idar's body. This lean hit is like being hit by a running bison. The bang blows him into the air, and the mouth squirts, the blood spattered like rain. Idar put away the useless flame knife, freed his left hand to wipe the blood stains on the corners of his mouth. His expression became bleak, and carried the spider whip towards Joan. After 2 rounds of fighting, Joan was convinced that Idar was first ambushed and then shot by Rebecca and Ake with shotguns. He had been seriously injured, as long as he did not give him the opportunity to cast spells. Can win. Taking a deep breath, Joan's remote control magic hand opened 5 fingers and caught him in the direction of Idol's flight, holding him tightly in his palm. However, this ambitious blow was unexpectedly missed, and just holding a group of wasps that fell from Idar himself disappeared out of thin air. Joan froze for a moment, and the remote control magician spread his palms and searched for the trace of Idar. At this time, a wasp that seemed larger than the other kind flew out of his fingers and buzzed at him. Joan stunned, and immediately realized that Idar had just used Druid's unique skill Wild Transform to become a wasp, mixed in the bee colony to deceive his eyes, and now it was too late to retreat. So he had to free his left hand, grab the big wasp that Idar turned into, and stop him from approaching himself. The huge body brought many benefits to Joan, but also reduced his agility. The palm of his hand was just raised, and the sly wasp had rushed to him through his fingertips, shaking his wings, and bursting with a golden horn. His body suddenly changed from a small wasp to a thick black barrel full of wine. Scaly python, wrapped around him, opened a big mouth of blood basin, revealing a pair of sharp fangs, biting his neck. Joan couldn't think too much in his anxiety, following the a priori instinct formed by the hunting of pythons for generations of the eagles of Jotunheim, and plucked on the face of the python with a thick and hard beak like an iron anchor. He blinded his right eye with a clatter, and grabbed his head by the way. Even if he died, the python was covered with blood and struggling desperately, and his thick and long body circled Joan round and round, tightening him tightly from head to toe. Joan was sorely hurt by the giant python incarnation of Idar, almost breathless. His hands grasped the snake body and pulled desperately, but Idar's bee colony now turned back to beeswax attached to the surface of his body, making the already very slippery snakeskin became slippery without keeping hands. Joan couldn't pull Idar away from him for a while. He was dragged down by the 2,000-pound python and could only stretch his wings to slow down. The eagle and the python were fighting desperately in the air. After just a few minutes, both sides were exhausted. However, no one would give up resistance, so he crooked and fell down. The ground underneath is approaching rapidly. Joan hurriedly freed his left hand and fumbled for the branch of Ilmansa in the storage bag, intending to transform into a tree man with a power much greater than that of the eagle, and managed to break the restraint of the python before falling to the ground. However, as soon as he took the branch out, Idar's incarnate python bit its arm. Suddenly, the sudden pain caused Joan to involuntarily let go and watched the branch of Ilmansa drift away from his fingertips and drift away with the wind. Anger and despair filled Joan's heart in an instant, and had no time to make a further response. He then crashed to the ground together with the python that was entangled with himself, and hit the rocky hills. Eagleman and python were both strongly impacted at the moment of landing, and almost fell into dizziness at the same time. The body entangled with each other finally separated, rolling down and down the hillside, and finally blocked by a thick bush, splashing blood-stained red plants. Not knowing how long he had been in a coma, Joan suddenly awakened, struggling to raise his head. His eyes soaked in blood were still a little blurred, and vaguely saw a naked back kneeling in the distant grass, standing up slowly and firmly. It's Ida. The grotesque man with bruised blood and flesh was still not dead, turned his head to look at Joan, and a vicious and mad smile appeared on his face. At the moment of contact with his eyes, Joan felt dark in front of his eyes and his heart almost stopped beating. The survival instinct prompted him to sit up and struggle, looking around, trying to find a companion. However, Shinnah is empty, and there is not even a single figure. It is far away from the Wrangler Valley, and it is impossible for them to come to help him deal with Ida in time. Joan moved in a desperate spirit, tolerating the pain from an eagle form to a halfling form, cancelling the mythological transformation technique, and then inspiring a mythical power, hurriedly photographed myth on his chest shrinking technique. The body quickly shrank into a 7-inch villain under the effect of magic power, and the surrounding grasses rose from the ground, as if turning into a sky-drenching jungle. Joan took a deep breath and fled towards the depths of the bushes. He ran to the foot of the rugged hills and saw a triangular rock gap head. The depth of the black hole was bottomless. Joan was thinking of escape now, regardless of whether there were poisonous snake centipedes hidden in the rock cracks, and burrowed into it. Thanks to his small size, he can move freely through the rugged gap of half a foot. Joan stopped and took a sigh of relief before running out. I glanced back, and vaguely saw a shadow swaying in the hole, and then a vague face came closer to block the light from the hole, and I could not see the facial features. Only a pair of brilliant eyes turned around and scared him. He stumbled backwards and fell to the ground with his buttocks. The face covering the hole grinned, silently sneered, and then burst into a golden brilliance, turning into a crimson poison scorpion slightly larger than Joan, holding up a pair of hard and sharp claws, dragging the tail with a hooked poisonous needle burrowed into the rock crack and quickly caught up.